A week. A week has gone by. A month has gone by. May is gone. And it's Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, traders, friends, family, club members, team members, and everyone else. Welcome to Friday's Topstep TV. Let me move this a little bit lower. Lower. Hey, we got a superstar, all-star. I'm looking. You okay over there, Johnny? I like that shirt you got on there. What is that?
Thank you.
That's your dead shirt?
Yeah, that's one of my Grateful Dead shirts. Yep.
I like that. It looks like it feels very comfortable.
It's like my skin.
Everybody has a favorite T-shirt. But anyway, does everybody have a favorite place to go in the morning? I do. It's called TopstepTV. We've got nothing like that. There is nothing like that on this wonderful thing we call the internet. That we do have education, trading buddies, market knowledge, cool people, a great community, and of course, tradertainment. Tradertainment, yes and no, there is no fire drill today. We'll get to that in just a second. This is Opening Call. He's Shaggy, and I'm Scooby. We have an informative educational programming for you today and every day of the week. Today is Friday. We will be your trading buddy, your trading newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and of course, will be your Topstep support team. Speaking of support, remember this. This is a good one to take with you into the weekend. Family is not an important. Let me repeat that. Family is not an important thing. No, it's everything. Just remember that family is everything. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to our good friend, Mr. John Hoagland. Hello, Johnny, old boy, old pal.
Good morning, Eddie. Happy Friday, everyone. Yeah, it's the last day of May, May 31st. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Flying by here. Welcome to the Opening Call. Our focus is always on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Interesting morning this morning. Lots to talk about. Eddie, how you feeling today?
I don't know. I had a tough night sleeping. I don't know why, but I plan on sleeping a lot this week, and I hope. It's a beautiful day here in Chicago. Windows are open, and the thing is, I don't hear any cicadas. I don't hear.
I do,
Let the
a
dogs
little
out,
bit.
and usually you hear them like.
I think they're just waking up.
Maybe if we be really quiet, they won't say nothing today. But anyway,
It's a little
all right, let's
cool
get the
out. I think
news.
they like it when it's warmer.
You think?
Yep.
Well, I hope it snows today. Take care of all of them. No, let them. I mean, 13 years underground coming up here. Let them enjoy the wonderful day here we got here in Chicago. Yes, news. Well, as we're looking at some of these markets, boy, that number really kicked some butt here. Market running to the moon here, folks. Early economic numbers. It made for a nice trade if you were long early. John's going to talk a little bit more about that. U.S. stock futures edged lower today. Before that number, we did see the Dow contracting edge about 21 points. S&P had dippity-dooed a dozen, and the NASDAQ had fallen a mean Joe Green 75 points. Main average of Wall Street sank yesterday, weighed down partially by the revised data showing that the U.S. economy grew by less than initially estimated in the first quarter, while separate reports found that the weekly jobless claims, as John says, increased by more than expected. Chinese manufacturing, let's go over to China here. China manufacturing activity unexpectedly contracted. Chinese manufacturing activity unexpectedly in May, purchasing the PMI showed today potentially heaping pressure off officials in China to roll out more support measures. So we did see that PMI in China 49.9, and they were looking for weaker than expectations 50.5. And remember, a mark below 50 indicates contraction. Contraction. Yes. And Johnny, what else do we have here today?
Well, as we all know, the PCE numbers for April came out this morning, largely just right as expected. The only differences were the core month over month for April. They were expecting an expansion of 0.3. That came out 0.2%, a little lower than expected. Everything else pretty much came out as expected. Personal income actually came out as expected at plus 0.3%. Personal spending was the only other one that came out a little bit lower than expected. They were looking for 0.3%, came out 0.2%, and the only revision from the March numbers was in the personal spending. They reduced that from positive 0.8% to positive 0.7%. We also have the Dallas Fed PCE number coming out at 8 o'clock, right as we were opening up the opening call here this morning. 8:45, the Chicago PMI. Again, at 11:05, Williams is on the schedule to speak, but you never know when another talking Fed is just going to pop up on the schedule and start speaking. It seems to happen a lot right before their blackout period, where next week and up to the FOMC meeting, they will not be allowed to really speak about much. At 12 o'clock, the rig count is due out. These PCE numbers are really being, traders obviously have jumped into the buy side. They're pleased with these numbers. What is it really going to mean to the Fed? They're probably going to just continue and say, we're just going to watch the numbers. Not expected to have any change in interest rates this coming Wednesday, which is the FOMC meeting. As far as the VIX is concerned, it's down about 5.25%. Nick for a tick says it's a lie anyway. 1368 last time I checked. Dollar index down a little bit at 104.48, and the yield on the 10-year a little bit lower, but still above that 4.5 number at 4.519. So PCE numbers came out as expected, not cold, not hot, just pretty much as expected, but really being really pleasing some early traders here this morning. It's going to be another interesting trading day. Remember, it is Friday. You make some money early, start your weekend, and preserve that capital. Eddie, what else you got?
Well, I got some stuff that we call crude, Texas tea, as Jed Clampett would call it. Well, we did see that oil on the pace for the monthly losses here. Crude hovered around the flat line Friday. We're looking at crude right now. Coming off the top here, hit a top here at 78.62 with the rest of the markets here today. But sellers have sort of got in the driver's seat right now, back down to 78.32. I tell you, when we broke that 80 level this week, I thought we were going to keep that. But obviously, no. We've seen that U.S. crude futures, WTI traded around 77.82, while Brent 81.88. And U.S. inventory saw a bigger than expected draw last week. That was according to Thursday. Now, Thursday, we had the inventories growing 2 million barrels more than expected, and this raises concerns that demand in the world's biggest fuel consumer was sluggish going into that travel-heavy summer season. I don't know. I don't travel too much in the summer season, but by all means, the highway is yours. Johnny, you play the guitar, right? Yeah, you play
I do on occasion.
On occasion, and many a times. I remember you bringing the guitar to one of our Topstep outings, and we sat around a campfire, and John played guitar. That was cool. That was cool. John Lennon had a guitar that he had given to Gordon Waller. I don't know who Gordon Waller is, but he's the pop group Peter and Gordon. And what happened was Waller gave it to the road manager, who just sort of threw it up in his attic. For over 50 years, this thing was sitting in an attic. And I guess they went up there to clean the attic and what have you, and they found this guitar, and they realized that it was John Lennon's guitar. That's why I say, folks, go to your grandparents' house, bring them a box of donuts, and say, hey, I'm just going to go up in the attic for a little bit and see if I can find anything worth millions. $2.9 million sold in an auction Wednesday. 2.9. That's a lot for a guitar. So congratulations, whoever bought it. Just whatever you do, be careful. Don't break it. And no update on the rogue chickens. I couldn't find anything on the news. So they are still on the lamb, and I feel sorry
I
for
think
the
they ate
lamb.
them.
What?
I think they ate them.
They ate them. They ate them
Yes, they ate them.
in a bucket. I love chicken. All right. Can we get our top step tip of the week? Can we get that posted up here? There we
There you
go.
go.
I think we got. Do we got Gabe? Gabe, are you running things back there, buddy?
Yes, he
All
is.
day, my friend.
All right. Yeah, James took the day off. God bless him. And we got Gabe here. So thanks, Gabe. This is going to be the last one here. Trade copying, good or bad? I mean, that's up to you. That's up to you. One thing I want to just mention is, and we talked about it yesterday. If you are trade copying, don't bring out the home run bat right away. All right. Look to add on small profits, small wins, build that foundation. All right. Because if you get a big loss, I mean, confidence is busted. Now you're like, oh my God, I got 5 accounts I've got to rescue. All right. So, I mean, even if you do have a small loss, that's fine. But look small first to build those up. Once you get a nice little safety net, then kick in a little bit more, then kick in a little bit more. But be very careful. It's a lot. Johnny, what do you
Yes, it
got
is.
for these, for our trade copying?
Well, I mean, if you're going to be really focusing on trading on one contract on one account, and adding to 5 or 3 or however many accounts you're adding to, focus on that one account and focus on good risk management in that one account. I wouldn't even be thinking about the other accounts and just trying to trade smaller than I can, managing risk the way I normally would if it was just one account. And if things are going well, fantastic. Remember, there is the equal risk as reward in all of those accounts. Just kind of remember, trade small, manage your risk, work your way up. That's just the way to do it. When one account or 5 accounts or however many accounts you want.
There you go. All right. Let's get busy here because we have gone overboard. It is Friday. And everyone who checked in for yesterday's fire drill, did get that email this morning. Check your email. If you're not seeing it, check your spam and check that for that email. That's if you participated yesterday. And today, no, there will not be. There will not be, I repeat, no fire drill today. But you have a chance with Jack in TopQuiz to get a randomly drawn free reset. But anyway, let's get to these charts. I'm excited. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, always starting with the daily in the S&Ps. We've seen volume and open interest increase towards to and testing that weekly kickoff low of 52.46. Looking at it this morning, thinking it was going to be in play, it has been left in the dust to the downside. But again, the price action today was really likely to be centered around that PCE number. So we'll see how these markets and these traders and investors kind of respond over time to those numbers. Again, vanilla, and as far as I'm concerned, is those numbers. They weren't hot, they weren't cold, came out as expected. So what are we really looking for? With no bad news, these equity markets do have a tendency to continue to grind to the upside. Yesterday, on the pushback to the downside, we did have a pretty deep delta divergence. In other words, we had a lot of short time frame longs against longer time frame sellers. We added 9,000 contracts on the way down yesterday. If indeed those 9,000 contracts were longer time frame traders, we don't know if they have more that they're going to be offering into the market. It's looking a little bit like they may be a little bit trapped to the downside here, a little bit trapped on the short side. However, when we talk about the longer time frame traders, they're never just outright naked anything. They're not short in the hole here in the S&Ps. They're long something against it. Could be actual stocks, could be any number of different instruments that they're trading and arbitraging back and forth. So we did see some pretty positive delta by the end of the day yesterday, 19,000 positive in the S&Ps, and we closed pretty close to the lows. And that additional increase in open interest, it does indicate new shorts coming into the market. By the delta being so positive, I'm viewing those new shorts as being longer time frame traders. Were they preempting a continuation below an important inflection level that I look at, this weekly kickoff low, 52.46? If so, they may be adjusting inventory, which they do to some degree every day, back to the long side here in the S&Ps. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So yesterday, a pretty decent range. We did have a gap that we did not close in the S&Ps. We closed it to almost to the tick the day before. No gap close yesterday. The market really just no overnight inventory until after the 7:30 number came out. Little short time frame longs coming into this market. And looking at yesterday, it was a kind of a range bound day with some continuation to the downside. And if we look at the way the market closed yesterday, it's almost like there was a late spike. Did it really can give us a late spike? Not a true late spike, but I'm still viewing that base of that late spike, 52.75. Looking at the profile, the market extended the range lower, but did come back to close. It was relatively close to back inside the previous range for the day. I'm still viewing this as somewhat of a late spike, 52.75, 52.53 even settlement. So this area right here looks like it might be a kind of an interesting area for an execution at some point today. Take a look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has been holding up much better than the S&Ps. We have not traded down to and tested the weekly kickoff low here, which is on the charts a very similar level to where the S&Ps are, but we've been watching the NASDAQ continue to try and push higher where the S&Ps were more range bound. We did close below below last week's low, which was 18,621. Settlement from yesterday was 18,606. Volume and open interest. Volume was a little bit higher. We added 1,500 in open interest. I'm a little disappointed if I'm thinking that I want the market to go to the downside with that increase in open interest. The 9,000 increase in open interest in the S&Ps. Of course, there's a lot more open interest overall in the S&Ps than in the NASDAQ. I just feel like that $1,500 contract increase in the NASDAQ was a little anemic for the possible continuation to the downside. So yes, the NASDAQ is holding up better than the S&Ps. Today is going to probably, again, be all about the PCE numbers. We know them. We have them. They did not come in hot. The market responded well to the upside. We did not have that delta divergence in the NASDAQ that we had yesterday. So, we're kind of thinking that we saw some possible buyers during the session yesterday in longer time frame, because we did have some negative delta in the NASDAQ. By the end of the day, it was negative 55.24. It was congruent with direction, indicating possibly some shorts, but it's really just not a big increase in open interest, and that's a little bit unnerving if I'm looking for continuation to the downside. I want to see bigger volume and a lot more open interest coming into the market in that regard. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, so no overnight inventory until after the numbers came out. 7:30, the 7:30 move brought us right back into range, right back into value, suggesting to me in the S&P and in the NASDAQ that we may actually find better trade locations as the day goes on. Maybe not right first thing in the morning here. We've got value low 18,645 on this platform. That's volume value low approximately. The market may accept it, may reject it, may come back down, recheck the lows. There's, again, not a lot of overnight inventory here. An opening in range and in value indicates the market is seeking balance in this area. We did have a kind of a late spike also in the profile in the NASDAQ. The base of that late spike, 18,610, 18,606 and a half is settlement. This, again, looks like it might be an interesting area for some kind of an execution at some time. At some time today, we don't know for sure. And as always, in all of these markets, ACH, baby, anything can happen. So the profiles in both the S&P and the NASDAQ were normal variation neutral with late spike-ish activity right at the end of the day. Again, the base of the late spike in the NASDAQ, pretty close to settlement. The base is 18,610. We'll see if there's opportunity there, possibly, if we get the chance to see price action at that level. Taking a look at crude now. A lot of folks, I think, kind of bought into the idea that that $80 level was a go long opportunity, but obviously the market is continuing to remain range bound. This is the 3rd of May, 2nd of May. So the entire month of May, we've been range bound. We've attempted several times to push higher, push here. We've attempted a few times to push lower. The market just continues to rotate from high to low, from high to low. Here we go. Low to high to low to high to low to high to low. Is it going to get down there to that weekly kickoff low? We're still holding our head and shoulders pattern here. This red line represents what I'm considering the true neckline. And until we accept above that level, I'm still looking for rotational activity. We added 5,700 in open interest yesterday on some pretty decent volume. We're seeing some more shorts come into this market. I know it's unusual. We're coming into the summer demand market. There's all kinds of things that are suggesting price should go higher, but we have to trade what we see. And right now it's range bound rules. Sell against the highs, buy against the lows. Sell against the highs, buy against the lows until there's some sort of substantial and sustained breakout outside of this balance area. The 30-minute chart. Okay, overnight inventory, no. Market opened, drove us right into range from yesterday. Now, yesterday's profile was a trend day lower. It was very narrow. There were no single TPOs to really speak of. The market just continued to one time frame lower into the close, where we saw a little bit of short covering, set back to settlement at 77.91. There was no real value established yesterday. The market in a trend day is seeking value. The fact that the market opened and came back into range means the market is starting to try and seek some sort of value, some sort of range that traders can count on in this area today. We don't know what's going to happen. The trend day lower is out of balance. The market in that trend day is attempting to accept balance in an area of previous imbalance, almost kind of like a repair day. Take a quick look at gold here, and we'll get moving on. So gold is in rollover. You should be trading the August contract. Hopefully you are. And the market really has just not been doing much. And this is typical of rollover. A lot of the longer time frame traders are working on getting their contracts moved into the August contract or future contracts, and away from the June contract. There's maybe about 14,000, I think I saw, left in the June contract. That's gonna just kind of dwindle over time. It's a long time till that expires. The front month is August, and the rollover does tend to keep things a little bit confused, a little bit range bound. We're seeing just not a lot of decision in this market, although there has been some decent opportunities. Those opportunities have been see money, take money. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Lots of visuals on both sides of price in this market. It looks like we've just traded to another naked point of control up here at 53.78. Overnight inventory, no, there really wasn't. The numbers came out. It pushed us to check this naked point of control. This looks like a kind of an interesting area for an execution because the market targets those. Sometimes they're good exits, sometimes they're good entries, and sometimes they ain't nothing. But it does give us the opportunity to limit risk. The profile yesterday was normal variation neutral. Makes sense that the market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade, as that is the market's job. Take your deep breath, ladies and gentlemen. Remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And please, by all means, remember every day to pray for peace. Let's have a great trade every day.
Thank you, Johnny. Remember, it's Friday. Johnny, we've got coming up here next, Fast Markets, Andre, MP, Coach J, Coach Dakota. Oh, my goodness. Meet you at the coffee machine. We'll be right back. All right, let's get our ponies and tea times in the gates.
Michael's looking good.
Morning, Andre. All you, my partner.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. This Friday, May 31st. We are open. Let's go, Dakota. We got Jay. We got Michael in the house. Let's go. What are we thinking, guys? Dakota, let's go.
I'm on the house right now to buy the market, like right here, right now. What are your levels, Coach Jay? We just tapped 600.
I'm with you, Dakota. I think this is a good area to buy. This is 50% of that PCE candle right here at 600. Hoag talked about the late spike at 610. I think we had a good area. Where do we limit risk? Probably below that PCE candle, which might be expensive, but I think it's a good spot.
2 check marks right there.
We just missed it.
Yep.
No, we didn't.
No, it's all right.
Let's wait. Let's be patient. Let's practice patience. We're not going to sell this.
Patience. Hold on, Dakota.
We said get the horses out of the
2
gate,
seconds into. Oh, Dakota, you're.
I'm ready to go. Let's buy. I'm not selling a Friday rally. I want to be a buyer. We had lower than expected inflation data, right? What I hear?
Yep.
I just
lying,
heard
lying,
it.
lying.
Order filled?
Yeah.
PCE pretty much came out as expected everywhere. So nothing hot, nothing cold.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Hoag.
We missed the 600s.
I heard it overfilled.
I did too.
I got 2 check marks. 2 check marks, Michael.
2 check marks.
600s. 600s.
Yeah, somebody's trading it up.
Just a heads up here. We got Chicago PMI in a little outside of 10 minutes.
Heard it again.
I put 10 on.
House?
Okay.
Yeah, is that
Yeah, I got 2
what
check
you wanted
marks.
to do?
Yeah, I got 2 check marks.
What price?
Evens. 600s.
Okay.
This is right at the anchored VWAP from the overnight low, right here.
Yep.
Overnight low. Sweet. Shoot this out.
I just tried to get in. I missed it. Let me see if I can.
All right, we're plus 10 from 600. Plus 10 from 600. House accounts plus 10, 6 from 600. All right.
Yeah. I want to see how we trade around this opening range.
Okay.
Not seeing any selling through that 600, which is good for right now.
The 600s, it's flirting. I mean, this is the battle zone, huh? 600s.
Yeah.
Man, we bottomed out.
So where's the stop on this one? Like, what would show that the sellers are in the control or the buyers are non-existent?
Oof, I have a couple levels. I mean, the one I'm thinking is like
Say 700.
85. My last ditch effort where I'm like, I might not want to be buying is 562.
I agree, Dakota.
562,
You get that, Michael?
right?
562.
All right. Good morning, Matt Anaya. I see you in the chat. Morning, traders all across the world watching the. Hey. Oh, he's got the eye drops, folks. This is how we do it.
My eyes are killing me.
You're looking good today, Michael. Yeah, Johnny.
595 is the anchored VWAP from the overnight low. I'd like to see it hold there.
I mean, it's really not like right now. It's
overnight VWAP.
That's 600.
The opening range is at the high now. Opening range is left at the high.
Here right now.
Okay, I'm long 2 from 87. 587.
Nice fill.
Long 2.
Like your entries.
Okay, so we're long 10 from even still up here, and it is 10 handles away. And the 600s aren't holding quite yet, but you're averaging in. Okay, I'm trying to just kind of think this out here.
Yeah.
Morning, Montreal.
MP, what I want to see is the low of this candle from PCE hold, which is at 568.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
All right, so we're coming up to little NASDAQ VWAP.
Yes, we are. You got it at 74, Michael? Ish.
Ish. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm long 3 now. I just added my third contract here at 80.
Out of the gate,
Now,
huh?
yeah,
Buckle up.
little disclaimer: me and Coach Jay came in this morning. We had a conversation like, well, let's not sell a Friday rally, but then we don't want to get caught with our pants down trying to buy the dip.
Yeah.
The same thing we did last Friday, but the opposite.
We got short. We got short on last Friday. All right, bouncing off VWAP here.
Yep. MPI would not add to that house account position just yet.
Okay.
What we got in tilt here? Shit.
We do have an offer up at 18,700. I'll
How much?
check how much is there, but it's over 100. But it's just sitting up there.
There's a 100 lot that just came in. It was 86. How many you got hit?
Yep.
Missed it.
That's the offer?
Bunch of at the offer. All of them got
Yeah,
lifted.
on the offer is sitting there right now.
86. Oh, there it is. Yep. Build.
Filled.
We're pushing here.
139 at 700. It's been there since before the PCE number.
Push this. Eddie, like Eddie said, we got Chicago PMI here in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Besides that,
Dakota,
Yeah.
if you can, for that house account trade, talk through any ads that you think make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, right now.
Go ahead.
Right now, I'm sitting a little naked on understanding where you guys are thinking on stop wise.
Stop right now is fair enough for me. I'm seeing like 572 from that pivot. That pivot we just made.
Yep.
I agree. Initially, it was 568, which is below that PCE candle, but because we just made that pivot, sellers couldn't push it lower. I agree. Set it below where they just failed.
Fucking rally.
So that was
Just rally.
60. What was that level? Andre, help me out with levels. We're at,
Yeah, what do we got?
72.
72s.
Yep.
Back up to entry right now. We're back at 600s are trading. 72 is the stop. Some heat there. Been impulsive on that buy. Well,
Not really. No, that was a great buy. I like that 600 level. I got in long there. I added in the 80s. So I'm long 3 at 585. And the house
Nice
account's
entry.
long 10 at 600. So we're sitting pretty.
Oh, shit. Still got to stop at 72. Take profit. Dakota, please say 700. That'd be really sweet.
Yeah, I'll take 7. I'll take a break of pie a day. I'll take a.
We're in. These markets are ripping around.
We just need to see the buyers keep coming in. It looks decent right now.
Yeah.
What are you guys
Now we just
looking
leave a
for
runner
as
off
far
and
as
go
target?
golfing.
Ultimate price target MP 700, but we got to think conservative. We have to get above the high of that PCE candle, which is 627.
720s. I would like 720s. I would be okay with
All right.
a runner to 720s, and then maybe a stretch of 780 if we could break through that. And I'm not joking. Now is legitimate the time where I would just put my stop loss at 72, and I would go to lunch. I'd go about my day.
Really?
Do something. Yeah. Yep. In a situation like this, if we could continue to break to a new high, if this makes another pivot and 600 hold, yeah, why not, right? I might close out 1 or 2 for profit, be up a few thousand, and then I just leave a runner on for the rest of the afternoon, and then I'll check it every once in a while on my mobile phone to see, and if it needs to be adjusted for my stop loss, I can.
Okay.
Dakota, questions in here. Seeing that market on the sell movement to the downside, and you put a buy in there. What sort of made you do that? What did you see that gave you that green light to put a buy in?
Yeah, we're sharing my charts. Let me go over it real quick, and Coach Jay, you let me know if there's anything different. Coach Jay and I look at this very similar because we're seeing it happen, right? 600s did hold. Essentially, we had that huge push up pre-market. We sold all the way back down. And I mean, this was the key levels that I was looking around. Like everything's in zones, right? From like 565 all the way up to maybe, that key level 600. That's a nice zone. And you guys seen as we started sell off, I got in one long at 600. I added a couple as we started to sell off, and I was scaling in on that zone. What was your thoughts on that, Coach Jay?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. We traded down towards the lows of the news candle. They held. We know buyers came in there, so buyers pretty much protected that price. When we got back down there, maybe the maybe the entry was a little bit early, but it was at 50%, which is what I look at. But not surprised that we kind of had a little flush through it. Love to see that the candle held, and now we just need to see buyers.
Just go.
In here.
I took half of them off because Dakota said the 20. We're 5 minutes into the day.
I know. We all, my God, Jesus. Wake up, everybody. We are long in this market.
Right now, we're at the high.
I'm getting out. I'm out of it. We have almost $5,000 cushion for the rest of the day, guys. For the rest of the day, we have a $5,000 cushion.
Shit. Dakota's in this. Oh, man.
Well, I said 720s, okay?
Who needs coffee when you got a 10 light? You can just slap in the NASDAQ, man. Jesus.
Well, they should have been 20, but yeah. And I say 20 too, even if we got stopped out, we got to start positions.
Oh, man.
Have to start positions with 20 lots, Dre.
But
out of the gate, I was like, holy cow.
I know you were. God.
10 seconds into the day.
We got 90%
long.
I'm looking at this.
80% people are long right now. There's a lot of longs right now. Now, if this is what Dakota and Jay says it is, it's a bunch of buyers coming into the markets because Topstep, everybody and their mother here at Topstep likes to be long right now. And I'm saying this because it was at 80%. It's at 77 right now. But that's if, say there's 1,000 open positions, 770 of them right now, or 800 of them. There's more than 1,000 open positions. But just use that number. 800 of them are all long, or all have the bias to be long. So now you got Coach Jay and Dakota talking about everything above 600s. If the buyers come in. So all that being said, is this like a little tell that the buyers are coming in because we actually have a bias to long side on tilt? I don't know. It's interesting.
MP, I really like that exit. Like I was talking about, the high of the PCE candle is 627. We just traded to the tick. I took my trade off as well. Full transparency, I'm digging an XFA out of the hole. So if I see profit, I'm going to take it. But I still really do like this trade. And if we're going to take another house account trade, I'm still on board with the longs.
Wow,
that order up at 700 is still up there. Books just got really thin though because news is coming up.
News is coming out. Eddie, when we get that Chicago PMI come out, Eddie, when it hits that wire, please let us know. Yes, sir.
Diamond hands,
shout out
MP.
to the executioner getting in without hesitation and then closing at some right at the top of that.
I'm just doing my job, listening to the talent and executing.
Oh man,
like an intern.
Even guns blazing, hoop. How about that one? Woo. Well, that for a Friday. $5,000 cushion in the house account. We are flat. Update the board.
I just took 8 points in the S&Ps.
Nice. There you go, Johnny.
Nice, Johnny.
I'm still down heavily on my GameStop and AMC. Just checking that one. Somebody said Diamond Hands. Somebody said Diamond Hands. I gotta check my GameStop. And I'm showing you guys that the Diamond Hand strategy does not work on crappy stocks. That is, Warren Buffett say otherwise.
Quick check. Boy. So what's the house account P&L?
I think
4460.
5460.
Quick
4460.
Oh, 4460.
$4,500.
I rounded up, guys, just so you guys would be cool. Just so you guys would be cool with my execution.
And, I'm still holding this long.
Dakota's gonna hold this sucker.
I'm trailing this up. We're seeing higher highs on this 100 tick chart, and we're seeing higher lows. So I'm going to continue to trail this up until it stops me out. If I wasn't in a trade, I would wait for a pullback and look for longs. Why not?
Yep. We just filled an offer at the high of that PCE candle again, 627. Hold that 610 from the base of the late spike is acting as a support right now. This looks really good. News could change anything, but this looks pretty good right now. I think at the least we trade up to 668.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys got me out of the gate. Our most patient 660. Our most patient trader, the best trader in the futures industry, period, I'll put them next to anybody else, pound for pound, account for account. And
Using the green room.
out of the gates, like I'm looking to get long, let's go,
right now, right here, right now. Yeah, right here, right now. Let's go, let's go.
Damn, Dakota.
Hey, that's how I was Power Hour Wednesday, right, Andre? We were going for it, and we made $7K on that house account.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
We got to talk about your $40,000 winner from yesterday here later today, Dakota.
Hey, we got about 30 seconds here, traders.
What?
Make sure if you want a position,
You heard it.
keep it on.
Michael.
If not, get flat.
40.
You made
40.
40 grand yesterday? You're in a position, sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Yes, Michael. Yes.
Oh man, you're playing with the best of them.
You're watching
14 years. 14 years I haven't seen trading like this before. I've seen good trading before, don't get me wrong. But I haven't seen ones that can come back if they have we haven't really caught a cold streak. You've been lukewarm,
I had like
but you've never
30K
been
loss.
Chicago PMI coming in at 35.4. They were looking at a 41.5. So we do have that lower here right now.
Okay, I'm flat. I'm going to wait for a pullback and re-enter.
Wait, from what price, Dakota?
What price did I get flat, or what price am I looking
what price
for
would you like to re-enter at?
70s.
I don't 100% know right now. I would love to see if we could push back into that zone again, and then find some type of reason to get back.
You feel that, Mike? Jay?
Yeah, I think this candle here is going to give me an idea of where we could buy this.
What's the price?
Yeah,
it's printing right now, so there's a couple minutes left on this 3-minute candle.
I'm a little more hesitant though, right? The first
I
test
agree,
is easiest, and now it's like, well, let's be a little bit patient, and we don't want to be getting in too fast. No.
Okay, so we got a good pullback. Great out, Dakota. Great out.
What a start.
I'll say intern Mike on executions had a great out as well.
Yeah, your out was in the 20s. My out was in like
25s. 25s, and I rounded up because it was actually 24. But hey,
so it was about the same, right? You got in at 600. So my average price was 85. So we
guns
were there.
Blazing, baby. Guns blazing this morning.
And now we're just 12, 15 minutes into the session.
Here's what I like to do sometimes. I like to pretend I still have the trade on and kind of think about what I'd be thinking about. Like right now, if we still had the evens on, it's not my trade, guys. This is the house account. This is a collective opinion. Here we go. Hold on. Here we're at 80s. Here's a sell off.
Here's a sell off for retesting. You up 79.
So we would have been stopped out, right? Andre, we would have been stopped out.
We'd be so pissed right now. We'd be so pissed. All right, we're pushing through VWAP to the downside here, trading 75s. NASDAQ.
All right, we got a 70s. What do we have below here in the 5 handle?
500
handle.
517.
Okay, that's a ways away.
This is really heavy negative. This is real selling here.
What's volume?
I would not buy this until this is the heaviest negative delta. Negative 1400 delta right now on this candle, which is some real selling. 10,000 contracts in this 3-minute candle so far. But if they can't push price lower, then they become buyers.
We got the 60s. We got the 60s, Jay. We're at the top of that consolidation from overnight. And so do we see some type of reason to buy it in this zone again?
We are rocking and rolling here, folks.
Hoagland, do you have any insights?
I'm looking at dailies here.
I'm looking for like ice orders or like Delta. We are Delta negative now in the NASDAQ about 800, but it's kind of congruent direction. I got to get my NASDAQ chart up here.
Yesterday's low, 546.
I mean, session, overnight session VWAP is at 576. And that seems to be a little bit of a sticking point for us. We looked below it. We're back above it.
Okay, hold on. So we got 576, 546. And then, Andre, what other levels were you? Is there any zones? I think when we do all this, getting those, is there a zone here?
And Jay, we just looked below that 730 bar when the PCE number came out and rejected there as well, at least for now.
Popped right back up. Yeah, I think if we can get down to 570 again, we can put on a really cheap trade, even if you want to put on size. And I would risk the low of that candle we just had. You could go with a 10-point stop and keep it pretty tight. Because if we break through that candle, if we break through that candle, then we're going to sell off. But if not, if that candle holds, right, sellers showed that they couldn't push below 550, I would put my stop right below that. If we can get down to 570.
Probability will we have a higher probability to sell off. But yeah, I like that. I mean, we went down into the 60s. That was the zone we were looking for, and we had that heavy selling, like you said, it was major selling, and they didn't really get anywhere. And so if we can't continue past that, then there could be a reason. So maybe we have 75 holds, right, where support becomes support again, where we held this morning. Well, this morning, I mean, held earlier, 76, 75, 76 held. That little pivot from this morning, 5 minutes at the open.
I'm trying to see if there's any reason that we should be shorting this instead of buying it. So I'm just going to kind of scan around the charts real quick.
Yeah, fair.
Yep.
Okay, Dakota, have you ever played the game like if I were to say do the opposite of what you want to do, could you explain why it's a good position to get into? Like right now, if I said, "Hey, tell me why. Tell me a reason why I should get into a short," and you have to give me a reason.
Oof. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what we were just talking about with Coach Jay, right? Like we had that low, we had a major selling, and if we break below this pivot we just made at 561, 560, we could have just a continuation, right? And then if I'm looking at this from a 5-minute perspective, we had that sell off.
Hold on, Dakota. You guys are talking about longs right here on a low risk long, or
in the 60s.
Yeah, we were talking about longs. I wouldn't right now. I would hold off.
No,
we are starting to break a little bit.
546 yesterday's low.
There's your 60s. There's your 64s.
You out, Dakota?
What's that?
58s, 59s.
You're out of the position, right?
Yeah, I'm flat.
What's the damage?
Right, so we're back at if we got long at 60s right now, we're 4 handles in the money, still feeling like this thing's really heavy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
5 handles in the money, still feeling like now we're breaking even. You know, like I kind of sometimes always think about that too. That's why it's okay missing trades, but not on the house account if we're seeing something. All right, so now if you
this is still really heavy.
why'd you guys both back off? Why'd you guys both back off of that?
The momentum.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. Momentum.
Yeah. There was strong enough
guys,
momentum
take
into
notes.
that we don't want to jump in front of that.
Got it. There's 5,000 of you here. I don't know where the other 2,000 are because we've been averaging around 7. Wake up. It's Friday. Take notes.
This week, guys. And maybe you could add to this because I had this question. I had some traders during slow markets ask me this question, like how much of this is mechanical and how much is this intuition or intuitive? What is it called? Discretionary versus mechanical. And I'm like, there is some of this that we're doing that it's very hard to explain from a mechanical standpoint. And what we just watched, you know, Coach Jay is watching the selling come in. We've seen momentum. It's like it's very hard to just explain that. And some of this is intuition, just like experience, putting in that chart time. Like, okay, you know what? I want to look at for a long in these 60s. I was like, oh, this is no longer looking that good. I'm just going, well, why? I'm like, well, experience watching this and then us trying to figure out how to explain that to a group of new traders.
I think that some traders need, or if you've been in this business longer than like 6 months, you should know this by now. Like when I say know this by now, like that there's a level of intuition here. There's a level of like, if that was the case, let's just say like this is like we always compare it to sports. If it was so mechanical, why don't they just put a robot out there and play basketball? Yeah, like you have to have the feel of the game. You have to have the understanding, the situational, all these things, and then you have to have your mechanical and technical and all that kind of stuff. You can't just put a robot out there. Okay, we're making.
It comes 46s. 46s yesterday's low, overnight low.
So we did overnight trade below 18,500. So there are some sellers down there that may make some money today if we trade below 18,500.
Chicago PMI is this thing lower.
Do we get into this? Do we look for an opportunity to short a pullback, or are we looking for longs down the low of that range?
Low of the range, what are you calling it? 500?
Yeah. So I would say between like 490s to
massive buying came in at 550 yesterday. If you guys remember, towards the close, massive buyers came in at 550 yesterday.
Yep.
Yeah, that's also something to consider. So it's do we look for longs somewhere down here, or do we wait and sell a pullback? I'm for the longs because I'm typically bullish, and I mean,
hold on. What was the question? What was the question, really quick, Dakota? And can we put a poll on this? Oh, guys, whatever he says, put a poll.
Yeah, do we look for longs continuation to this morning's sell-off, or do we look for longs down here at the bottom of this overnight lows, or do we look for to short the pullback, right? Which would have been a great opportunity at those 580s, which well, with hindsight, it was a good opportunity.
We'll do a poll, guys. You don't have to answer in the what you call it, chat.
The old chat.
Yeah, stay focused. Keep those hands free.
Locked and loaded here. Jeez. Guns blazing.
We're in the middle.
Look for longs.
We're selling.
I would not look to buy this until a lot lower. Yeah,
really?
It has to be near 500. The way the selling is coming in right now.
Too.
Yeah.
See the volume. Yep.
Yeah.
And we need to make sure that we don't do what we were talking about last night, Jay, is be the guy trying to buy the dip when we're selling off. And it's like,
there you go. Pull us up. Look for longs or short the pullback. Look for longs or short the pullback here.
What do we got so far?
Currently 57% long, 500 votes in.
We could be.
Wow, we're down here in the 35s. 35. Show me 35. I'm 35 bid on one, Andre. 35 bid on
35 on one. 35 on one. Phil.
So
you personal?
No. I'm just playing.
You're just
doing
doing
your trading game with you.
You're just quoting markets here. I like it.
32
markets,
trade.
Yeah.
Gold selling off.
That Chicago PMI number, which seems like a small number, that was a really bad number.
Had to be, right, John? It was a big.
That was just not good. We're down below yesterday's range low. We're right at that low right now. If you guys are going to be playing with the overnight low, I like to let it go below it and then let it come back up above the overnight low in the NASDAQ. That would be 18,485. So if we get down below that and we come back above that, that triggers the long, and the low we just put in is the risk.
Hold on. Andre, help me out with what that trade is.
Got a check mark at 45. One check mark at 45. We got to dip below it, test it, and come back above it.
Whoa, look at that. There's a check mark, guys. You see that?
Dakota, you like that? Test beneath 485s and push through.
Yeah. I'm gonna watch the price action. Let the market tell me. And while you guys were talking, I'm looking at gold, and gold's actually looking like I want to short it.
Gold's getting hammered. We got 77% long in gold on the tilt. YM hit at 90% long. It has sold off aggressively.
See, now here, that selling pressure is starting to slow down in the NASDAQ. Not enough to want to buy it, but it's slowing down.
We're testing yesterday's session low again here.
Yeah.
That's 546, yesterday's session low.
How about that start, Michael? Right, I like nice cover. Who needs
coffee, like you said?
Who needs coffee when you just slap a 10 line on this thing?
Do we have a reverse button approval on the house account? Because that would have been a great reverse button.
Now you're just getting cocky.
That would have been.
You're getting cocky.
The old intern can only hit one button at a time. I don't know.
Now you're just flexing.
Yeah, you're flexing when you're sitting there. If you're saying
I get hard.
Yeah, I get into a trade, and then the rest of the day I just use the reverse button. You're like, that's like carving the market up perfectly. It's hilarious.
Yeah. It's literally the worst button they put on trading platforms. I don't even know why it exists.
It's the worst one.
We're going higher. Nope, we're going lower. We're going low. Nope, we're going higher.
Okay, we're at a key level that I'm looking at. I like these 544, 545. If we hold this could be a signal that we might go higher. If not, we sell. I think we might break the low again.
So we got all right.
Yeah, we have a lot of support right here at the lower 540s. So if we hold this spot right here, right now, we go up. If we break it, I think we go for another low.
See how we goes. S&P's.
What do we got, Andre? Anything
46.
showing?
We got check mark at 46. We got just one check mark right here. Dakota wants to see how it reacts off of this level right here.
Yeah, I'm long 47. Just one lot, something small. See if I could catch something to break above it back into the 50s.
1,000 votes on that poll. 55% say long.
I have a rule. If I start thinking about using the reverse button, I just burn a $100 bill and then stop.
Oh, that's great.
The old
I love it.
Reverse button is wild, man. Crude selling off here, trading 77.85. Dakota, you're long one lot from what price?
547. I'm gonna get out. This is a quick one, just one lot, quick in and out. Only risking like $80 or something. Yeah, I'm out.
All right, Jay. I think you said you want to see if we get to these 500s. Oh, Jay stepped away for a second. He'll be back.
Yeah.
What do you got?
500s, maybe even test the overnight low. We might even break it at this point. We selling the little pullback and selling these little bounces to those lows, obviously with hindsight, but here we go.
Yeah. 485. We got two check markers. 485.
I'm going to take my check mark off and
all right,
say
check mark off.
Yep, I'm just looking at this. We're gaining a lot of momentum to the downside, and we might break this. And I'm going to be looking for 430s
to the downside.
Okay. Wow.
430s downside target. And essentially, that's 430s, 420s is what I'm looking for downside targets.
All right, it's really happening.
Eddie, you looking for 420s as well?
Oh, there he is.
Whoa.
There he is.
Whoa.
92% long gold right now on the tilt. 92% long gold. Everything else.
He like a ganj.
Wow. Here comes 500s. Here comes 500s in the NASDAQ.
I don't know if that was real or a sound effect.
What was that, Dakota? What are they doing?
We never know. We never know.
Dakota, what are they doing back there? Jeez.
What are they doing over there? Never know what they're doing over there.
I don't know what she's doing up there. Ma. Milo. All right. Jeez, it's Friday, everybody. Last day of the month.
You're like,
first.
Our two offices, just so everybody know, our two offices are in Colorado and Chicago, and it's both legal there. So if you're like, hey, you guys talk, no, it's actually, it's like a cigarette.
All right. Oh, is this? Oh my god.
We made our money
500s.
the first 5 minutes of the day.
Oh my gosh.
The meatloaf. We want it now.
All right, we're down here in the 500s, and Hoag, you were talking about the 480 somethings.
45.
Yeah,
the overnight low.
Overnight low.
Gotta go below it and then come back above because that sets the risk.
So do we sell a bounce? We sell a pullback. That's what I'm in the.
You call them pullbacks. I think I call.
What do you call pullbacks?
You call a pop a pullback.
A pop.
I mean, I'm just saying pullback based off of the current trend.
Trend. Got it.
Yeah, because the trend right now is from like 660s all the way down to 500, and then a pullback against that, or pop, bounce, pullback.
Damn, we covered at 625. Jeez.
I know the focus.
Sell the rips.
The focus is on the NASDAQ, but the S&P's just traded and tested down to 52.46, which is the weekly kickoff low.
Yeah, great trade. You missed it, Jay.
What, the 46s? John, your numbers are spot on. Guys, at top of your chat is the daily Topstep daily levels. You get them, just put them on a tab and refresh it every morning. That's what I do. It's updated.
Same.
We're going to be getting more and more levels from we're talking about it and possibly put them in here. But this Topstep daily levels, this link on the very top, will eventually be an indicator that you can click on your Topstep X Trading View indicators, and it'll plot them in here. It'll already have them in here for you.
Nice.
So that's exciting.
Did not expect Chicago PMI to get this market like this. Is there a Topstep museum? No, we're not that old.
There is.
Yes, there is.
Where?
There is kind of 100%. What do you mean?
The office?
Where? Yeah, we call it. It has the history of everything. We even said it's going to be like a museum trophy room. We call it the trophy room, guys.
Okay, not
We
the
have
museum.
Well, I mean, they have nostalgic things in there from our past. I don't know. I guess you can't call it that. But
we're not that.
But
we also have Lincoln's hat.
we have the gun. The gun that shot him too is in there as well.
Amazing deal we got.
My office is like a little museum of the industry. I've got all kinds of artwork and stuff from the floors and history and all kinds of stuff. Yes. We'll do a tour one day.
We'll do a tour of Hoag's office. We'll do a tour of the Topstep on the 42nd floor. It's on the top floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. Now, some people be like, well, there's a 43rd floor. Well, the 43rd floor doesn't even get used, and it's like an attic. We've been up there. So it's technically it's the top floor of the Chicago Board of Trade. We used to, top step of the trading pit is where the Topstep name came from, where the biggest and best traders stood. John can show you his badge sometimes that says he's a Topstep trader from the Chicago Board of Trade. You had to get registered to stand on the top step.
He still is.
He still is.
I think there's a lot of room for a short here, guys. I think there's
I was thinking like
room for a short here, guys.
We're showing some buyers at the bottom of that range that we were looking at, right? In that zone, 18,500 plus or minus 10 points, and now we had that bounce or that little bit of a pullback to the high 530s. Was that an opportunity to short? Did we miss it?
I got it. I'm trading micros right now. Like I said, I'm working on this XFA. I did get in a 2 contract short. But I just got stopped out.
Don't add to that.
No.
What's going on?
No, I'm joking because the dollar
Some
cost
people
world
found out the hard way yesterday. It sounds like.
Yeah. Yesterday, I heard a bunch of people. I was in micros, and I'm like, what's wrong? That micros are built to dollar cost average to work a zone. To work a zone. The structure, the nature of a micro is to work a zone. But I guess in some payout policies, it's to deny you.
Yeah, those guys found out the hard way about the DCA.
You can't do that. Man, like nobody else does that.
Changing the rules in mid game. S&P staying holding a bid pretty nicely here.
No, Andre, they're just enforcing them now.
Oh, all right. Now, guys. Now. 80% long YM, 69% gold.
Okay, do we short this? That's the question, or do we wait and are we looking for longs?
546 is yesterday's low. This is right here, right now.
Right here, right now.
I mean, I'm getting short 3 in my personal account.
Yeah, I like this short here. I do. Where do we set risk though, Dakota? So the only thing about shorting here, anchor view up from the New York session.
60s. Got 2 check marks. 2 check marks for short.
Short 60s, Dakota?
No, I'm saying here, where you want to put a stop loss.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, but we very much could short.
I think short in 60s where they stop higher.
Yeah. I would be okay with shorting into the 60s.
Yep.
I'm not a good short trader though, so take that with a grain of salt.
Stop saying
all right, we got to stop. We got to.
All right.
You're up 70 G's. You're up 70 G's on your last 2 short trades.
I mean, those looking at the market from a short bias is very difficult for me. And so unless the trade is like really, really good, it's hard for me to just say, yeah, I like that short. So like a trade like this where it's like, 60s. Man, it's not amazing, where I'm not willing to build a huge position. It's just hard for me to take it.
What so you guys like a short in the what area?
60s, 2 check marks at 60.
It's kind of I think, like you're saying, Dakota, I don't know if it's going to get up there.
Yeah, that might have been the play. Yesterday's low 46s, because that's what I. Yeah, either or. I mean, this is a zone, and my stop loss would be 72, 73.
Yep.
And Peter's short in the personal.
I'm short in my personal from 46, 45.
Nice.
3 guy.
Nice.
Someone says Dakota's better at shorting. Maybe I'm just more selective at shorting, and I'm taking higher probable trades. And maybe that's a lesson that I could learn myself when it comes to my overall trading. And it could be a good example, right? I'm just being extremely picky with it, and that's probably the right way to do it.
For the record, MP, you seemed shocked by that number from Dakota yesterday, but yeah, we have a little something for the world's worst shorter. Gabe, take it away. We're bringing back the old graphic.
What do we got here?
Parlay. Yes.
he hates it. I love it.
And going on tour, the world's worst shorter. I believe we have one more. There it is.
Oh, wow.
40K magic.
Bruno Mars.
Still in 2017. Bruno Mars, also a fantastic trader. Very bad gambler.
Very, very bad gambler.
Oh,
we should work a deal with Bruno.
Yeah.
He is the
one. That short paying for you, MP. You're short 3, right?
You know what I did, guys? I put it on, and I just put it in these simple brackets. And I'm going to put them right here. I'm risking 1,000. Those is that put me at the 72s, 62s. Sorry, 62s. But I'm not going to talk that one up. I'm going to let that one sit. That one's going to marinate.
Oh, I like that.
You
know what that means, Andre?
Go take out that 45.
I do indeed.
45. Hold on, downside or upside? Because
485 to the downside. 485 to the downside is what I would be looking at right now.
Overnight low.
I'm short. I did get short too. Again, I'm trading micros, so I'm taking profit as I see it until I get back to the point where I want to trade bigger size. But if we continue to see some selling coming in, that bounce that we just saw, right? That was about almost a 50-point bounce, 45 points. And the selling came back in, and on that bounce, there was really no positive delta. So it kind of just looked like short covering.
Okay, so MP short from 46s. Jay, you're getting short as well. Some micros
I'm
up
short
here.
38 quarter.
38 quarter.
Well done, well done. Dakota, you're flat.
I'm flat.
You're short from 38 quarter. That's a good entry. Did you work into that one? Did you work into that one?
No. I mean, I guess you could call it working in because I'm trading micros. I didn't have to be too perfect with the price. It's a lot easier to trade a zone with micros.
Yeah.
Wow.
Funding team, finance team at Topstep. He was working into that position.
Oh, MP fired up today.
Deny.
Oh man. It's too good. Where else can you have this kind of fun?
Risk team. We've got a moron trade going.
Accumulating in a zone is the thinking man's moron trade, please.
I like it.
Oh yes, can't do that. It's not,
All right,
that means we're going to cut off the house account. We're going to have to cut off the house account. That's the case.
We are pushing lower.
My personal right now is knocking on the door of the house account. I know that.
Wow, everyone's up
on a 3-banger.
Yeah, it's a 30. Wow, here we go. 500's incoming. 500 incoming. Sellers coming in. Tilt. Nothing on tilt. S&P's finally catching up with what the NASDAQ.
Order
still. I'm trading to break even. I took 2 of them off, and I'm trading for a break even right now.
Nice job, Michael. Trade 496.
500 if we pop back up.
Yeah, look out below. No, I think this is a timber to 430s, 420.
Damn.
Oh, Eddie, you have that sound effect. Remember, I go, we need a sound effect that goes timber. You have that?
Yes.
And he does.
Yes, we do.
It's gonna be so exciting.
I got a bunch of them.
Everybody.
Right here, right now. Let's see that sound effect in play. We could see just a fall out of bed right here.
Time it perfectly right now, Eddie. Trading 500s. Timber. Uh-oh.
Jay short, Michael short.
I just got stopped out of that.
Nice
Like I
trade.
said, I didn't want to see a pop above 503. I could always get back in another trade, but just taking profit as I see it. Really like that trade, MP. Like I said, I think we go take out that overnight low of 485. If we're looking to buy it, the reaction to that might give us an opportunity.
Here we go.
That's what John was saying. All right, here we go.
Timber. There you go. Thanks, Eddie.
485, new lows. 484, new
That was
lows.
the extra push. There it goes.
All right, I covered.
MP, nice trade, dog.
I covered.
Nice trade.
Aw.
Oh,
MP, if we see 420, if only we had a runner.
Here comes the joke.
Great cover. You're the executioner. You covered amazing.
Beautiful trade.
I do one thing in life really well. My dad always says, do one thing very well in life and you'll be successful. I'm like,
76 is trade.
let me figure out what that was. Executioner.
Oh, I was gonna say,
In a world with no
that
runner.
could've went a different way, but
480s trade. John, do we still like to see the push? Go ahead, Jay.
There's a bid. I mean, this is kind of way out of the way, just like that 700 was, but there's a bid sitting at 350.
350.
Okay, guys, what house account play? What are we thinking?
short.
What are
It
we
was
looking
short
at?
46, right? That was
Those
that was
46.
Yeah, that was it.
I for another pullback.
Took that, kept that.
Wait,
I put that one in. I put that one in my own pocket, guys. Sorry.
The private stock over
There's
there.
like a little New York
And-
mafia on that one. I'm like, nah, that's a cash
That's mine.
transaction only on that one.
I'm gonna take that for
MP,
myself.
Wimbledon. What are you up?
A balmy 2550.
Wow, one trade. Wow. All right. Well, are we testing these beneath those 485 overnight lows? Made new lows at 473. We're gonna see if we can push higher here.
maybe we could have a conversation about taking payouts.
Dakota.
Yeah.
Dakota. Would you like to? Really?
No, I think MP and
Dakota.
I would have a conversation about this.
Yeah.
I think you're great at teaching people things. There's also a level of teaching people account management. And this is where you take money and you pay yourself. And Dakota's only taken us enough to pay his professional data fees. I love it.
Oh my God.
It's got like a couple $100,000. He's like, I'll take a payout request of $125. I'm like, Dakota, you know how long it takes the team to do? Like, we would much rather be paying you out $200,000 than $125. You got to do the
Those
same
data
level of
fees,
effort.
man, you probably heard it from Mick. Mick, Brett, and Matt B messaged me yesterday. Hey, your card got declined. It gets declined every month for data fees. I'm like, come on.
Wow, it's more selling.
I need that payout.
Oh. Okay.
All right,
New lows,
I'm looking-
Oh, don't worry about
466.
that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
466s?
This
Anything
is
down here?
really heavy.
330, 18,330 weekly kickoff low. Only thing I got here on Topstep daily levels.
Is that right?
330s. Yeah.
Wow. And that bid that's down there is only 20 points above that.
Yeah,
You know how
I
good
like
Hoag's levels are.
420s, 430s. 420s, 430s for me.
Where do we get short?
We're going back to the 420s, guys. We were talking about it a long time ago when Eddie was ripping it.
Short 485.
You like a short
You're
from
short for
485?
485?
No. I'm asking if we're looking for the house account, right? If we're honestly, I think
Check
we
mark.
continue selling off. I don't see a reason for this market to now all of a sudden turn around on a Friday. So, and anything can happen, right? I don't see a good reason for it to. This looks really heavy. We just got negative data. So where do we short this? And still
85.
manage risk?
85.
85.
you like-
85, 84.
All right, 2 check marks, 485s.
To get short.
Yep. John, you like that?
Where's your
Well,
stop? on that, Dakota?
there is a session gap that starts down at 18,482. I'm sorry, 18,482 and goes all the way down to 18,433. So 482 to 433, and that kind of takes us relatively close to that weekly kickoff low. So if we get into that
85.
session gap, we take that out.
Okay.
We'll see what happens.
85s.
Yeah, I mean, we just broke the lows, and so it's like, do we have a nice little bounce up between like the 485?
I got short.
84,
I'm short. I'm short right now. The house.
Okay.
From 83.
83. Okay. 10 times?
20
Hey,
times. We're up
there we
7
go.
grand. All right.
Wow. 20
Okay.
times. Wow. I like the execution.
Just
Short 20
yeah,
from
I would-
83. 483.
I would not let that one retest your entry. I would not let that retest your entry. Because if we get back above that,
That's what I. Yeah.
But great trade.
Yep.
What are we targeting? 420.
I took 10. I took 10 of them off. We're gonna have a
10.
runner. We got 7,000 locked in on the day. So I'm gonna keep this one on as
Nice
a runner.
execution,
You guys tell
MP.
me. You guys tell me where to stop is.
Break even. and just
Stop
let it
at
go.
pivot right
Break
there,
even,
right?
let it go.
The stop at
Yeah.
Right here.
487, 488.
All right, we're up 11 grand.
Sniper, Patak.
Wait, did you take off?
You're done. Woo!
I took them all off.
All right. Goodness.
Got to go to my
Great
kid's
trade.
graduation here in about 20 minutes or half an hour. Yeah, no, that was good, guys. Good calling that one out.
Did we get 11,000 on the dot?
Get off together and work as one.
Ooh. So you can work as
That's
one.
cool.
They said it couldn't be done when we started the house account. They're like, you can't have a bunch of different ideas and converge it into one.
Plus 11. Geez.
And if everybody plays their role, that's what we talk about at Topstep too. If everybody stays in their swim lane, plays their role, and leans on their strengths, and let's talk about in business too, like on a marketing team or on a funding team or risk management team, they all have different strengths. We always kind of lean into that. Point of story is I got the two thinkers, and then I got the gatherer, Andre, and then the executioner, me.
There
We
we
just
go.
play our role.
Beautiful, yeah, and beautiful executions. Just no hesitation. Hey, 75, boom, in. All right, sell off, out. And here is the very important thing why I absolutely love the daily loss limit. Last Friday, we lost 10K, right? Hit the daily loss limit on the house account. Here we are the next Friday. It's easy, right? If you have a stop loss and we're able to trade for tomorrow, and you can have days like this, and that really make up for those losers.
Yeah.
Yep. Good job all around, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it, but what if
We
we
should
had
have
a run?
What?
What if we had a runner?
What if we had a run? I really think you go test 400, and that 350.
420s.
There's no reason. There's no bid in this market at all.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't.
421s, Jex says. You guys been saying 420s 100 handles higher. More than that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, since we
330.
that was our
330
downside.
weekly kickoff low. 330.
Here we go.
Look out below. Timber, Eddie.
Oh, hell no.
We got NVIDIA breaking lows apparently. Thanks, Craig Taylor. And we know
Right,
NVIDIA
Jeff.
runs the world. So
Yes, it does. Where's Nick for a tick? NVIDIA's selling off Nick for a tick. They said it couldn't be done.
I mean, it's a combination of all the Magnificent Seven on market value. I don't know. Irrational exuberance is what I like to call that market cap.
This is what the CEO of Jeep looks like. Oh, sorry.
I was just
Sorry.
I was just thinking that. I was like, I don't
He's
know. It
working
kind
at-
of doesn't look
he's
like
working at a
doesn't look like a
dealership.
Jeep guy.
I thought he was working the
Yeah.
dealer. Sorry. My bad.
this is going to. I hope if your weekly kickoff low hits, I think it will. Honestly,
What is
the way
it?
this market looks,
330.
you are a genius. 330. You already are a genius, Hoag, but this is wow.
We're in the gap now. We're in that session gap.
What is there?
Okay,
You guys have been saying 420 still.
Or 20.
420s.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we can't sell here. This is selling
18
in the whole-
quarter closes that gap.
Okay, it's going to do one of these flush outs, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just there's not a bid to be found right now.
That market is going to. It looks like it wants to go get that bid at 350.
Here we are, 420s.
It covered 625. Wow.
If only we had a runner.
So-
Yeah, Dakota. Whoever you're along
You
from.
guys want? Are we playing the 420s?
To buy it? No.
Okay.
It's scary.
Let it stop.
It's very scary.
This is very aggressive selling right here, and there's not Salesforce started all of this.
Yeah, dang Salesforce.
Big Salesforce.
Dakota, what was that area we were talking about last night that we said if we get down here, we're just going to go full port buy?
It was this. This was that area. This was the area. This was the area.
I don't know if I like it anymore, but this was the area.
Is it because we're too scared? Do we just scare ourselves out of the trade that we wanted?
Not me, guys. I got
420s?
22s on a 3-lot on my personal account.
This guy just carving it up, man. Carving station, man. Your favorite part.
Not
of the
every great
buffet,
player is a great guy. Not every great player is even a good guy.
No thinking, just
Joel loves the carving station more than Michael. Little prime rib.
I let
little
myself
turkey.
get too scared for that. And MP's over there just no hesitation, just taking it.
Yeah.
I mean, long 3 from 22. You guys are hesitating. I'm like, the house account Mike is executing, but old MP's person over here needs a little bit of a padding. So
Jimmy Vu, good job. Up 2 G's on the XFA. Let's go.
Hey, well, the thing is, Dakota, even if we did hesitate, if this level is that good, it'll give us an opportunity. There is Baiynd stepping in here now for the first time in a long time.
Not anymore for a second.
I
Oh,
know.
did you cover that
I
one,
don't know.
MP?
Nope.
I don't know how much these
Yeah,
buyers are going to
it's
get.
holding it.
but
Held 24s again for a minute.
Yeah.
We're starting to see a lot of volatility right here, right now. So there is.
It's not.
There's a battle that's going on.
Yes, there is. Tilt 63% long ES and Q 50-50. Wow, that was last 2 days have just been wild.
Okay, I like this for the bulls. We made a
Same.
pivot higher, and if we could break above 442, then we might see some more buyers step in and see the 50s again.
Yeah, I agree, Jack. I agree. Markets are rocking right now. We got nothing on the calendar. We got Baker Hughes at noon. That's nothing. It is just clear from here on out. Chicago PMI. Who would have
So
thunk it?
just a real quick shout out to Abs Phoenix. I've seen you post this message maybe 15 times, but you made $408 trading micros today. Congratulations. That's a great trading day.
That's
Well
very
done.
good trading. Micros. Yep.
Yeah, it is.
I'm not a micro guy. Takes a while to do the same thing I wanted to do with a mini, but
Okay, here we go. Let's see if we get that break into the 50s right now. Because this, nope.
Yeah,
we're
this area looks really
not
good
yet.
still.
I kind of want to join you, MP.
well, the water's warm.
429 with a stop below.
What's your deal today, man? Man.
Grab a pina colada and hop on in.
Living up the Friday, man, with those perfect executions.
Oh, man.
Entries and exits.
Need some buyers to step in
What do
here.
we have? We've been talking about the 420s forever, but we need some buyers to step in. This thing is still doing battle.
Yeah, they did, right? They held that low at 420. That was the and I'm looking at 3-minute candles. That was the largest positive delta that we've had since the day started. Positive 738 there. But if there's no follow through, then those are trapped buyers, and maybe they were just covering shorts.
It was like a 25-point bounce. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Maybe they were just covering shorts.
Thank you, Amir. 500 bid on 52.30 S&Ps.
Well, the 20s, right? What are you thinking right now? Because right now it's just not holding. I don't really feel like taking this. If the market's going to do another free fall, what are you guys thinking on the 20s? Sorry, on the longs, because Dakota, you were actually liking it, but that was in the 30 area, which is that right? Roughly where it is right now, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I still like it. I don't know why. I'm just hesitant right now because we have so much selling pressure, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see another. Maybe we even see 330s, 330s,
I'm out.
340.
Yeah, I think that's a good out. We didn't.
Dude, the I got out. The S&P is getting destroyed.
Yep. Wow. Here we go. New lows. Boom. New lows. 400.
I just sold it. I sold market. I mean, let's see. I'm sick of just watching this.
Wow, did you see that? 04s.
Oh, look up low.
What levels do we have down here?
Weekly kick 330s. Weekly kickoff low.
330s.
330. Wow, 330s. Okay, we'll play the 330 games. Well, here's your evens. 400 evens. Nice out, intern Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, great trade, MP.
All right.
I just want to say shout out to all of us for not holding on to that long bias earlier in the day.
Yep.
I just sold the breakout, so we'll see. I sold 412s.
We're in the 300s now.
You sold 412s.
Okay, there you go. I closed $200. That was a weird one. I practicing short trading.
Just getting in there.
Yeah,
short 412 all the way down here, and
house change.
A little bit of money.
What levels do we have? 330 lows. 330. Do we have anything?
S&Ps here.
There is an argument to buy 390s because that's the bottom of that consolidation on like May 15th.
Hoagland, what do you got? 390s is one argument.
I'm just looking at the S&Ps here, which just traded down to a naked point of control. It goes back to the 9th of May. That level was 52.29, 52.29. It took a little look below it and just bounced off of it. But I'm not ready to start buying it just yet.
Yeah, I think you're right, Johnny.
That kind of correlates like with the 330s, 340s in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, the NASDAQ has been holding up much better, but that does correlate with that level.
Mm-hmm. So that consolidation we was looking at last night, Jay, the bottom of it is like 393. And if we sell it, I mean, we're going to most likely maybe see 360s, 370. Next.
Yeah. Are you still short, Dakota, or are you out?
I closed it. it.
Way to get out, Michael. Way not to get married to that long there. Like Jay said.
Oh, there's a nice pop. There's some buyers stepped in right there.
They're going to try to hold this.
Yeah, 86s. So you guys are talking. You're saying the 390 area. I think you're the only one talking about 390s, or John, or somebody. If somebody else had talked about 390s, let me know. But I heard 390s from Dakota, and then 86s was the low. But it's straight 97. It's not like you're that much in the money.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no, again, the only positive delta that we saw was in that 3-minute candle was two candles ago. Even on that bounce just now, there was no positive delta. It's still very negative.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah. And then you got the S&Ps are just hanging on the lows. So you got every newbie trying to pick bottoms right now, right on the lows. Yeah. And then this is when the lows get fed. The lows get fed means get long, make a new low, stops getting run, makes lower lows. And then it's just like everybody that keeps picking bottoms, everybody has a stop amount.
Puke fest,
in their own personal broker. Yeah, puke fest. So right now we're on the lows.
There we go. These are longs just puking right now.
Yeah. Bottom pickers.
Okay, we just broke through that consolidation again. So let's see if we see 370, 360s.
70s, 360s.
What does the daily levels have on it? Anything?
330s. That's downside target or like weekly kickoff low. Is that bid still down there, Jay?
Yep, just sitting there.
What is Jack on? What are you talking about, Jack?
What?
Jack's on chat.
This guy's called himself the real Jack, so I asked if he's a birth certificate Jack or some poser John, and he's a John. My birth certificate says.
Why don't you just switch yours to the official Jack? It's so stupid. The whole social media world. Oh, you're the real one, or you're the official one. I mean, we do it too.
We're still getting hammered here.
So that bid is 200 now at 18,350. They might know something.
200. There it is.
No.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna jump on with it. It says 250 now. No, I'm joking.
What are you guys jumping on?
There's a bid at 350, 199.
Okay.
Someone just took one off.
Okay, I'm gonna jump on with that as well. That's kind of close to that 340 level.
You're gonna buy with them?
Yeah, I'll buy in that zone. It's a zone. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Are they going to be the exact bottom? Nah.
Well, there's 250 of them. There's 250 of them there now.
MP's jumping off.
I was just gonna say maybe I just short it until we get there.
I think so.
Oh, there's only 199. Sorry.
How much fun are you having today, Michael?
Your orders aren't real. If you see them in the dome on your dome, they're sure as hell real.
We're wanting to buy
those everywhere.
Wow. Right? So if we want to buy 350, if the house account does 50, I'll do 30. That we could put 80 there.
Hold on, wait.
Then someone's hop into this market.
What are we doing here? Hold on.
I got you.
350 check. Long. Oh shit.
How many? What else do you have? The markets are moving. So Johnny Hoagland, can you give us anything that you're seeing level wise, areas of importance wise? We got
right
Coach
here.
Jay,
We're at a key level. This can be a key level. If we break through this, then yeah, 350.
Well, we started to see some sell ice orders in the NASDAQ right around 18,403.75. Hoop was saying, check out the volume there. There was 2,400 traded there, 1,100 on the offer. We're still seeing pretty negative delta, negative 3,800 in the NASDAQ, negative 17,000 in the S&Ps. This is all time frames acting in concert.
Good stuff, John.
Okay, so now all time frames acting in concert. That means levels are stronger, right?
Well, that means that you've got the long time frame, the medium time frame speculators, the short time frame speculators, all burying into this thing. I'm not seeing anything that I'm really interested in looking at unless we get a nice little bounce off of 18,300, that weekly kickoff low, and we start to show some sort of basing there. I wouldn't buy this with anybody's money, but every time I say that, I put in the low just to follow. That's it.
300. Boy,
I like that 330.
18,330 weekly kickoff low.
Whoever has their bid at 350 obviously doesn't have Hoag's levels, so let's get a better price than them for looking above it.
They're gonna be getting stopped out right at the 330s, and that's where we're jumping.
Yeah, we'll just take all that to us. Yep.
All right, guys. So we have the 330s. This is a big level because we do a lot of these weekly kickoff levels that John does. Deanna said they're scary, straight, scary, smart. What does she say? Scary, right? I don't know. They're good. They're right often. They will be wrong. They will be right. But she says they're right quite a bit. And we've been playing them or watching them, and it comes and touches them quite a bit.
Buyers are defending right here, apart. Right now.
Yes, they are.
We have a reverse head and shoulders on the 100 tick that's coming into play. If we break above 86, we might see 400.
Nick T, large call buying coming in.
Thank you, Nick, for a tick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was the play that.
Get back up to that 403 level. I'll watch and see if that iceberg order is still there.
Nice stuff, John. Everyone's bringing their A game today on this Friday.
Okay, so we went back up to the bottom of that consolidation that we was looking at, 394, and now we're starting to sell right back off.
Right, Hoop. We were just at 19,000 in NASDAQ.
Seems like just yesterday.
It seems like just yesterday, and here we are. All right, looking for that possible target of 330 downside in NASDAQ. Get up to those 402 level in the NASDAQ. John's all over Hoagland. See if that iceberg sell order keeps coming back in. Not letting us go any higher.
Man,
Who's got the dog? Is that a Lacey?
That's my dog. So Layla.
Oh, Layla.
Layla and Lacey, huh? Both calling out trade signals.
When are you gonna get a dog again, Michael?
Man, I got 3 kids.
Dog's coming up.
Yeah, they're gonna ditch it with me.
Yep.
I know how it works. I've been at barbecues before when guys are talking about taking care of the dog that they didn't want.
Yeah. All right,
every little bounce has just been great opportunities to sell.
All right, see if we can go up to these 404s. I think I saw in the chat 404 iceberg, 402-ish. Yep.
390s.
All right, we're just looking consolidating. $394s.
I gotta leave you guys in about 15 minutes for
Where are you going? Another graduation.
Preschool graduation.
What is that?
I think they pass the hat after it's over with. I don't know.
But no, I guarantee you they passed the hat at that school. I know.
The commencement speaker.
No.
Elon Musk.
School passes the hat. The best of them. All right, we saw crude bottom out here, 77.45. Seeing a bit of a retracement here, 77.66 last trade. Gold selling off today, right near the lows, 23.58.
I haven't checked anything out. Yeah, gold's a good sell right now, selling off. Maybe looking on a continuation down from the hourly chart. My focus has been on NASDAQ.
Yes.
If anybody watches the time and sales on the NASDAQ, what's a good filter for it? I have it set at 5. Watching for
6,
this, for this.
What do you
got? Iceberg order, if possible.
Coach Jay, when he gets back, let's confirm with him. I think he has his at like 7 or 9. I know that he is so much better than I am with anything down that line.
You're getting some
So we're just
suggestions
going to
here in
wait for
chat. Thank you very much.
340s, right? 330s, 340s, or were we going to see if? Because here we're testing that low. It's 370s again.
Well, this market just needed the slightest reason to sell off. PMI did it.
Yeah, here we go.
Wow.
Where's that timber?
Daddy.
He goes right. There we go.
We ticked 1 tick below that low.
Yeah.
This is what I love about being a bear. These days.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You just like destroy them. Keep going.
Ear to ear.
Timber! Going to 0, baby.
All you bears, last couple days, all you bears. Man.
Yeah, I mean, last Friday though, it was all about the bulls, and they destroyed us trying to short the market, or at least me anyway.
This could be fun.
Bears take the elevator. It sure is fun though, right? When you're short in a good position, the market goes fast. Here we go.
We're doing the 30s. right?
We're going to 30s. I think. What long? I think we have to.
Yeah, we were looking at 30s.
We got 3 check
Yeah, we had
marks
those
for
orders
that.
at 50s, but then the next level was 30s.
How do you get long? Eventually, oh boy. How do you get long?
It's so tempting to get long, though.
I know, Dakota. Oh my God, you're not kidding.
You just don't want to miss it out. It's that FOMO kicking in.
I know. Dude. Oh, these prices are so cheap. Oh.
That's not. You
Love
can't
them
look
here,
at it that
you'll
way.
love
Can't go lower.
But
Yep.
yes,
Can't go lower than the lows, right? Can't go
Yeah,
lower
we
than
love
lows.
them at 500.
You'll love it at 330. Hell, I'll love it. I'm gonna love it at 300.
Uh-huh.
Oh man. 365's trade last. Low of the day
Yeah, we're
362.
looking to make another new low right here.
Here we go.
Right here, right now.
We're here right now. We got tilt 50-50, 50-50.
yeah.
Oh, it'd be interesting to see by the end of the day who's going to be green in the chat. I'm sure more than 60% of the chat's positive.
They always are. Dakota, the chat's always 60% green.
Greatest hedge fund on earth.
There it is. There's my guy, Jack. There's my
Every
guy,
week.
Jack.
Every week. Yeah.
Hey Jay, Hoag had a question about putting your, I think, cells at like what, 5 or 6 or 8 or 9 to look for icebergs.
In the NASDAQ time and sales, what do you use as a filter?
I use 6, Hoag. I use 6.
right.
1 is too small, and then anything over that. Sometimes when the orders don't get filled is 1 execution, you might miss some of it. So 6 is kind of like a perfect number for me.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
So we failed to have any momentum on that little breakdown. It was almost like a little double bottom there at 63. And then we ripped up to 80s, and that was another opportunity to sell. It really is. Every little bounce of
Every bounce.
10, 15 points.
Uh-huh.
So that's what it's been.
Yeah.
Hey, Dragonfly Doji, great job. Great job hitting your, not hitting it, but setting your own personal daily loss limit on your XFA. Fortunately, I set it to $500. So you got stopped out. Guys, we are exploring. I want to ask you all if this is something that you would be interested in. We want, right now, if you hit your daily loss limit, it's a soft breach. You don't break a rule. Nothing happens there. We have the opportunity that every one of the platforms that we have, you can set your own now. Every platform that we offer, you can set your own. And we're thinking about removing daily loss limits and saying, you set your own. Why do we have it at $1,000 and it's a soft breach anyway? Why don't you set your own? Because if you hit your own, it's a soft breach, aka you don't break a rule. That being said, we're if you guys are interested in that, put a poll in here. I'd be interested in you guys removing your daily loss limit and me setting my own personal DLL.
Ooh, nice. Could I have mine at 250K?
You want to? That's a trading day.
That's a big one.
That's a trading day. Guys, we're going to do a poll because we can't read this. It would be removing the daily loss limit across the board, and with the messaging is all about you set your own. And then we'll have, of course, you can set your own right now in Topstep X, boom, very easily, and then it'll lock you out for the day and all that kind of stuff. So. Yes, no, yes.
I love.
We're getting a lot of yeses here.
Oh yeah, they're gonna. Love
I'd like to know the reason for those that are saying no. And I think this is something that we
get the
control.
poll up here. Yeah, thank you.
They need structure.
Remove daily hustle and set your own.
I'm gonna go yes.
Going through those trading cards and shoulder tap, there's definitely some people that I think need to have a rigorous enforcement of their loss limit, or else they would not be with us for long.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm recording this for the team.
I love
this is how I do qualitative and quantitative feedback right now.
I love it,
and I send it to the product team.
I can also send you a screenshot of the poll result.
I love it.
I'm trying to get. You got to get the energy. You got to get the energy of the chat. I did a video.
They were pumped. They were definitely pumped with the yeses.
Well, while
you can have
we're
live chat replay after the recording's finished.
Go ahead, Jack.
waiting on this poll, cut me off if we're dumping even lower. But in the meantime, let's hit a few quick news stories, one of which is very important. Two of which, actually. First off, 20% of S&P 500 members made 3-month lows yesterday, which is the most since last October. And my guess is that a lot more made those today. So something to keep an eye on there. Now the important stories. Dakota, the Bears will be on Hard Knocks on HBO. Will you be watching?
No. Hell
Yes, they
yeah.
are. That is premiering on
man.
August 6th, and it will document the beginning of the Bears' run to the Super Bowl in 2025.
I mean, hell yes, this is awesome. And you
Hard
thought
or
Virginia wasn't innovative still, Andre?
Virginia McCaskey?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
You could be innovative at the ripe old age of 95.
well, the tech entrepreneurs
Reinvent the
adore
team.
her because she's like 100 years old, and it's what they all dream of because they fear death.
Uh-huh.
All right, one more story. They are no longer serving the cicada malort. Thankfully, they still sell malort, and I have a bunch of cicadas in my yard, so I might infuse my own that we might punish people
God.
with on the show. So, FDA, if you're listening, this is a joke.
Cheers.
And that's your news for
Bears.
now. I got to switch with JD. We'll get some stats in a little bit.
Awesome.
Thank you, Jack.
We're market
Lows
still
through.
selling little bounce. Every single time we have a 15-point bounce, it's just immediately right back.
Lows crew.
Missed an opportunity a second ago, and I'm hesitant. I'm just so hesitant doing it because I just feel like, and I'm sure traders feel the same thing. It's like, you know what? Next time we get a 15-point bounce, I'm going to short it, and that's not going to be the bounce that we short. That's going to be the one that we actually break.
Yep.
And it's very nervous since we've sold off so far so fast already. How big of a sell-off? That's almost 300 points, right? Since we started fast markets.
250.
Yeah. Yeah, we covered
We were at
625.
664. We were at 664 at the highs pre-market. So 300 points down today.
That bid that was at 350, the highest I saw it was 250. I know MP was part of that, but someone pulled something.
That was
right?
me.
Initially when we saw it, it was 200. It's down to 130.
Yeah.
And that
130,
might
yeah.
mean that whoever is there might be looking for a better price than 350.
We still might see it though.
Oh boy. Here, Anne-Marie, looking for the weekly line in the sand near 18,390 to hold to shift the balance.
Man, it's just been on the 5-minute chart. It's every candlestick has just been red, and then it's like every once in a while there's one that's a little bit bullish, and then right back down to selling it.
Who's hammering on that
Chopping
keyboard?
away at that. Yeah, who's hammering
who's
on the
that?
keyboard?
Who
Damn.
is that? Is that Jay? Man,
I
No,
said,
that's not me.
call me.
That's not me. That was on me.
Dakota.
No,
I sent an angry email.
God, I'd hate to be on the
uh,
receiving end of that email. Wow.
Someone.
Wasn't it the end of the shoot that pointed out that on Edgeful, the maximum of one directional 5-minute bars in the NASDAQ is 10?
That
Consecutive?
is right, Hoag.
Yes, 10 consecutive red candles is the max ever.
interesting.
Well,
1, 2, 3,
for a period of
4.
time. But we're not there yet.
We have
Okay,
a
we're
See,
getting a
all the
bounce on
basic-
NASDAQ. We are getting that bounce. So do we sell this?
Don't hesitate to establish the risk. But I get what you're saying. That momentum is slowing down, right? So you
The
expect
answer
at
was
some
yes.
point
We should have
there's
sold
going to
it.
Yeah.
Don't think just so.
Andre, the intern Mike's about ready to take the rest of the day off because I got to go. So
right.
you might have to have somebody cover this house account at the 3:30 sounds like let's play the 3:30 because we talked about them. It's a weekly kickoff number. Let's put our money where our mouth is.
You going to give it a check mark,
fun.
Michael? Do you give 330s a check mark, Michael?
If it's a daily level it's a top step daily level, then yes.
It is.
The top step daily levels, if it's on the sheet, then yes. We always look at that. Top of your screen, guys. Top of your chat. The link at the top of your chat. All right, bat phone's going off. She's asking me where I'm at. I gotta go.
All right,
accounts
take
plus
care.
11.
We'll see
Thank
you
you,
guys.
MP. It was fun.
All right, 11 grand. We're up right now. 11 grand. We're up right now. Let's at least keep half of that. So if you guys do put the position on, let's try to keep at least half that. And then personal account 2,500.
Look at this guy.
I'm locking that one, guys. This is what go over to my screen. This is what you do. This is what you do. Go over to your screen.
Don't lock the house account.
Go over to my screen, and then you go right here.
Yeah.
I'm done for the day. I'm going to go golf and confirm you want to be locked out. Yeah, why not? Warning, this action's irreversible. No worries. I'll just call support, and they'll do it for me. No, they won't.
Ooh.
So right when I lock this out, I'm out. I'm done.
Ooh.
You cannot trade in that account. You can watch it.
That's for the whole day.
And I want
for
you guys
traders,
to be.
if you lock. No, I was
for
going to
the whole
say,
day.
I had seen some traders lock their account during slow markets, not realizing that it's going to be locked out the entire day. So
Yeah.
it's for the whole day.
The
guys,
day
not
starts.
just
The first segment of the day really is slow markets, guys. When you go to slow markets, that's the beginning of the day. Now, what's really exciting about it, I'm going to take this phone, and while graduation is going on, I'll be like that Barstools guy over the shoulder watching the game. I'll be watching the markets on my sweet Topstep X mobile-friendly experience. You
on
guys
the
might
golf
want
course.
to check it
when
out
you're on
next
the golf
week.
course.
And I'm on the golf course today at my 12:30 tee time. Yep.
Yep.
it's
Miss
very, very
to the
beautiful.
high side. Don't miss putts to the low side.
That's
okay.
right.
I just need to get
Pro
it up.
side.
I need to get it to the green. Yeah.
What a performance!
I went through 25 balls easily yesterday with me and my son. Easily.
Where you get those golf balls from?
At the driving range.
Hey, a ball's a ball.
Oh yeah,
the ball's a ball. It stays in the ecosystem. It's at the same golf course. I don't know.
It's the ecosystem.
Check it out next week. Big stuff coming next week. So if you're we got 80% of people long right now. If I was not locked out on this account, I would be looking at. And you guys said you wanted to buy the pullbacks or whatever, or sell the pullbacks. Interesting. A lot of people are long right now. A lot of longs.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you guys do it.
All right, Michael. I got house account up. It's good stuff today. Later, Michael.
All right.
Hey, John, if you want to.
All right.
Now, if you want to jump out. Let's look at those. Watch those 404s, 402 level.
I'm looking to get long at 380s.
You are. One check mark, 380s.
Yes. 380s.
Yeah, I'm watching that 403 too, Andre.
Okay.
Negative delta was.
One check mark for
there
380s.
Was some nice buying on that bounce.
Yep. One check mark. We're gonna need more than that. We'll see what happens at this 402 level here in the NASDAQ. Iceberg coming in heavy shorts. So here we go. Boom. We just power through. 402. Oh, wow. John, those 402s, are they doing it again?
There's some size there. It's not a lot.
Yeah, there's not a lot there.
Okay.
No.
Okay. They're gone.
It did reject right off there, though.
Yes, it did.
I think we could have a nice little bullish run right here. So I'm going to be looking to buy a pullback.
380s. I do.
Yeah, if we get to 380s,
yep, I
want to buy a pullback because I think we could gain a little bit of momentum.
Check mark.
Yeah, maybe we see those 420s.
375.
375, John.
That's. I'm sorry. 403.75. 403.
Oh. Got you.
That's where the iceberg is or was. I don't think we really quite got there. A lot of. So looking a little bit different on the dome than my platform here, but.
Yeah, maybe 394 was that long.
Wow, what a morning.
Yeah, I want to see a nice little sell-off, and then I'm going to buy it.
Well, yeah. Something.
NASDAQ, 82% long NASDAQ on the tilt.
It's 80 offered right above the market, 398. They just pulled.
Okay.
and that 350 bid is now gone.
Yeah, I think
It's up there.
there's a little bit of swing in momentum right now, and we might see some buyers maybe start taking control for a little bit.
It looks like they moved it up, Jay. Like 392, 382.
Yeah.
There's more on the bid there. There's some.
Yep,
there's
I like
some
that
bid
one.
there.
That's where I'm looking at 380s.
382.
This is what I'm looking to get long.
Okay. All right.
Market didn't give us the 350, 330s, 340s, so I think it's time to adapt and adjust. And
I mean, it seems to be basing relatively nicely on this 5-minute chart.
380s, Dakota.
Yep, I'm long. I'm getting into longs right now, right here, right now. 385.
We're long 10. Long 10 from 83 half. Long 10 from 83 half.
And what's our risk? A new low?
What is our risk, Dakota?
Yeah. Yep, I like the new low as the risk.
The current low of 356.
And you just want to, it needs to get above that 403. Up above that, there's no, it can run. But
yeah, I would love to see it get above that 403, 404 area.
Yeah, that's the first 5-minute bullish candle that I've actually liked. So if we could get a string or more than 5 minutes worth of buying here, that's going to be that's what we want. We'll see.
Gabe, I'm sharing now. My bad. We got to stop at. Well, he said we can't. We're up 11. Stop 5,500 ish. Upside target, Dakota.
420s.
VWAP.
VWAP.
Is that VWAP?
All roads.
What's VWAP? What's the VWAP at?
I would target 460s.
Really?
VWAP's 518.
Okay. Okay.
All right, we're a long time.
I see that there. I'm in
10
3
from
contracts right now.
Adrian says that's the DWAP because Dakota is now VWAP.
He said that. He did say that on.
Man, I just need to watch what I say. Things.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you
I
say
mean,
online
Dakota.
is-
Yeah. Okay. 83 half. Dakota, you are long 3 from what price?
385. 385 and a half.
There's no bid.
Jump the gun.
Man. Yeah, it's
Tilt. Jump the gun. Ah, shit.
we just did not get anything on that one.
No, we did
No,
not.
There's no buying at all. That 403 rejection.
We got to stop at 55.
Let's see.
I added just one more here to see if we could just hold that. If not, I'm just gonna bail.
You're trying to hold it up.
Yeah.
With one lot, yeah. One lot.
Man, it's coming. It's coming. We are
Done.
we just got stopped out.
Yeah.
How's that for getting some longs in just to rip us up?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, MP's gonna be stoked when he sees the new P&L.
No, I mean we
yeah,
keep the half.
Yeah, we did. All right.
What is the
All right,
P&L
well,
house count?
P&L 5,400 up 5,400 up 5,400. We bought 83s and sold 55s. Sold 55s. It's not good.
Dare I say it? I still like the trade.
I know.
We got the stops, and we were one of them.
Yes.
We
we
just got
49s.
out.
We
I'm back to break even for the day, minus $100 on my day.
Jen from 83 sold 50, sold 10 at 55. Is that good?
Oh,
80% long tilt. I just wanted to say, kept selling it. All right. Oh, got you, JD. Good to see you're back, JD.
Yeah.
JD's back.
And now we wait for the 30s.
Can we take another trade? If right,
we got orders.
I am. I mean,
yeah, we got orders to keep half. So
you guys got your. Yeah, I'm not gonna lock this house.
You gotta lock it, right?
I'm not gonna lock it, but unless if news breaks or something. But here we go, more selling. Doesn't matter. News breaks. We still need check marks.
Yep.
Yep. I'm gonna lock the house account. I'm gonna lock the house account.
I like that.
Really?
Yeah.
What, John?
It's a good day.
Wait. We still got like hour and stuff. Like from a content standpoint.
Oh,
you guys are professionals. Practice some discipline. If you don't want to trade, don't trade. But don't put us in a position where we got to twiddle our thumbs all afternoon.
I mean, MP's not here. What MP doesn't know?
All right, fine. I'm gonna switch over to my screen. Damn, I'm gonna switch over.
Okay, fair enough. Fair.
MP knows all.
Logging out of the house account for now.
Okay.
But, there you go. Yeah. Boom. All right, cool. We're back.
Shout out to the Hogs traders. Nice short from the opening range again today.
I love it.
Man.
Well, I guess you can't sell a Friday rally and you can't buy a Friday break.
Oof.
We can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, it's still good. Everyone's up, right? Everyone's up money. I'm at break even, but
yeah, you're up money.
We did hit 50 right on the nose. 350. Where's that trader at 350s?
Oh yeah. It's a 55.
Yeah,
P gonna turn the car around. P gonna turn the car around. I think once he hits the road, you'll be into weekend mode.
First things first.
I'm 6 G's. I don't know shit. Here we go. 48 straight. We are selling off.
Man, oh man.
Johnny, man, what a sell-off, man. What a sell-off, Oak. What
I caught the only rally today.
Yeah, how's it coming? 8 points, right? We got away with
8 points.
We got away with one there.
Squeeze out 10.
There he is. All right.
See money, take money.
Coach Paul says it all the time. He's like, if you made money buying it on a day like today, you're a great trader.
Yeah.
And the house counts up money buying it.
Yep.
We caught that only little bounce, like Hoag said, at first 5-10 minutes of the session, and it's just been
down ever since.
Just down. All right, let's see if we can get to these 30s.
Get these 30s. Weekly kickoff low. Dude, John, I mean, you got if we get there.
If we get there, I'm taking it. Like it's just.
Well, I hope you make a fortune on it.
Yeah.
Even if I take a loss, it's like one of those levels where we've sold off almost 1.5%, and it's a key weekly level. It's such a key level. I would be just kicking myself if I don't take it, and then we just bounce off there. It's worth the risk reward to me.
Dakota, you're looking at 30s. No bottom.
Yeah,
30.
yeah, definitely looking at 30s.
I think we're getting there. Weekly kick offload, John.
All sellers.
Oh yeah, yeah. What's Delta, John?
NASDAQ Delta is negative 4,500. S&P Delta, I got to get back to it here. Hang on.
Yeah, it's 4,500.
Negative 19,000.
Wow.
Okay.
A lot of short-term sellers there.
They're liking this price action. Yeah.
Okay.
For
So
a tick.
if 30s don't hold,
Unware.
260s is the next stop. Did I say it?
260.
Or 300 even?
If 30s don't hold, I'm looking at 300 even.
300 even, and then
Yep.
then again 260.
If 300 doesn't hold, I don't want to say where I think this is going.
Boy.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to just sell this
170s.
market.
170.
What?
Here we are.
I have 107. 107.
Well,
Yeah.
just to make everybody feel good, the next naked TPO point of control on the regular trading hours sessions only in the NASDAQ is 17,998.
17,998.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's this 18,330 level is a naked point of TPO TPO point of control. The next naked volume is 18,306 quarter. Then there's a naked volume point of control at 18,228.75. And then below that, it's all the way down to that 18,000 level.
Man. Oh, man.
Big fat round number. I don't see that happening today. Does anybody?
At this
sure
point, man.
there's one person.
No, not. Oh, man.
There's one guy out there somewhere.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, hopefully he's got a runner on.
He has like some short out of the money call, 0 DTE.
Who's hammering on that keyboard? Is that you, Dakota? Jay? Someone's hammering on
No,
that
I think that's Jay.
Maybe
Jay's
Jay.
over there.
That one was me. That one was me.
hammering.
That one was me.
Rock stars, love it.
Sorry.
Is. Oh, good.
Was to answer some comments in the chat. Rockstar asking about the tape. Really not seeing any buying.
No.
If we could
We
pull my
already
hand
tried
up for
that.
a second.
We already tried that.
Yeah.
Maybe just stop being hard headed and we sell every 15-point rally, 15-point bounce.
Agreed. This indicator at the bottom of my chart here just kind of helps see the delta for these 3-minute candles. And any orange candle is negative delta. Any blue candle is positive delta. And you can see the blue candles here pretty much all day. There's not many of them. And everyone, like we said, has been getting sold off. Right. And we'll zoom into this candle right here.
Yep.
The low of it is 362. The high is at 397. And no follow through after that.
Could we see a 2% down day here in the NASDAQ?
What are we at right now?
What are we at right now?
We're close to like
Down
1.5.
1.4%.
That's it? Oh, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's not too unreasonable if we get down to negative 2%, right?
No.
That puts us at 230.
230.
2% will put us at 230.
Okay.
Okay, next 15-point bounce I'm selling.
Dakota's seen enough. All right, let's do some shout-outs. Real shout-outs here to yesterday's top 5 payouts here at Topstep. Varun, payout of $11,600. Muhammad. That our Muhammad that was on with us the other day. $7,600. Cha-ching. Then we got Midhoom up payout $4,900. Jacob W, $4,800. Angie D, $4,500. Love these payouts. Man, good stuff. Good to see the payouts.
Well, just like we
going
were saying, it's very important to pay yourselves. Like, right, we get in this business, we want to see the money, make it real. And yeah, I know MP was joking around with me talking about, I only took out $125 because I'm just trying to show traders how to build an account. I want to get it to, and I was thinking about this. My account's at like 250,000. And I love the rule where you can only take 50% out, because the question is like, oh, how do I take consistent payouts and build an account? So maybe this weekend I'll figure out a game plan to start taking consistent payouts. and building the account as well. There's so many ways to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure it out.
What a lot of guys did in the pit, Dakota, was, you made money over 2 weeks, you took half of it out.
Yep.
You made money over the next 2 weeks, you took half of it out. You made money over the next 2 weeks, you took half of it out. So you're paying yourself as well as increasing the overall balance of your account.
Yeah.
Now, there is a bit of a danger to having a really high balance in your account. I don't see you having this issue, Dakota, but having all that money in your account makes you loose. It loosens your risk. My dad always used to say, you keep 100,000 in there unless you need it for margin. If you're a day trader, that's plenty.
Nope, I agree 100%. Like, there's a way to responsibly take money out. The one thing that I just been really trying to focus on when helping traders is, and I see this a lot, where they take out more than they probably should, and that leaves them kind of crippled or handicapped on trading.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I took out half a payout, and now I only have like $3,000 left until I hit my max loss limit, and then I hit it and I blow my account. And so there's a way to do it, and I'm trying to think of just like, how do I show everyone that, guess what, it is possible to make $250,000 in 3 months. Is it realistic? No. But once we get there, there is a way to take payouts and not let it cripple your trading, cripple your account. In case you run into a losing streak, you're not going to be blowing your account. So there's a way to do it. And I've been trying to think about that and figure it out, as well as trying to grow it. So I think I'm getting close to that stage where I could hold a class or two and figure out, here's the way that I want to be taking payouts and also maintaining my account balance, because maintaining it is very difficult while you're taking payouts, right?
Trading your own account is a little bit different. I mean, if you do end up, burying the account, you can always bring in a check and restake it. At Topstep, you're going to have to re-earn a new funded account.
Yep, 100%. And just so everyone knows, my personal account, I have like a balance, and I'll say, okay, at the end of the month, whatever I say I profited, I just pull out all the way back down to the balance. Just like you were saying, Hoagie. If I have $100,000 and for the month I make, say, 10,000, I pull out the 10,000 and I'm back at 100. It's just when I do lose and I get down to 9,000, I have an account where I could just, like you said, I could just ACH 10K, get it back at 100, and I'm okay. But prop firms are a little bit different, and doing it this way, there's a way, and we want to be able to show traders that. Okay, here we go. Sorry, 330s right here, right now.
What a level!
It's really hard to pick a level that's just going to go to and then bounce forever.
Yeah,
I would love that, though. That would make me very happy.
Let's call the bottom, everybody.
You already tried that.
Let's call the bottom last weekend. We're calling today's bottom last weekend.
Yes.
Oh, man.
330s.
330s. Where's this bottom going to be? We want 330s. Do we want the high 330s or the low 330s?
Scale into it.
Zone.
That's the answer. Why not both? We could have the high 330s and the 330s.
Yeah. High 330s, 330, 320, 300.
330s, you'll love 300s. Yeah. Oh, man. What did we buy? 380s? That was bad. All right. We got here until 50-50 across the board. Let's take a look at some of the other markets. Dakota stakes out these 330s in the NASDAQ. Oil about 20 cents off the lows. Low of the day, 77.18, trading 77.38 right now. Gold, what's gold doing?
Gold's probably selling off.
Gold's getting selling off his deed. About $2 off the lows. Currently trading 23.52. Low of the day, 23.50. I'm not doing a whole heck of a lot. S&Ps take off, point off the lows, just like the old NASDAQ. All right, Dakota, talk to us if you like these 330s.
Yeah, I'm
D is
watching.
here.
I'm
I
seeing
think
if we can have a
D.
little push down into the lower 330s, and then I'm gonna enter into my first contract.
D is here. I'd like to know what her average daily range and session range are for the NASDAQ. If there's any of them in this area, that might be a nice confluence.
Okay.
I like that.
Low gonna be 18,313 according to Salma. Well, could quite possibly be right.
You never know, man.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I think that's the volume point of control. 313. 307 is the volume point of control on the same day.
7
with the TPO point of control that has a lot to do with this weekly kickoff low.
Okay, fair enough.
What a morning. It's
That's
10:20. We got a lot of housekeeping to do. We got some stats to show. We got leaderboards to show. We got plugs to do. We are the market's just been rocking and rolling here, guys.
Yeah, we could do it. I mean, we're starting to slow down just a little bit.
Feels
if something
like
happens,
it, right?
I could
Let's get JD
All right, cool.
in here for some stats, and Eddie, get
JD's
those
back.
plugs a cooking. JD has returned.
Yes.
From his exile in Minnesota.
What's up there, guys? How we doing?
There it is. I missed that voice. I missed that. How was Minnesota?
Oh, it was excellent. What a great time.
Beautiful.
I'll be on at 11:15. We could talk about a bit about it then.
Okay, sounds good, JD.
That'll be fun. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. We're going to switch things up a little bit just because we're running behind.
Okay.
All right.
I heard there was another trader doing really well. I'm interested in this one.
Yep.
Oh.
So, there's the trader that's doing really well right at the top.
I thought I heard there was someone else that was up really big.
There was another trader in between Dakota and Prince, but that trader requested that we stop sharing their name and trading data on TopstepTV. So we will respect those wishes. But there is a live funded trader that made just over $17,000 yesterday in the live account.
Okay, fair enough.
Yep. Then after that, we have Prince, Eddie, Jesus, Philippe, all with nice days trading the NASDAQ. Nice job, Dakota. I wasn't really paying attention. I was really checked out of the markets for about a week. I didn't see how you were doing, but I did look at your trade report from yesterday. It looks like you made 10 trades, no losers.
It was 2, but when I scale in the system shows it's multiple. It was Hoag's trade.
Gotcha.
Hoag's trade in the morning and then short.
100% winning trade percentage yesterday. Nice job. All right, let's take that down, and I'm going to switch something out real quick.
Just so you know, Dee says her daily range and session ranges are all blown through. Directional day. Out there.
Everything's just gotten blown smithereens.
All right.
Pushing to 330s. Go ahead, JD.
Here are our hot streaks from yesterday. All right, our leader for the day is Vince, who picked up $50 trading the NASDAQ to extend his streak to 22 days. Hoag, you know what they say about $50 in Cicero, Illinois, right?
I do. Say it, JD.
What do they say, JD?
$50 is $50, guys. All right,
$50. $50.
Oh, nice. And Antonio, Bo, and Chang all at 21 days on their streaks. Rounding out the list is Ching. I took a look at Ching's trade report. It's pretty interesting. On the first day of this trader's hot streak, he made close to $5,000. Then every single day after that, he made exactly $202.20. 18 consecutive trading days of exactly $202.20. Trading one trade, one NASDAQ contract. Really going after that consistency mark for the payout, but still haven't taken a payout. So then we have our leader, Jacob, who did not trade yesterday, but his 31-day heater is still intact. There's your hot streaks. We're going to go right to the XFA P&Ls if you're up for it.
Yep. NASDAQ, new lows, 29 halves.
Yeah, I got in at 330. I'm on one contract, 330.
Okay. Sounds good.
Long one.
Yeah, just
Dakota
one.
long
Just
one.
yeah, keep going. Don't pay attention to me right now.
Yep, I'll get through this real quick. All right. Elijah with a nice day trading NASDAQ. John also trading NASDAQ. Tyson trading gold and NASDAQ. Hans just trading NASDAQ. Pretty nice days all around. And Angelina trading palladium. And the yen.
Palladium.
Out to the palladium traders.
Don't see too many of them, but
yeah,
metals traders are picking up just a little bit. There we are. All right, we'll catch you guys in a little bit. I'm on at 11:15. I'll be joining you guys for just about a half hour. We'll talk about Minnesota then.
Sounds good, JD.
All right.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Well, I bought the bottom.
Hoag, you are amazing. I don't know how you do what you do. But
This one was
those chicken bones. Those are some premium tea leaves and chicken bones.
unreal.
Unreal.
Get those levels on your screen.
It's always wonderful when they work.
Come on now. That was
They
sick.
work a lot.
That was
I don't even
sick.
trade the NASDAQ. Although maybe I should.
If you're not,
You trade.
if you don't have points, I think it should be an indicator on TopstepX.
Yeah, there's only one problem. We wish we would have just bought more.
What'd your dad say,
Ain't
John?
over yet. It ain't over yet.
Yeah, it's not. But I mean, a 20-point bounce. It's a trade, right? You're never gonna.
Cat.
Yeah.
The trade was to sell any 50-point bounce, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, just made me
We got a
$300.
15-point
Honeydew.
bounce
All right.
off that.
Wow.
Oh my gosh, his
My
market.
gosh. My goodness.
The unfortunate thing is
What is
nothing is
that?
holding today.
I mean, it's happened, right? 2 other times. I mean, it's repeating itself. 15-point bounce, sell off, 15 bounce.
Mhm.
Hey, folks,
time's
we got
different.
some plugs here ready to share with our wonderful community. For those, just a reminder here, I want to make sure I get this out first. You got about an hour and a half here before our 50K trading combines for $29 each expire. I just put the code in there. Remember, please use the code 5 Express Funded Accounts. Please put that in there, and that's going to get you the discount. You don't have to buy 5, but make sure you do use that code. And for those that need a little help, I see that in the community here earlier today. Questions on how do I do this on X? How do I do this on TopstepX? Well, here's the thing. You got my charts shared up here. I'm going to sort of walk us through that real quick. There we go. Okay. What you want to do is you want to come over here all the way to the left. You see that? I put my cursor on it. It's the question mark. Okay, that's going to light up. Click on that, and you're going to see here we've got live chat, feature voting, TopstepX 5-minute tutorials. And there's our good friend Robert, who's off today. Will be back next week. But as you can see, these are all the he's adding them as we go. Also, these each are 5-minute, real short tutorials: copy trading, chart setting, manual lockout, the tilt. He's going to explain all that in these, so that's going to help you out big time. Another thing I want to make sure on this page also is the feature voting. This is what built TopstepX, and we are continuing to build TopstepX. So this is going to be an option that we will be keeping open for a very, very long time. And this is where you can share your ideas, your suggestions, or if you see something that, hey, that sounds good, I like that, you can upvote these suggestions. Also, one thing I want to make sure that you do know is the change log. Change log right here. This is going to give you updates on what we have added, adding 529, which was just a couple days ago. And that's the high impact new events on time scale. And what it is, as you can see, these are the important. I'm going to go back to my charts here. Yep. I put a little smiley where they're going to show up. So we really have nothing big here today as far as economic numbers, but they're going to show up on your timeline at the time that they will be hitting the wire. So that's going to help you out too. And if you got a question, you just click on that and that's going to help you out knowing very important, some of the bigger ones as far as the economic numbers. Also, if you are new here, and what we have added this week is trading up to 5 express funded accounts at once. You can do that, and what you can do is you can come over here to the gears, click on the gear, and you're going to go to copy trading. All right, so one more time, I'm going to go back here all the way to the left. You click on the gear, the flower, the donut, whatever you want to call it. Click on that, and you go to copy trading. Now, I am not copy trading, but here's where you can add your accounts. You can add your accounts, as you can see each one here. You can do that. So that is where you can copy trade. And one more time here, I'm going to put that discount in here. This is going to end at noon today, Central Time. So please do not miss it. Also, real quick here, activate new express funded accounts from your dashboard. Let's go to the dashboard. Now, I don't have any accounts that will be activating or can be activated, but this is your dashboard where you will find most likely right about here where that option will be. So once you do that, activate it. And somebody yesterday said it took about 3 minutes for their trading combine to be activated into an express funded account. So that's going to help also. But otherwise, I think that's it. I am long-winded here. One more thing here. If you like what we're doing here, folks, please take a moment to leave us a review on Trustpilot. All right, I'm going to drop the link in here. No pressure. We'd like to hear it. We'd really enjoy having you here. And I tell you, this community has been really cool, so helpful. And, camaraderie here is you can't match it anywhere else. So I'm going to post that link in just a little bit when I get it together. But otherwise, back to you, Andre.
Wow. Yeah, Eddie, thanks for all that. Yes. Trustpilot reviews. All right, John, you said it ain't over yet. You weren't kidding. Here we are, new lows, 22s or 23s trade.
Yeah, I closed out of my one
trade,
contract.
trade.
I closed out of the one contract.
We just bottomed out. Wow. This is capitulate. I mean, we are just, wow.
This is nuts.
This is, holy moly. 300s. What do you guys got? 260s down below? We got no levels beneath here.
It put 3 5-minute bars right on the bottom there. Now it's attempting to break through. So there's still maybe opportunity in and around that level at some point, even coming back to it looking for a short.
Wow.
Glad I was just one contract. Yeah.
What
do you do?
Yeah.
You sell the 15-point bounces. That's what it is.
It helps you manage risk.
Yep, big time. Hey, Jay, what did you say 2% was? What was the price if we were down 2%?
203.
Okay.
203.
Not another question.
We're down.
Keep in mind, we got Peter Tuckman coming up in about a half hour for Power Players. We're going to get his take on what's going on. Although the Dow's being relatively stable here compared to what's going on in NASDAQ and S&Ps. We'll get his take on what's going on around the markets and equities here. You know, he'll have a hot take.
233.
233 makes us 2% down. Tilt 50-50 here. John, what's Delta? Is it growing? The negative's growing here?
Negative 4,900 in the NASDAQ, negative 20,000 in the S&Ps. All time frames acting in concert.
Dakota, what are we thinking here, man?
MP's out there just enjoying.
The size says it all, folks. The size says it all.
Hey, you know what? The house account's up over $5,000,
100%.
no matter what, right now.
Absolutely.
So
That's a good
what
thing.
else is there? What are we going? Well, there's nothing to complain about, right?
Nope.
No.
There really is not.
This is well, if you guys were missing volatility on Tuesday and Wednesday, you sure got it on Thursday and Friday this week. That's why you remain patient. It will come. What else we got? We got Baker Hughes. That's nothing. It's clear from here now. The Euro closed about 2 or 3 minutes ago. See what happens from there. I think we got. I have Series 3 coming up in a little bit. Jack.
Ooh, yeah, I'm up for that Series 3 question.
Dakota
We
needs
could
a
do
breather. Whatever, man. Whatever. This has been a hell of a morning. It's
let's send it. I was going to save it because
we can save it. Markets aren't done selling off yet.
Yeah, we had a 15-point bounce. Time to sell it again.
A hell of a day at sea, sir.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what the hell, Gabe? Let's do the Series 3 on Michael.
Let's do it.
Follow up
All right.
from the last one. All right, Gabe.
What a
let's
Friday.
Send it.
Oh,
We need the intro first.
Wrong button.
Bing, bing.
There are no wrong buttons. Only buttons that do the wrong thing.
All right, I'm going to get this
All
one
right.
right today.
Oh, no.
Here we go.
All right.
We asked a question kind of about this. Hypothetical performance records may be used in promotional materials, A, without restriction, B, if they are disclosed as hypothetical, C, under no circumstances, or D, if they are printed in italicized type.
All right, Mr. Tested. Dakota, which one can we eliminate right away?
I don't. Italicized type is kind of just BS, right?
D can't be real. D can't be real.
I mean, you got to be able
And
to
that's
eliminate
probably
A
why
and
that's the
D.
real answer.
I'm going with B. Going with B.
Yeah, I
myself.
don't think it's C
I'm
or
gonna say
D
B
under
also.
no circumstances is an absolute. Italicized type is just BS. So it is, I think, without A or
A is
B.
an absolute.
Without
C is an
restriction
absolute.
seems an absolute. And so the only obvious answer would be B, right? Because A and C is absolutes, and then D is just BS. And so B is the only one left.
I agree. Oh, boy.
I'm going to say B also, but we got to remember sometimes the wording with these questions, the obvious answer is going to be the one that pisses everyone off, and it's D.
Might be A.
But I'm going to go B.
Absolutely.
I think
go
I've
with
just
We
been
got 3
asking-
chances to fade you guys. Right?
All right. Let's see the answer
We can
here.
feed your bees.
It is
All right.
indeed
Thank God. All right.
B. And this is a
Yeah,
follow-up
you didn't
because
even know that.
Dakota, I don't remember if you were on, but we asked the question about whether you could share them or something last week. So we knew if you were paying attention this week that you could share hypothetical performance records. Knowing that information, the answer has to be B.
Okay. Well, I mean, there's 2 absolutes and then 1 BS one. So
And you can only let 3 months. That's the minimum amount of data you can put out in hypothetical performance.
I didn't know that.
Is
3 months
nice.
good enough?
To be
that makes sense. But I'm not even been trading my account for 3 months, and I was just talking about last night. Like we need at least 100 trading days to feel confident with that data set to analyze your statistics.
Yeah.
Hoag, I am not at all saying that you may very well be right, but we'll want to check that. I know that for a track record, like an actual track record, it has to be at least 3 months. I do not know
If it's
what the deal is with
hypothetical,
hypothetical.
I got the book out here. I'll see if I can find it.
Let's all sit around and watch John flip through that book.
Let's watch Hold read a book.
Yeah, I'm not gonna look at
No,
it
what's
right
that shirt you got? I've been dying to ask you, Marcus and Rock and Roll. What's the shirt you got today? It's a cool shirt.
now. Mine?
Yeah, what is that?
Grateful
Is that-
Dead, baby.
Cool. Very cool.
Grateful Dead.
Ah, man, I missed along at 324. We actually have a technical reversal pattern here on the 100 tick. Finally, we'll see if it actually works out. If we break above 338, yep, we're doing that right now. That was it. I think that was it, guys.
What?
We had a double bottom, a pivot. We had a break of that pivot. Let me wait till we get to the screen. I'll talk through this. I missed it. And I think this is it. That was the move, and I was a little bit too slow with that. So let me talk through this and what I'm seeing, what I'm looking at. This is one where I probably would have been over 15 contracts in this position. So over here on the 100 tick, so we had this huge sell-off, right? We had this pivot, we had a lower, and then we broke through the previous pivot high. Okay. When we broke through that, we sold off, and that high became support, and we made that pivot here at 324s, and then we just broke through it again. So that is a little bit of what I like to look for, is a little bit of technical analysis showing that we could be reversing and showing higher highs and higher lows. And this might be that another higher low. If this stands, if not, we break down, then this is completely invalid, right? But this could very well be another higher low and we rally up. And then over here on the 5-minute chart, everyone who is in my slow markets, I love 3-bar reversals. You know, of course, we've been caught in it a few times down here in this chop. But we'll see. This is something I do like, and it happens to be around the weekly kickoff low and an interesting area. So I'm going to watch this. I obviously didn't get in it, and I'm going to be hands-off until I feel a lot more confident. But that's something I look for at key support and resistance zones.
Can you show us all what is a 3-bar reversal?
Yeah, so over here on the 5-minute chart, a 3-bar reversal usually comes after a trending move, right? Bunch like a red candlesticks. Then the 3-bar reversal happens. And there's debate whether you want it the next 5-minute candlestick or the next candlestick, because it doesn't really matter the time frame, to close above the previous candlestick's high in this scenario. So I would want the 5-minute candle to close above this previous candle's high, which is 336 3/4, and we haven't done that yet. We did it up here back when I did get into a decent sized long, when this 5-minute closed above like 380, and it just dumped it on us, and I took that loss. So I'm going to be looking for that same thing to happen now around here, and this is the candlestick that made the lowest low. So I'm going to look for the market to close above 336 3/4, and then I'm going to feel really confident at trying to get back into some longs.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff today, guys. All right, Jay, you said 2% down, 260. Was that the price again? Sorry, I got to write this down. 233. Hello.
And that's 2% from 7.
233, 18,000, 233. Take us 2%.
Crude is on its lows. About to trade 77 in crude.
Wow. Okay.
A lot of red on the board today.
Yes.
Yeah, there's not much to really do, right?
Last day of the month.
If only we had a runner.
Famous last words. Yep.
I remember someone was shorting at like what 546, and then we were talking about that.
You were short from 714 yesterday, right? 711.
Yeah, I mean, if only I swing traded that today.
I'm saying just the move.
You never know, though. You never know. We could be having the same conversation, talking about all-time highs if the inflation data came in very cold.
That's true. What piece even come in at, John? What is came in line? Was it that hot? I don't remember.
No, it came in really pretty much as expected. I can kind of run through the numbers here a little bit if you'd like.
Please. Yeah, let's do a recap.
Wow. So the core PCE, which is no energy, no food. Okay. The previous month, March, 2.8%. They were expecting it to stay there. It stayed at 2.8%. The core PCE month over month, that was the year over year. The month over month, the March came out 0.3%. They were expecting it to stay there. It actually came out lower by 0.1%, came out 0.2%. The overall PCE month over month remained at 0.3%. That's what it was expected. That's what last month's was. And the overall PCE year over year was 2.7%, remained 2.7%, and came out at 2.7%. So they all came out, either right where they expected or a little bit lower. Personal income came out as expected, 0.3%. They were looking for a 0.2% drop from the March number, which is what it came out at. The personal spending, however, they were looking for 0.3%. Personal spending dropped to 0.2%, and the previous month of March was also reduced by 0.1% from 0.8% to 0.7%. So nothing came in hot there. Everything came in a little bit cool. What I think really kind of smushed the market was that Chicago PMI. That was a shocker. That was a little bit of a shocker. And there's a lot of politics going on right now. I'm not going. We do not want to go into that, but I'm sure everybody's aware of what's going on. That may have something to do with adding a little bit of uncertainty in the world, in the U.S., and in uncertainty is something that the markets just do not like.
100% correct.
How important is Chicago PMI, or what's that Chicago number?
This one was.
exactly?
This one was.
It does get, red. It does get 3 stars on investing.com. It gets red numbers on a lot of the other, news providers. It seems like it's pretty important. I mean, it can be a hot one.
It was a big miss.
Big miss. Yeah, that's retraction. Anything under 50 is retraction. They were looking for 41.1. It came out 35.4. Yikes! They were actually looking for it to rise from the April number, which was 37.9. They were looking for an increase. It came out a decrease from that level. So that was a bit of a shocker. And that's really when we were sitting at the highs. We're all thinking, all right, where do we buy it? And it just kind of fell apart after that. I didn't see any other news. I didn't see anything else. Just that was enough. I don't know if that, we never know exactly what the problem is, but it seems like that was when the market really started to turn and started to accelerate to the downside.
15 minutes in.
Why do they call it Chicago PMI? Is it something that it's a Chicago company giving out that?
It's the district. Right. So here, I can get you some more information on it right now.
Good stuff, guys.
Just a second.
Yeah, I'm really curious because I don't really pay too much attention to this stuff, but it does matter. I mean, these things do matter to the market.
So the Chicago Purchasing Managers Index, PMI, determines the economic health of the manufacturing sector in the Chicago region. It's a recording of 50. Indicates expansion, and anything below that is retraction. So it's the Chicago area. I would have to say that might even include like
Milwaukee,
Racine, Kenosha, Chicago, Naperville, Aurora, even into, I would say that probably goes even into Indiana, where there's a lot of manufacturing and wholesale things going on in northern Indiana. So you got Gary, you got, what else is there in Indiana? Hammond there. Yeah. See, there you go. Whiting. If you've ever been to Whiting, Indiana.
Shout out to Gary, Indiana.
Maybe you've been to the Pierogi Fest there.
Oh, yeah.
Fun. So yeah, that's
what a morning.
It's always like an area or a region. It's never just Chicago or just Philadelphia or Dallas.
Yeah, there's an Atlanta one. There's a Philly one. There's Philly Fed. I don't know if that's the same thing, but similar maybe.
I'm trying to get in long right here. I'm building a long position, 28s, seeing if we could break and test back into these 40s. Really small stop loss, tight stop loss, keeping it tight, building into it as we get it. And as soon as we start to break, maybe in below the 20, I'm just going to get out of it. Really, really tight. But I like this price action. We've been chopping around the key 30, 20 levels. And if we could get a break up, or is this maybe I just slam my head against the wall again and take this loss? But I'm fine with the risk reward. I mean, I'm right here. I'm risking about 1,200. And if we get a beautiful break up to the 40s or 50s, risk big 12, 1,300 to make 4,000 or 5,000 on this.
It was a long road to get down to this weekly kickoff level. When that happens, they tend to become a little bit magnetic. Like the market kind of expended its energy.
Yeah. That's kind of what we're at right now. Crude continues to sell off here. A lot of red on the board. A lot of red on the board today.
So crude is
lots of chop right here.
Rapidly approaching 76.50, which is the weekly kickoff low.
My man. Dude, check that email. Check those levels daily. You need real estate on your screen for them. They're just hitting these days.
And there is a point of control down below that, 76.23. It goes all the way back to February 26th of this year.
I got a question about that, John. February 26th of this year, the front month in February 26th was not what I don't know what's crude trade. Is it July right now? So how?
Right.
I know continuously, but does that matter at all? Since back in February was probably March was the front month. Then does it matter?
This is an excellent question. When I look at points of control, I look at point of control in the current front month.
Yeah.
So I would have to go all the way back to look at what the naked points of control are in the current in the July contract.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I would test it into it in the overnight, but it hasn't tested it into regular trading hours, and I don't consider it tested until it's tested in regular trading hours.
Gotcha. Thanks. And straight up, you can throw anything at John Hoagland, man. He knows.
Yeah, it's nice. It's like you have your own.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man.
Coach or mentor that knows so much.
It's nuts, man. It's so damn good, man.
No, when I'm looking at charts, I want the information from the current front month if it's available. If not, then you've got to look at back adjusted or whatever. But when I'm looking at a chart, I want the current front month information.
Beautiful, man.
Fair enough.
All right, Dakota, you're talking about building into a long position here.
Yeah, so I'm watching this. I'm watching the 5-minute chart mostly. We had that 5-minute candlestick like 15 minutes ago, and we're just inside that. We're inside that, kind of consolidating, and I'm kind of preempting, being a little bit of aggressive here. I got to be honest. A break above that, and then once we get that break, I'm fine with continuing to build this position. But we might not get that. We're just consolidating at this level, and I do like the fact that we're consolidating and not just continuing to just sell and sell and sell. So a little bit of consolidation is good. I'm actually getting ready to get out of this right here. So dang it.
We had
it's one of those
5-minute bars on top of it. Now we've got 3 5-minute bars below it.
Yep. This was the consolidation. I was liking it. I was fine with building a position on this, and I might just get whipped out, but this was a good risk reward trade for me, where if we started pushing up, we could see 350s, 360s, where I'm risking, 15 points to make 30, 40 points.
Oof, my goodness, what a morning.
There's been no positive delta all day. Like, I'm looking at it. There are no buyers in this market.
No.
It's a rough.
I'm looking at a potential, and you hesitate to say market structure shift because this could all be bought right back up on Monday. But the 50 moving average on the daily in the NASDAQ is at 18,224. And we haven't hit that 50 moving average since we crossed above 18,000. And right now it looks like a magnet. If my screen is up, it's on the left chart here, this purple line at 18,224. It looks like a magnet right now. And again, we've seen this before where it looks like a really heavy sell-off day. We have 1 or 2 days of downward movement. Everyone thinks the world's going to end, and then we make all-time highs.
We buy it right back up.
It looks like a healthy pullback after we made, a trade up above 19,000, which is a super psychological level, right? People are going to take profits, but in the grand scheme of things, we're still in a very strong uptrend.
And I agree with you, Jay. This weekly kickoff level was put here for a potential marker for a potential longer time frame market state change.
Gotcha. So if we close below it, then it's potentially.
Yes, the weekly kickoff levels are calculated and placed in areas where I look at where I think that longer time frame traders are going to adjust their inventories. And when the big players adjust inventory, that creates some pretty big moves. Sometimes they just become magnetic. It takes a while for them to make those decisions, but sometimes they'll just go right to it, and then the buyers will come in or the sellers will take over and just run right through it, or they're important levels in in I think every time frame, I'm just trying to fish out the levels that if I were, a longer time frame speculator or hedger or anything like that, where do I have to adjust inventories? Right. What level, what price, where does price have to advertise for me to say, all right, now I've got to make a change? And those are the levels. Right.
It's good stuff, Hoag.
Yep. To be that iceberg short at 52.72 in ES. Yeah, that's looking pretty nice right now.
Somebody's flashing some size on the bid at. They just keep pulling it. We've seen this really all week, right? They flash an order on the bid. The market kind of attracts to it, magnets to it, and then they pull it. I don't know if we want to call it spoofing, whatever it is.
Looks like spoofing to me, but what,
unless MP's playing on the Topstep X app and put some orders out there.
I'm still waiting to get the phone call and ask, what happened? What happened? Where'd the 11 grand go? Well, Michael, we bought 80s and we sold 50s.
We're coming down to 300 right now.
We're trading 300s now, Michael.
300s.
65 sitting there. That 403 sell,
yes.
That was where we saw the heavy negative delta. That was the same play you took yesterday, Hoag. Something to pay attention to, traders. When you see that iceberg, if you can kind of call it out, you see that heavy negative delta. We've got 2 days in a row now where those levels are some really good opportunity.
Great lesson there, Jay.
One of the things that, if you can put my screens on for just a moment, looking at the weekly kickoff in the S&Ps, right? 52.46 even. That came off of information loosely based off of May the 14th, and it walked right through it today. It didn't hold below it yesterday. It's the same day, May 14th, and this doesn't happen a lot. So it's based on the same information in the S&Ps and the NASDAQ, and that doesn't happen a lot, but this time it did. One of the warning signs we might have had to say, we may want to double think or may want to be cautious in and around this 18,330 level is the fact that it, in the S&Ps, it traded to it, stutter stepped, and then broke down through it. So now we're starting to see the NASDAQ doing a similar thing. The NASDAQ has been holding up better, but now they're in the same. Now they're in the same race. Now they're really kind of looking at the same potential for a bigger market state change because of this.
Yep. Yeah, the NASDAQ kind of caught up to it, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Yep, exactly.
We did hit that 300 level. We went down to 297.
Yep. Yes, we did. All right, gentlemen, we got about 1 minute left here on Fast Markets. It has been indeed Fast Markets today. Volatility's back. Not necessarily seeing a market structure change just yet. We're going to keep an eye on it again. If we're going to see a 2% down day, it's 233, 18,233. We are into the 200 now. We are into the 200s.
Into the 200s.
The NASDAQ, low of the day, 297. House account is up about $5,500. We'll take that. John is up some money. Great calls today, guys. Great trade with you. Great trading with you, Jay and Dakota, this week. We will see these guys on next week. These are the stars of Topstep. John's going to be back here in 15 minutes, guys. We got Peter Tuckman coming up next. Dakota, Jay, you guys want anything to say before we sign off here? We go over to Power Players. Otherwise, we can just head on over there. What's up?
No, it was a great trading week. Great. What's that?
Go ahead, Dakota. Tell us.
I was going to say it's a great trading week. Great trading day, to be honest. When the market's like this, house accounts up $5,400. I had 2 areas where I was looking to buy. They didn't work out. I took my losses. I'm down like $4,000. That's not a very bad day, to be honest. On a day like this, when we could very easily like hit daily loss limit. But great way. Let's MPs doing what we should be doing is just enjoying the rest of the day. If the market's not giving us what we're wanting.
Yep,
some stuff. All right, guys.
Only thing
guys.
Is if you're going to continue trading today, manage your risk. And if you made your money, it's Friday. Go enjoy yourself. Go do something nice. And everyone have a great weekend.
What about the Grateful Dead guy? What about the Deadhead? You got anything to say? What's up, the Deadhead? You got anything for us?
Hey, I made a little bit of money. I'm busy the rest of the day on screen doing stuff, and And I love what I do. Thank you guys so much for being with us, Dakota, Jay. Just love watching you guys. You guys are doing so great. It's so good to see. We're going to see more and more of you folks out there doing better and better, and that's the goal here. Love you,
100%.
and we'll see. I'll see you in a few minutes, but have a great weekend, you guys.
Go stretch your legs.
All right,
We got
take care.
power players coming up. Mr. Peter Tuckman coming up next. Stay tuned. Let's go. Welcome back to Power Players. We have the most photographed man on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the Einstein of Wall Street, Mr. Peter Tuchman. Welcome to TopstepTV. I got to ask you, is the world coming to an end? We're seeing all this red on the equities. Mr. Tuchman, selling off in NASDAQ, selling off in the S&Ps. Is the world coming to an end, or is this just a healthy pullback in the grand scheme of things?
Top Step Nation, good to be with you guys. I don't really think the world is coming to an end. What you're seeing is the end of the month profit taking. Okay, look, everybody, the sell in May, go away. That whole thing did not come to fruition this year at all, right? We've had a pretty solid May, right? Even though there's been this disparaging, disclarity, if that's a friggin' English word, around the narrative coming out of the Federal Reserve, right? What Jay Powell says, the other governors are saying. One says 3 cuts, 2 cuts, 1 cuts, no cuts, raising market, whatever it is. The economic data has been mixed the whole month long, yet the market's been forging higher. Every time there's going to be a little bit of a pullback, something comes along that kind of has been boosting it as opposed to it been selling off, right? I think all eyes last week, since I've seen you, were on NVIDIA earnings. That was a huge thing, right? I mean, even with the stock rallying the way it did, let's think about it. You and I have talked about it. I talked to you about the fact that in April and in the first quarter, NVIDIA was trading as high as 940. And then April came along at the end of March. April came along, the stock, everyone's going, I'm not going to pay 940. It was 180 a year ago. What am I, crazy? And then April came along, the first 10% pullback in the market that we've seen this year. And everybody suddenly running for the hills from, they're sitting in their chairs. The movie popcorn, the popcorn goes friggin' flying. Going, I can't buy it. 7:30. It's the end of the friggin' world. If they had been clearly about what's going on, and when markets go on sale, you have a shopping list in front of you, and if you like the story, the people to process the product, then you're looking at it for the long term. You could have bought it at 750. It traded right back up to 940 in anticipation of the earnings. The day the earnings came out, it closed at 946. The earnings came out, it went up to 1,050. And it's been up every day except yesterday, up 100 plus points more. So there is an AI revolution going on. There's a second and third derivative of that that's affecting the Googles, the Microsofts, and all that. Trillions of dollars are being put into this thing, and it's going to be the game changer of now. The question is, without NVIDIA or the Magnificent Seven, does this market fall flat on its face? That's what people are asking. Is that the only thing holding up this market because there's all this negative stuff about inflation and blah, blah, blah? I don't really think so. Yesterday we saw the Russell Index, that's the small and the mid cap, 2000, was up 1%. So what you're seeing here in May is a rotation. People are trying to position themselves for a Fed that may not cut at all or may cut one time. If economic data perceives it, may actually have to raise. So they're trying to figure out, where do I go? Where do I find value? Am I paying up $1,000 for NVIDIA, or am I buying some smaller mid-cap stocks? Where do I find value to position myself coming into the end of the second quarter? That's what everybody's questions are about. Today, CPE number, that is the consumer price expenditure. That is the ultimate Federal Reserve's inflation target signal, right? How much are you and me, we are the consumers, what are we spending for our usual day-to-day shit, okay? Are we paying more for it? And the number that came out today was, in fact, that we are paying a little more for it, okay? But it lived up to the expectations that they had laid out for us. Markets can handle anything except expectations that are not fulfilled. It's kind of like your love affair. You can do it here with anything. Someone promised you some shit that they're not willing to deliver. So the Federal promised that we were going to be down 0.3%, and we were down we were up 0.3% on the inflation ratchet. And so it lived up to the expectation, even though it wasn't a great number. It was another example where bad was good. They did not come in under expectation. So the market originally, this popped up on, but once the market starts to assimilate and understand what's really going on, I think the red that you're seeing is the profit taking for May. We are coming into the end of the month. Today is the last day of the trading of May. We have an MSCI, that is a Morgan Stanley Index, global index rebalance today. You and I have spoken about rebalances before. That is a rotation stocks within sectors and within these indices. The MSCI is the largest of these indexes in the world. It's a global index. That means that all these stocks that were up in the first quarter, down in April, back up in May, have to adjust themselves. They're weighting within the index. So you're going to see people sell the winners, buy some of the losers, average in, try and make the stocks pump up the ones that have been losers, try and take profits off the ones that have made them some money, and then adjust themselves, because they're not going to wait till July to position themselves for the second half of the year. They're going to start to do it in June. So today is the day where the red is all about profit taking coming into the end of the month. Okay, and the MSCI rebalance. It's nothing to get really freaked about. Look, we did have a couple of down weeks. We had a bit of a bifurcation, great fucking word, a bifurcation. Yeah, sounds like a medical term. It's
yeah,
like
it does.
Between Dow Jones Industrials this week, right? The S&P held solid. It gained that 5,300 number, while the Dow hit 40,000 because that day rallied really hard and it took the Dow up above 40,000. Let's be clear. The Dow is a 30 share, 30 stocks. The S&P is 500. It's a much bigger footprint in the marketplace. So the Dow can literally pour down based on one or two stocks. The Dow has been down the last few days because of Boeing, down 9%. It's the highest stock. It was up the week before because of UNH, United Healthcare, weighted all. So look, net, yes, there's red on the screen today. Is there blood on the streets? I don't really think so. The market is telling us that it may be a little bit conservative. We may have to position ourselves and take a little bit of a patient approach to the coming months and see what June really has to bring, looking for some clarity in what the Fed is going to say. You guys are trading futures, right?
Yep.
So you're looking at these names have been wild. I've been David Green. They have been true technicals. Like the last couple of days on Thursday, on Wednesday, where literally the NQ, there were a couple of days where some out and huge rallies and huge sell-offs that were basically situational, meaning that some bit of news came out, like yesterday. There was some rumored news came out about some deal with NVIDIA and the Middle East, and the stock sold off $70. Okay, that pulled the futures down with it, but it literally hit one of our moving averages at Wall Street Global Trading Academy.
Just gonna ask you.
Hit the moving average went down $dollars and hit a moving average. Did not break it by a penny and up on the NQ. So people need to hold true. When market volatility opened up this morning, 150 points. We're now trading red on the screen. If you technical analysis is what we teach at Wall Street Global Trading Academy, you're all welcome. Go check out our course, to check out our boot camp, to check out David Green when he talks on Topstep. Technicals at the end of the day, when you're in this kind of an environment where there are a lot of cross currents, where there's a lot of earnings, where there's a lot of global crazy shit going on, okay, you've got to trade through to your technicals. They, at the end of the day, even we had to look. I think since I spoke to you, we had that crazy roaring kitty meme shit come back and haunt us. I mean, that fucking crazy maniac quote. Wait, I'm willing to bet it was the roaring kitty.
No.
Out of his case. It was probably a hack.
Oh no, this connection. Oh, Mr. Tuckman, the connection is a little shaky right now. I know you're on one right now. The connection's shaking up a little bit. There you are. Mr. Peter Tuckman here on behalf of Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Everyone go check it out. Mr. Tuckman, we'll let you get back. The markets are continuing to make new lows. NASDAQ's making new lows. S&P's making new lows here. We'll let you get back to the markets. Mr. Peter Tuckman from Wall Street Trading Global Academy, most photographed man in the New York Stock Exchange, the Einstein of Wall Street. We'll let you get back. Thank you so much for your time, Peter Tuckman.
Pleasure, guys. See you later. Cheers.
Look at that. Later, man. That was the best. The absolute best. See him. He's right there on the trading floor at the New York Stock Exchange. Ooh, you just got me right now. One shot of me. Ooh, who asked for this? Yes, check out Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Here, we'll get the link in there. But yeah, we've had a hell of a day. We're starting to see some more red. We got some more red here in the S&P or NASDAQ trade. 18,282. Need to make some new lows. Hey, what's happening, JD?
Hey, there he is. What's up, guys?
What's up, man? What do you think about these markets, man?
Just watching. I'm really just starting to get back in tune. I totally checked out for a week. I didn't look at a chart since last Wednesday. So really just getting back into the groove, But man, I don't see any reason to buy this right now.
I think you're right, man.
That's my
we
opinion.
learned the hard way. Yep, we learned the hard way. We bought 380s, sold something like sold 55s ish. Not great, but here we are trading 276 here in the Nasdaq. Low of the day 18,273. All right, JD, question for you. You got some much deserved time off, right? You come back and you see these markets are rocking and rolling. How do you get yourself up to speed? It feels like you're jumping onto a moving train in some sense. So how do you get yourself up to speed?
By not trading, just being an active observer for, a day or two at least. Plus, coming back on a Friday, last day of the month, absolutely no way I'm about to jump in the market after taking a week off. That's my take on it. I just be playing a guessing game, and when markets are moving like this, it's a dangerous game to play.
Most certainly can be. John, still making new lows here. We do have, if we want to go 2% down in the NASDAQ, I got a 18,233. We are not that far away from it, John. The sellers are in control. I mean, call me crazy. You got to be crazy to get long in front of this. Or at some point, will the sellers exhaust themselves? I guess we're kind of keep selling and making new lows, John. What's your thoughts on what's going on?
Well, I think it's the same thing as you don't sell a Friday rally, don't buy a Friday break.
Yep. I think
I caught the one up move today, and I feel very fortunate. And we took a look down at weekly kickoff low. They walked right through it in the S&Ps, kind of stopped there for a little while and teased us in the Nasdaq, and it just continues to look to the downside. I don't see any real legitimate support level until we get down to 18,000, and that's a big move. Tuckman was just saying, this is just a pullback. It's nothing to worry about. This isn't the end of the world. But I'm not about to step in front of this. I mean, I've done that enough in my career, trying to step in front of a freight train, and you get pretty busted up doing that. So I'm not interested in trying to barrel into a short in this, and I'm certainly not interested in longing it. So I'm done for the day, probably. Good to have you back, though, JD. I didn't realize we were going like a quick transition here. I'm sorry I was a little bit late.
You're fine. You're fine, John. You've what do you do? You put in about 3 hours straight live television here with the opening call and then in a fast market. So don't worry. Take
hey, you too, man. You too.
You too. It's not an easy thing to do either.
It's all right. It's fun. It's fun. It's a lot of fun, especially when markets are rocking and rolling like this. It's easy on days like today, but the markets do all the work for you essentially. Here we go. New lows, guys. New lows. My goodness, look at this. We are
a nice bounce in crude oil. Crude oil is making a comeback.
You can just say that constantly. Just new lows.
That's for Hoop. Shout out to Hoop. Yep, bouncing crude oil. John, if you don't mind, JD just pointed out crude. Take a look at the crude market real quick. We did see a nice bounce. Low of the day, $76.67. Currently trading $77.50.
Yeah,
nice little bounce there.
That's what last week's low was.
Come on, 76.67,
670
to the tick.
You guys get these levels up. Oh,
3 ticks. We have weekly kickoff low at 760, 76.50, and a long-term naked point of control all the way back to February 26th at 76.23. So this is a really kind of a high target area down here.
76.23. All right, here. This is a S&P's making new lows. I mean, 5,200s are in sight in the S&P's. Currently trading 52.10 low, 52.09 quarter, 09 quarter the low.
Hey, look, new lows in the NASDAQ.
New lows in the NASDAQ. I'm looking at S&P's. NASDAQ's making new lows. JD, question for you, because I can see you in the green room before you get on air. Anytime Peter Tuckman drops an F-bomb, do you giggle like I do?
Like a schoolgirl.
Me too.
That guy is just a ball of energy. He's a tough act to follow, no doubt about it.
Oh, man. So good. Yes. So JD, to catch you up. I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard yesterday. Dakota made $40,000 getting short the NASDAQ. Last week, I think about the $30,000 day. So Dakota's up big time these days.
Yeah, I've actually got his trade report up right now.
Oh, that's right. You're looking at it. So you saw those numbers, man. How about him?
$256,000 in his account balance right now. That's amazing.
256 large.
Yeah, only 2 trades yesterday. One on both of them. Hoag, you called one of those trades? Is that what happened?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think the one in the morning.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Paper kept coming in. It's 52.72.
Yeah.
And they just, all the locals kept filling paper at 72, filling paper at 72, iceberged it. And we just dropped like a rock after all the buyers got exhausted. And it was just a puke fest to the downside. Beautiful trade. John saw the iceberg going off, called it out in real time. Hoag got short. Dakota got short. And it was just look out below. So it was a beautiful trade.
You never saw more than 200 on the dome, but thousands traded there.
Okay.
Yep. All it's good to see here. 2%, down 2% on the way, according to Coach Jay. We're gonna keep track of that and see how that plays out. Again, 2%, 18,233. We are less than 30 points away from that right now. John, if you don't, what's up?
Magnificent Seven just getting hammered right now.
All right, JD, talk to us. Talk to us, JD.
Tesla down 2.7, Nvidia down 2.7, Microsoft down 2.3, Meta down 2.5, Google down 1.25, Amazon down 2.6, and Apple down about 0.5%. Everything's getting tanked right now.
You know where all the money's going?
Where's it going?
Dow.
The Dow's holding up, right? The Dow is holding up nicely through all the selling. Yeah, talk to us about that, John. What are you seeing? What are you seeing in the Dow? Because the NASDAQ and S&P is just getting hammered. What's the Dow doing?
Freaking Dow's higher on the day. 4 ticks, but higher on the day.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Taking money out of all this stuff and putting it in the blue chip stocks right now.
Don't short America. Is that what Dolby says? Don't fade America.
That's right.
All right, more selling coming in here. We just made new lows again. 18,245. New lows in S&P, 5207. It's going to sound like I'm going to be very repetitive today. You seeing any liquidity downside or upside, downside, John, and on the ladder? Potential spot, potential price level we can go to, because it looks pretty thin here.
Yeah.
Look at the NASDAQ ladder.
Yeah, NASDAQ, there's 62 on the bid down at 2340. I'm sorry, 18,240, 18,239. There's some bids popping around down there. 50, 60, 30, 50, 60. They're just kind of moving around. It is like they're like flashing at you, like, come get me. Come get me.
Mm-hmm. I'm watching it too, yeah.
Come get me.
Here we are.
And the S&P is a lot of liquidity. Well, not really. I gotta get a new mouse. This mouse is terrible. 5,200. There's 371 on the bid. That's really the only liquidity I see down below, and nothing really above. I mean, it's a little bit thin, honestly. We're looking at mostly 100 to 200 on the low 200s on the bids and the offers here. It's a little bit thin. Little bit thin.
All right, JD. So how was JD? How was your mini holiday? Your break? How's Minnesota doing? Boy, if we are still selling off here, this is just getting bloody. How was it? Did you? Yeah, new lows coming in. Want to get here, catch up with you. Hear how it was. Was it peace? Did you fly there or drive there, JD?
Oh, we drive. Have to drive. It's first of all, we bring the dog, so and we bring a lot of stuff with us. So it's about a 10-hour drive. Flying would be very, very difficult. So we just jump in the car and drive.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, but it's great. We go to my wife's family farm in western Minnesota. It borders property borders the Minnesota River, so the house is way down in the river valley. So no cell phone reception, no internet, no cable, no nothing.
Love it. Wow.
Closest town is about 16, 17 miles away. So like walk in the house, I throw my phone in the drawer, don't touch it for a week. It's great. Totally off the grid.
Unplugging. Good for you. You look good. You look refreshed. Voice
feel
sounds
good.
strong.
Feel refreshed. Yep.
Absolutely. Good stuff. John, the buyer. Yeah, fishing. Would you catch anything?
walleye season.
Really?
There's a boat launch right behind the river. They opened up a dam about 20 miles upriver from us. So water was nice and high. Boat launch right behind the house. A couple of neighbors came down and we went out. That was a good time. Friday night fish fry after that.
Oh, it was a
Then
bad day to be a walleye.
neighbor up the road. I had a graduation party for his daughter. She just graduated high school. I helped him cook. We smoked 150 pounds of pork butts. Took about 20 hours. That was a great time. And then after that, basically just relaxing. Wife and I were cruise.
You can empty a lot of grain belts in 15 hours of smoking.
Yeah, I brought some grain belts home with me too. It was part of my tradition, part of routine. Case of beer for the house, case of beer to bring home.
The friendly beer.
The friendly beer, grain belt, the friendly beer.
Grain belt. I gotta look that up. Never heard of it. All right, John. It looked like
can't get it in Chicago. Yeah.
Grain belt beer. Yep, there it is, right there. The friendly beer. You guys aren't kidding. It really is called the friendly beer. We saw a little bit of pop. I just saw that. I pulled it up. It is called the friendly beer. All right, we just popped about 20 points there in the NASDAQ. You think it's just some short covering, or was there any significance to that 241 level? As in NASDAQ? I'm not seeing anything. I'm just wondering what that.
No, I mean, there's some congestion back there from the earlier in May, but it's just a big area of congestion. I can't pick a level down here to really lean on, but I could do everybody a favor.
Please.
I'll sell one, and that'll be the low.
Hold on now. Hold on. Well, S&Ps?
Either.
You said that with great conviction too, Hoag. Let's try it.
I have a gift for it. Last one in.
Oh man, 113 offered at 280 in NQ. Thank you, Jay. Sell the lows.
Says, don't do that. He's still short.
If you want to have some fun, I could pull up a combine and Hoag and I could put on battling positions to see if he's if it's really true. I'm curious.
Will John sell the lows?
Look at this. If somebody in the chat, I want to make sure and call them out on it. CB was saying 18,250 was the buy. I saw you say that earlier, and I checked that out on the daily chart. That's the 50 session moving average. Right there. See the blue? Right there. 50 session moving average.
Hey, John, just want to touch on what Tuckman was saying. He says, can you pull out to maybe a daily or something and see what is the market structure changing, or is this just indeed a pullback right here in the overall bull market?
Well, I mean,
Tuckman says it's it's
we're
healthy pullback, profit taking.
I don't know. Here, hang on.
Let's for sure. Thank you. You know what I'm looking. Yeah, wider time frame here.
Yeah, we're just bring up a chart on a different platform because it's going to be the front month, and we can get a weekly.
All right.
And a lot of time. Okay, so here's the weekly. You want to talk about market state change? Yeah. Look at a longer time frame chart. This is the June contract. Now I'm going to go to the active contract, and this one does not back adjust. Sometimes it gets a little bit wonky. So here's back to 2016. Here's November. That's the Trump spike to the downside there. My brother called me that night. He's like, S&Ps are limit down. What do we do? I said, buy more.
Yep.
Well, that was the right thing to do. We've never been back there. But in the big picture, even COVID, we're still pushing higher. We've pulled back. In the big picture, this market is seemingly forever going to just wind up going higher. In the shorter time frame, in the smaller picture, let's just look at this. Let's go to the daily on the active now.
This is really good. This is how we get perspective here on what's happening in the markets.
So where does the market really have to break to change this upside market state. Some would say you've got to break 15% off the high and 20% to create a new bear market. We're a long ways from there. Take a look at this. So here's the NASDAQ daily chart. Okay. This was the 5% off the previous all-time high. I haven't adjusted these yet. So the previous all-time high was 18,709. This was 5% off. This was 10% off. We still had a long way to go before we were going to change the market from a bull market to a bear market. I don't think that we're anywhere near any major big time changes in market state. Medium time frame, that's what the weekly kickoff level is for. And we're looking for a kind of a market state of a shorter time frame, or let's call it a medium time frame market state. On a daily chart, you could call that a medium time frame, right?
Yep.
And so, I think we're a long ways. I think we got to take out this swing low and see some continuation to the downside before I'll really believe that there's any kind of major, and I hate air quotes, but any major market state change. It's gotta, this is a shorter time frame. This kind of oxymoronish. This is a shorter time frame, long time frame adjustment level. But for everything to fall apart, I think we've got a long way to go. I'm with Tuckman. I think this is actually good for the upside. This is actually good for the upside. Now, ACH, man, anything can happen if things go haywire in the world or whatever.
Yeah,
we can't control that. We can't predict that. That's just those that just happens, and we hope it doesn't. Right? We don't want any new pandemics or wars or anything like that going on. And so I'm going to share something with you guys. A friend of mine follows this economics guy. Some people think he's a kook. Some people think, that he's a genius, whatever. He says the stock market is gonna absolutely go to the moon. It's going to be a bumpy road, but it's going to go to the moon because every sovereign nation in the world, except for maybe one or two, is irreparably in debt. So any paper that they sell isn't worth the paper it's on. The only thing that is going to survive forever is ownership, equity, property, gold,
real estate. Yep.
Real estate, yeah, property, right? Real property, real estate, and equity in companies, that that they don't even have to be doing that well. It's the perception that they're going to be doing really well at some point in the future that creates a lot of that value. Take a look at your chip stocks, right? I mean, the valuation of Nvidia is far greater than its earnings and all of that. It's the perception that they're going to make a lot of money in the future. You can look at Tesla. I mean, Tesla the same way. Tesla was a multi-billion-dollar company before it even made a dime.
Yes, it is. Yes, it was.
So, according to this kook economist, and if you think about it, he's kind of right. I mean, everybody owes everybody. The only real thing to own to build wealth is real property, gold, precious metals, and equity in companies. So he says the stock market's going to the moon.
Interesting.
I think when we were back in the office, I told somebody on screen, I said the Dow's going to 35,000 this year. I was a little preeminent on that because we had COVID and everything, but look where it is now.
Look at the Dow rally right now, too, by the way. Look at the buyers coming in the Dow.
It's crazy.
Look at the 5-minute. I'm seeing green bars. I think I got red all over my screen except for the Dow. I got green on the blue shows, John. Oh, JD, you seeing this? What the hell is going on in the Dow? Oh, the blue chips.
Here's yesterday's low. Here's yesterday's high. We're range bound. We're on a normal trading day. It's very rangy, but it hasn't moved. Here, let's look at this. Here's the 30-minute chart.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's the open last night. Of course, it took a hit recently, but if we look at the NASDAQ, here's the daily chart. Here's the 30-minute chart. I have to scale these every time. Sorry about that. Hang on.
You're good.
So if this were the Dow, it would be hanging up here. No. We're tanking.
Yes, we are.
Dow that's where all the money's going.
It really is. Nice catch on that. JD, would you look to get in front of this freight train at all? Perhaps try to dip a toe in the water for the longs on the upside, or you just see these sellers that just sell and walk away?
Put a helmet on.
Get a helmet for sure. Yeah, I don't see any structure building to the downside to put a long on yet. I mean, that's what I would wait for if I was going to try and step in front of this train. Wait for some structure to build. Start building a base. If you see buyers start stepping in, maybe a little sideways price action, possibly some ranging type of scenario. I'd give it at least a half hour to see if any buyer starts stepping in.
There you go.
But we're not really seeing that yet. We're still just kind of creeping lower, and feels like anything could set this off right now. And new lows just keep coming in.
Not really flight to quality yet. I mean, gold is still lower on the day. I mean, this isn't fear. This is adjustment of inventory.
Okay.
Top 10. Let's see what the fake VIX looks like. Sorry about that.
No, my bad.
Fake VIX is up 2% right now, but it's still 1477.
Fake VIX. Nice.
Oh, Jenna, I got to ask you, why don't you like air quotes? You said I really don't like air quotes. Why don't you like air quotes?
They're
just dumb.
Maybe it's me. Maybe I just don't fit the mold.
Well done. Well done, John. Oh, look at us. Even on a red day, we
I'll be living in a van down by the river.
That was pretty good, John. Fit them. All right. Sorry, Peter. Yep. All right. Maybe seeing some buyers trying to come in, tiptoe into this market in the S&Ps here.
Volume's really drying up, though.
Yeah.
Okay. Tilt's getting a little long in the S&P and NASDAQ.
What do we got?
70% long in the S&P. 70% long in the S&P. Around 66 in the NASDAQ right now. But we're drying up. Ranges are getting smaller. Volume's drying up.
So we're trending lower today. When is when can the range trader here, boy, the sellers just stepped in the S&Ps. All the buyers just got smoked right there. Wow. Yeah.
I think by the time we get to power hour, these markets are going to look like raisins. They're going to be all dried up.
Could absolutely be. All right, John, we got 4 minutes left here.
Good
power player
Coach Ray on Power Hour. Maybe he can tell us he can read us a story.
Of course. Big fan of Coach Ray. Looking forward to that. Real quick recap of what we got coming up here. We got TopQuiz, Jack and Brooke. We roasting trades? I don't think we're roasting trades. They shoulder tap. If not, we're roasting trades. Jack and Mick. Group coach. Oh, how are we doing on questions for group coaching, guys?
Let me take a look real quick.
That's while we're at it. We got
I think we're good.
Here. We are good. Okay. And John, someone wanted to do, I was going to remind you in chat, someone wanted you to talk about something in group coaching today. What was it? You said
weekly kickoff levels.
Thank you. Yes, excellent. Remember that. Weekly kickoff. I mean, it was 330s. We went right through it. There was a bounce in there, and we just went through it. But yes, we were targeting 330s, and we were trading in the 400s. Hell, we were trading. I mean, the first house account trade covered at 625. We got long and covered at 625, folks. We were almost 400 points lower. We were almost 400 points lower.
Unbelievable.
Yep. John, what'd you cover your S&P trade at? You caught along.
Yeah.
Only 30-point range.
Yeah.
30-point range in the S&Ps. But yeah, first trade in the NASDAQ, we covered along at 625. We were 400 points lower. Crazy. Did not get
Starting
short.
to see some sideways. Starting to see some sideways action in the NASDAQ. We might be building a little bit of a base here, but still feels heavy to me.
I'm looking at the numbers here. So
yeah,
it looks like it was 52.68.75.
52.68. I got high today at 33.5. Maybe I might got to refresh the sucker. That can't be right.
Yeah, that was right at the high almost, man.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. This is...
Jeez.
Those days feel good.
I should have sold 10.
Yeah, the old reverse button. We've been talking about the reverse button. JD, have you ever used the reverse button on a trade? Have you ever used the reverse button?
No, I have not. Well, in a combine I have, but not in a live trading account. I would never do that.
Yeah, that
seems a little sketch there.
Ultimate flex, absolutely calling the top or calling the bottom on a trade. Say, this trade has exhausted itself. We are turning around. Hey, if you done it, good on you. It is quite a tricky trade. Frost says, love you, Hoag. Yes, we do. He doesn't, quote unquote, fit the mold. That's why we love him.
Love you too.
Mold. Love the shirt today. John's got the Friday tie-dye on. Him and Jerome Powell, some big-time deadheads. Great to have you here. John, great stuff today, man. We're going to see these two guys back in group coaching after this. We got Top Quiz, everyone coming up with, Jack and Bonnie today. Jack and Bonnie. Bonnie's back. She's been back. Jack and Bonnie for Top Quiz. Shoulder tap, Jack Mick. Then we got group coaching with these two studs right here, JD and Hoag. Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, Coach Vince and Hoag. It'll be very interesting to get Anne-Marie's commentary on all the selling going off in the S&Ps and NASDAQ today. Then we wrap it up like Hoag said. This is an all-star cast. Coach Ray, Hoag, Jack, and myself for Power Hour. Everybody, that was exceptional. Let's take a breather here. We got Top Quiz coming up in a minute. But it looks like the buyers are trying to tiptoe in here. JD, is this the structure you're looking for? But when you say structure, is this more sideways or just maybe even this little bit of creeping higher? Would you consider this structure?
I do consider the structure. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ right now. So now if you were going to put a long position on, you know where your risk is instead of just trying to buy that falling knife with a 10-tick stop or whatever you would do. Now you know where your long will be invalidated if it was to break out to the downside again. So we are building some structure, and you're still, I think there looks like some opportunity for some cheap trade opportunities to the long side right now. So
I think we've got Dakota's 3-bar reversal down here as well. And all I had to do was say, I'm going to sell it. And it turned around and went north.
You sure did, John. And on that note, we're going to end on that awesome job today. You called it. We got Top Quiz coming up next. Jack and Bonnie. Hoag bottom ticked the sell-off. We'll be back after this. Top Quiz coming up. That was too good, John. Later, guys.
Hello, my friends. Welcome to Top Quiz. For today, it's Friday. Oh, yeah. May 31st, last day of May. And for the last day of May, we brought Bonnie back. Bonnie,
Yay.
what up?
Hi, Jack. I'm excited for the weekend to be here. Finally.
I am too. We're going to grind it out, though. We got a couple more hours of TopstepTV. It's going to be great. Right now, if you've never played before, which I assume most of you had, top of the chat, there's a link pinned. Join through there. Remember, I'm not taking winners with one-letter names anymore. That's Bush League BS, so we're not going to do that. Oh, yeah, I did get my hair cut. That's why I have no hats on today. Summer. 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 of them correct, you will be entered for an opportunity, a raffle, if you will, to win one of 60 free resets, with 5 going to the top 5 players. All right. Remember to answer the questions on your device because we are unavoidably 6 seconds behind on YouTube. Where's the link? Matthew Ellis, look up. There you go. Yeah, I get the fade cut at the beginning of summer, so I don't get weird tans later in the summer, Bonnie. You ever get a fade, Bonnie?
I don't know. I like my long hair.
Yeah, I didn't know how.
Looks good on you, though, Jack.
Thank you very much. My long hair would be nuts. All right, let's give just we got 1,200 in here. I think that's about the right number. So Bonnie. Oh, one more thing. You'll all be glad to know Danielle wrote the questions today. I have barely seen them. So get ready for that. Bonnie asked if the questions are hard, and they never are. But we'll see how it works. Okay. Bonnie, you ready to do this?
Yes, I'm a little nervous. Hopefully, I can get at least 2 right today.
Let's do it. All right. Here we go. We are beginning the quiz for Friday. All right, Bonnie, your first question is, this morning, Michael is headed to a preschool graduation, not his own, the bar, Andre's house to talk about the house account, or McDonald's. And Daniel has a what do you think it is? There's a picture of the event, right?
Yeah, I think it's the preschool graduation.
Only in Aspen, folks. I think that when I graduated preschool, I don't think it was a graduation. I think they just sent you home. I don't know. I don't have memories from back then. But yeah, there it was. Most of you knew it. Bonnie, you're 1 for 1. Who answered the quickest? What about Bob? Surprise tick chick. Want to make sure I say it slowly so I don't say something bad. I never win day 23. Well, with that attitude, it'll get the 99. Then you'll run out of characters. Obi-Wan can reset. Chippy C. All right. Let's see. Bonnie, did you have a preschool graduation?
I don't know. I don't remember at all. I was too young.
Caps and gowns and the whole deal. All right, next question. True or false? If you want more time with Topstep's #1 trader, Coach Dakota, he's on Topstep TV for slow markets Monday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Central. Is this true? Or is this false?
It's definitely true.
Yeah. It is. Danielle told me she was going to make the questions harder when she did the quiz this week, but
I think that was what I was thinking. I was like, I think it's true, but maybe she threw in a curveball there. But
46 of you need your preschool diplomas. The preschool that I think I went to, Bonnie, I recall it had some double-sided glass, like a cop interrogation room.
Oh.
So you could watch the kids. It's kind of fun.
I've never been to one. Maybe when I have kids.
An interrogation? All right. What about Bob? Woozy Woo joins, Rob27, and Kwame. All right. Let's take a look at the next one. Bonnie, my kid right now goes to a woman's basement 3 times a week. It's daycare.
Oh, daycare. I was like, for what?
Just for the hell of it. All right. Let's get question number 3 here. Jack got dumped at. This is from yesterday. Did I get dumped at SeaWorld, Disneyland, Six Flags Great America, or Legoland? One of these places I got dumped.
I don't know. Is it Disneyland or SeaWorld?
I have never been to SeaWorld. It was 100% Disneyland, as we mentioned yesterday. Will I regret bringing up this story? Perhaps. But worked out just fine for everyone involved.
Do you still like going to Disneyland?
That was the one time I've been to Disneyland, so thumbs down for me.
Oh, no.
Never went back.
Never went back to Anaheim. Never went back. Been back to LA a few times, but not going to Anaheim after that experience. All right, let's see who's profiting in resets off my personal trauma. What about Bob, Woozy Woo, Warhammer, Numpney, and Rob27? Okay. You ready for this final question?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Let's see it. I'll tell that full story at some point, maybe during Power Hour today. All right, here we go.
I'll tune in so I can hear the story. I'm curious.
Legendary Top Step shit poster. Carl Hungus makes his on-air debut next Tuesday at 11 a.m. Central. This is news to me, but because Danielle wrote it, what do you think the answer is here?
I think it's false.
I'm going to guess it's true. I mean,
it's true.
I don't know, man. Are we going to let Hungus on air? Yes, we are. That would be a wild... I would give Danielle mad credit if that were not the case, but you heard it here. Carl Hungus is going to be on air Tuesday at 11 a.m. Central. Excited to see the man. Let's see the top players. In third place, Warhammer. In second place, Woozy Woo. And in first place, it's going to be What About Bob? What About Bob?
Yay.
And fourth, we got Numpney, and 5 is Zooming. Sorry I never win day 23. Maybe this is your day in the draw. We will find out. Bonnie, pleasure to have you back.
Thank you. Glad to be back.
Yeah. Have a wonderful weekend. Another easy 4 for 4 for you. And stick around because right after this, we got group coaching with JD and Hoag, I believe. And then we got some afternoon programming as well. But I have 50 browsers open at the moment. Give me a second. It's Friday. 1 o'clock, we got Coach Vince and Anne-Marie. Huge. Didn't want to miss that, or with Hoag. And then Power Hour, myself, Andre, Hoag, and the legendary Coach Ray will be there. So stick around. We'll be back right after this with group coaching.
Thank you.
Tapping the mic, taking some notes here on the shoulder tapping. Mick, it's Friday. We're not at Bonavino right now. You're in the office. I'm in my cavernous front porch office. Back porch, actually. But we're going to do this. We got some traders to discuss. We're with risk manager Mick. How's your Friday going?
Hey, it's going well. Nice day, busy day like most of them are. We've got a nice range expansion to the downside in the NASDAQ, which always brings some fireworks. We got some people that have, ridden out some winning trades, but also a lot of people, that probably got caught off guard by this, the range of today and the trend down. So we've got some big P&Ls. We've got a lot of people that, we're trying to pick bottoms and whatnot, which is kind of, something that you typically see on a true range day like we've had in the NASDAQ today. So I've got shout outs for a couple people. Shorin up $7,200 today. Brian P., someone we featured Wednesday when I was on last, he's up $9,000 today. He's the guy who had an $18,000 Tuesday to bring his account balance above $70,000. Had a couple daily loss limit days between then and today, but he's right back around the $70,000 mark. Excuse me. So all in all, it's been a really good week for our funded traders, live traders specifically. They're up a good amount of money this week, so really happy to share that. And I know I wouldn't say we're giving any back today. It's just been kind of a mixed board with a few people that got the big P&Ls, a number of people that, have smaller red numbers on the board. Speaking of red, I know Dakota got mentioned earlier this week, as he gets mentioned every single day. He was on earlier today. He's down 9,000 today, but still has a very, very healthy account balance that's just slightly under $250,000. I was talking to Danielle yesterday, Jack, about getting him to take a payout. I think we've been trying to get him to take a payout for a while, and he wants to grow the account to something. I finally got somewhere. Danielle, if you're listening, I talked to Dakota this morning. He's going to keep an account balance maintenance level of $250,000, and then for any profits over the $250,000, he is going to take 50% of that and pay himself. As far as frequency goes, he's going to treat it like a regular job, and I like this. Regular payouts every 2 weeks. He's going to be taking a payout that's 50, whatever is above 250,000, the $250,000 mark. He's going to take 50%. So really happy about that. I bring it up because we always talk about how payouts are very important. And if you're trading here, you want to pay yourself. There's a lot of people that think about hitting big round numbers, Jack. But we're here to not only speculate and get gratification out of being correct in the markets, but getting paid for that. And that means taking money out of your trading account. But a $250,000 maintenance level for Dakota with the position size he has, and for that expanded daily loss limit, I think 250 is a good mark for maintenance. And hopefully, he just keeps growing and being able to pull some money out of that. So another reason I brought it up is because Brian P., one of our other live traders who did go over 70,000, I just mentioned he's up $9,000 today. Earlier this week, we talked to him. We're like, take a payout. He said he wanted to chase Dakota. As far as account balance goes, I want to make sure that he takes a little bit of that money too. And we talked about it on Wednesday. This is more of a follow-up. You shouldn't be, sizing yourself up or competing with other traders. You compete with them in the open auction process in the marketplace, not as far as account balance goes and doing what other people are doing. Make your own decisions on what's best for you.
Yeah, I see a great question in chat, by the way, about this. Can't ask, what is the max payout? If he ran up to $2 million, could he pull out $1 million? I mean, sure, why not? He's in the live market,
There is no max payout. Yeah,
there is no max
payout.
That's for his counterparties to worry about. Yeah.
And if anybody does run it up to $2 million, Dakota could be the first person that does that. You definitely want to pay yourself. I mean, that's, can be life-changing money. And I know of other clearing firms and risk managers out there, back when there was the trading floor, people had windfall profit days. You do get a phone call from the risk manager or your clearing firm and say, take that money out of your trading account. It's no longer risk capital. So I know of at least one occasion where someone had a 7-figure winning day. They said, take that money out. Don't risk it. And I know that the guy paid off the rest of his house with it. So.
Very nice. Quick update before, I don't know if you have anything else before we go to the cards, but just wanted to say that Hoagland for now did call the bottom in the NQ and ES. We've bounced about 80 points. We're kind of grinding a little bit higher here. Low at, I got it about 18,240 or thereabouts. And now we're a bunch of 5-minute candles green in a row. We will see how that closes out later in the show. But Mick, for now, let's talk some cards.
Let's do it. Let's pull up Timothy. I got nothing but shout outs here today, Jack. And I know if we have time after going through the 2 cards that we're going to do today, we'd love to field some more questions in chat. So if you guys have any questions you want to ask Jack or I, drop those in the chat. Hopefully someone can set aside some good questions for us that we can pick up on after we talk about one of the traders we transferred to from XFA to live. So with that, we've got Timothy here. I really like how Timothy manages his account on a daily basis, Jack. These metrics that I've got up here for him are very good. Net P&L, it's a small 303 bucks a day. That was over the course of 35 days. He's in an XFA. We have not called him up from XFA to live, despite good, consistent profitability. The main reason for that is he's good at paying himself a little too good, where he's maintaining such a low account balance that if there were a couple back-to-back losing days, if we transferred him to a live account, that account would be closed. We don't want to do that. But everything's really good here. Trading the NASDAQ, they've got 69% winning days. And these are the daily metrics that I really liked a lot. Best day, $4,091. Worst day, $1,014. The best day he's put up is 4 times the size of his worst day. The average winning day and average losing day are consistent at 1-to-1. These are metrics that I want everybody to digest. Your average losing day or your worst losing day, it's not the case here. The worst day is bigger than the average winning day of just about $800. But over 35 days, what I like to see is these averages of, being right in line with each other. And considering that he's putting up, 19% more winning days than losing days, this is a recipe for success. And that's what we're seeing here. On a trade-by-trade basis, risk rewards 1-to-1, there's always room for improvement on your risk reward. It is nice to see 67% winning trades over that many days in the account, 35 days. So, it's working right now. Could maybe be a little bit better. There's always areas to improve. But overall, I really like this, and that's why this card is up. They're selective. They're only taking 1 trade per day consistently, like no deviations from that. And they're only trading 1 to 2 contracts. So, I think that Timothy is in the right account size, the 50K with that $1,000 daily loss limit. They don't need to be in a bigger one, risking more money that could jeopardize these metrics that I'm saying I like so much. And, I like that they're trading in their comfort zone. Don't have to be trading big to be consistently profitable or profitable. And, it's always good when you see someone trading smaller than they can. I like that. And then, shout out on the hold times for Timothy too. With these 1 to 2 contracts that they're trading, they're sticking it out for 3 hours in the market. So definitely someone who's looking to catch a good trade entry, catch a piece of the trend for the day, and, stick to their guns, as they say, and ride out a trade. So all in all, I really like this.
Yeah. When you say about, 1 trade per day, I'm looking at the report right now. It is literally 1 trade per day, 35 days. Oh no, I see something overcame Timothy on May 21st and he took 2 trades. But besides that, 2 trades. I'm looking through this.
Yes.
35 days, 36 trades, all of them for either 1 or 2 lots. Actually, yeah, well, the 6 is from the day where he had 2. That must have been a saucy day for Timothy. But that's really great. As you mentioned, he has taken close to 9K in payouts. And if you're looking to have the account go on for a long time, it's probably a little bit aggressive, but I definitely prefer that, locking it in, and he is trading smaller and kind of managing it, to the, a lot of Dakotas out there. I'd rather see you taking out too much, and that's how you lose your account, rather than running it up and running it down because you're trying to get a sort of unrealistic rate of return on your capital there. It takes a lot of risk. As I mentioned, there's no way to quadruple something and quadruple it again without taking some serious risk. So I think Timothy's doing great.
Yeah, we like it. And I like what you had added there. All right, another shout out, Hassan. Oh, they did it. I love it. Nottingham, UK. That is the Sherwood Forest that you're looking at right there. For all of you Robin Hood fans. Jack, I think, wasn't there a Sublime album that was called Robin the Hood? Well, Hassan here is certainly the sheriff of Nottingham, and I wouldn't say evil. He's done really well in his XFA. He got called up to live this week. He hit the $50,000 cap in the XFAs. For everybody out there watching, if you didn't know about it, there's a $50,000 cap. It's not a lower value. It's a $50,000 cap in the XFA per account. So if you have 3 XFAs, now 5 XFAs, 50,000 cap in each one of those. Hassan hit the cap. We moved him over. All his stuff looks really, really good here. It wasn't so much even the cap that had us transfer him to live. It's these metrics, which are just really good. Average daily P&L, $2,200. And Jack, I'd say that this trader, more so than being like a big swinger, which I've used that term a lot here, I feel like just, has a big risk appetite, is kind of a better fit here as opposed to big swinging. Because the metrics speak for themselves. We've got 63% winning days. Best day is almost $19,000. Worst day, $3,500. The average winning day is $2,000 more than the average losing day, being at $5,300 for the average winning day, and average losing day is just daily loss limit. But they're not someone, I think, where I've categorized these big traders as big swingers. They're not someone that's more so than not hitting the daily loss limit because they're right more than half the time. A lot of times we'll see the pop a shot where someone makes windfall profits, and then over the next 10 days they go daily loss limit, daily loss limit, daily loss limit, that kind of thing. So good stuff here. 58% winning trades, not super great, and the risk reward isn't super great there. But as they're stringing together these winning trades, excuse me.
Oh no, Mick.
I'm dying here.
Not live on TV. It wasn't meant to be this way.
No, but I can't kick it. I think there might be more coughs. Sorry, everybody. Just being a human over here.
It's okay. While you're attending to your respiratory needs, I'll just point out, I'm looking through Hassan's report right now. Definitely swinging pretty big. He's a member of the a club we see a lot here, the Club DLL, as a stop loss limit. I don't see initially. Yep, all of the losing days are that 3K plus slippage, but as mentioned, with the 50 or 63% winning days, the winning days I see in here are above that. I see a lot of 5, 6K winners, and have the one big day of 18 grand. Mick, are you feeling healthy and vital right now? Okay.
Knock on some particle wood here.
I got it.
Yeah. So, some stuff I see here that I really like, Jack, now that I'm back to breathing normally, is scaling in. The number of trades per day that we have here, they're a little less than 12 trades per day. It's really more the way the metrics read, it's 12 trades per day, but they're certainly scaling in one contract at a time. So I want to say it's more like one trade per day. So I like that for a number of reasons that we always talk about, but adding to winners as it's working for you. I think an area for improvement for Hassan, the sheriff of Nottingham, is that maybe when it comes to scaling, there's an opportunity there to limit the days that they're hitting the daily loss limit, because if you're going to scale into size up to 12 contracts, I think is what the max that they've had on. If you get 3-4 contracts, maybe, if you're scaling in as it's going against you, we don't have any rules about dollar cost averaging here. Maybe don't slap on the other additional contracts if it goes past a threshold or something like that. Because if you're cannonballing or scaling in as the market's going against you, you're just adding to the leverage when you're not getting the confirmation from the market that you have picked the right direction, up or down, for it to go. So I like the scaling in here on the additions to the winners when you're getting validation and confirmation from Mr. Market saying, hey, you're right, add to it, press a little bit. But I think there's an opportunity to lighten up or even peel off some of that size as the market's going against Hassan. It's kind of my take on it there.
Yeah, I think so too. But taking a pretty penny in payouts, it looks like I'm seeing what, $21,300. That ain't nothing.
No, they got a lot to show for it, and they're going to start with a nice beefy account balance in the live account. So they keep this up, they'll be sitting pretty. But I do want to see risk reward improve a little bit here on a per contract basis. But again, I think they have it just like Timothy had his average winning day and average losing day very, very closely in line. He has to be conscious of that. I think Hassan has got his per contract risk reward on a per trade basis in line. So he's keeping it right at that, 1-to-1, which is very, very good. Maybe we can maximize that a little bit. But like you said, the payout's 21 grand. Like I mentioned, Dakota was going to be treating it as a real job, taking payouts above the $250,000 mark for his account balance maintenance level. It seems like that's what Hassan's doing too. Regular payouts, bi-weekly payouts. So I like that a lot. I really like the payouts a lot. I always found for myself, taking payouts regularly, whether they were really small or, good payouts, it helped me with my money management because, paying yourself when you're doing this full time as a job, your primary source of income, you need to be bringing something in. And that's an added layer of something to be conscious of and aware of, All right, I'm up on Friday a little bit here. I see this trade. Maybe I take it. Maybe I don't take it. It's a marginal trade. Maybe I'll just leave it and not risk the money, because if I risk that money, I might not be taking a payout. So it adds an additional business layer to the trading. At least it did for me. So I'd like people to think about that a little bit.
Yeah. When I started, we were able to take out monthly, and then it was just like twice a year at a later point. I wish I had taken more out at the time. We just got like a couple minutes here,
tight restriction.
Yeah, they wanted to cover their butts in case
Yeah, I get that.
The kind of way we were trading, it was like, even if you're making money now, there was always the possibility of that big blowout thing that, I heard stories of a couple people who left after I did, who took that to the logical conclusion, so to speak, overnight one night. So that's the way it works.
Did you guys get a draw at all? Did you get a draw?
Explain.
Like just somewhat of like a salary, and then
yeah, we were salaried, and when they went to twice a year, they gave us a bigger salary. Like, still not. It was still, you made your money via what you were withdrawing from your account, but yeah, we got paid a little bit. Were you just straight commission, straight profits?
No, there's a little draw.
Yeah,
enough to get you by and give you ramen noodles if you have buy your ramen noodles if you got a couple bad months.
When I started as a clerk, like the base salary was, I think, like $40K a year. And this wasn't like in the 90s or something. This was like in 2009. And that was work, like 14 hours a day overnight. So yes, you were very dependent on your bonus for all that, which you paid yourself. So that's all good fun. Well, we're about at the end here, Mick. Thanks for sharing the cards. We're going to take a quick break. First, have a nice weekend, Mick.
You too,
congrats
thanks.
to those that we talked about. We'll be back right after this break with a little group coaching with JD and Hoag. So stick around, and we will be back just after this.
Welcome, friends and traders. You've made it to group coaching. Let's crush 2023, it says, but it is indeed 2024. You're staring down the barrel of John. You're looking at John the Goat Hoagland. I'm JD in the background. What's happening, Hoag? How are we feeling today?
I'm doing good. I'm calling this grateful coaching today in honor of my shirt. And yes, I didn't realize that still says 2023 on it.
We'll get that changed up in just a little bit.
Transported us a year earlier.
Yes, the old time machine. Here we are. All right, Mick's on a call right behind me, so don't mistake our voices. And we're getting a little rally here in the NASDAQ. Hoag, you called the low of the day. Jack said it in the
All I
last
said
segment.
was I'm going to sell one, and that was it.
That was the move. Well done. Well, thank you to everybody that submitted your group coaching questions. We had the forum pinned in the chat for a while. We did take it down because we got quite a few questions. So we're just going to start firing these off. Hoag, you ready to go?
I'm ready and raring. I love these sessions. Love everybody here. Love you, JD. And it's Friday. Let's do this.
Let's do it. All right. First question comes from RJ. This one has to do with TopStep X functionality. How do I set my personal daily loss limit in TopStep X platform? Pretty simple. Hoag's going to guide you through it. You just go to that settings menu on the left side of your screen. And then you click on risk settings.
Yes, click on risk settings and then punch in your personal daily loss limit. I'll go $1,000 here. And then it says action, do nothing, liquidate and block. I'm just going to go liquidate and block because if I get to $1,000 loss, I'm done for the day. I'm going to save that. Now you can see it up here. Personal daily loss limit, $1,000. And that's how you hook it up.
Simple as that. Make sure you hit that. Yep. Make sure you hit that save button too when you do that, because then it will save. All right. Next up, Roy wants to know what candles indicate a reversal pattern in the market. Well, we were talking about Dakota and that 3-candle reversal pattern that he likes to track. Maybe you want to talk a few minutes about that? How does that sound?
Yeah, of course. So this is something. What is going on with this? Where did all these lines come from? I do not know where all those came from. I'll figure it out, but let's look at it on this platform. I have no idea what those lines are. But anyways, let's take a look. So 3-bar reversal. I was just talking to Dakota about this right now. And I just said, hey, didn't we just see a 3-bar reversal pattern on the NASDAQ and the S&Ps? And he sent back this. So you got a down move. You got 1, 2. Well, actually, this is 1, 2. And the next bar, when it opens, if it takes out the high of the previous bar, that's the 3-bar reversal patterns. But there's a lot of different reversal patterns when it comes to when it comes to candlestick patterns. Like, take a look at this in the crude oil. Okay, the market moved lower. Okay, on this 30-minute bar, on this 30-minute chart, this created a bullish engulfing pattern where the last falling bar, the candle body of that last falling bar is completely engulfed by the next up bar. So this is a bullish a bullish candlestick pattern. There's lots of different candlestick patterns. My suggestion to you is to just Google candlestick reversal patterns, and you're going to get all different kinds of opportunities to view them, to look at them. If you are interested in more education about candlestick patterns, Steve Nissen is, from what I understand, the master and the godfather of the candlestick patterns. Check out one of his books. You don't even have to buy it. A lot of libraries will even have these. I suggest that to people a lot. Before you buy, an expensive trading book, see if you can get it at the library. Check it out. But there's so much information on, all of this online, and you can just Google candlestick reversal patterns, and you're going to get more reversal patterns than you can probably handle. That's my suggestion for you.
And Hoag, you are 100% right. Most of the books that you're looking for on candlestick patterns can be found at your local library. It just so happens my wife works for Chicago Public Library, and I have checked out quite a few technical analysis books over the years before
Very
purchasing
nice.
them. Exactly like you said there, Hoag. Yeah. So consult your local library, see if they have a copy for you to look through, and if you like it, then you go out and buy it. All right, next question. We're going to shoot down to Anwar. Anwar says, hello, Hoag. Thank you and the Topstep team for all the help and support throughout the week. Quick question. I don't get it when you mention negative and positive delta and how it is related to the market going up or down. What is delta? Thank you. I know we go over this one quite a bit. I'm not sure when the last time it was, though, or if you did this
Yesterday.
last week while I was. Oh, you did do it yesterday? Okay.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's
Want to talk through it real quick then? Just a quick refresher, and we'll move on.
Yeah, sure. So the delta is it's a number that explains that sums up the total number of contracts that trade on the offer by market orders. Every contract that buys the offer on a market order adds 1 to delta. Subtract the number of contracts that trade on the bid using sell market orders. That's negative delta. You take the positive, subtract the negative, and that gives you the number. How we look at it in looking for opportunities in trading is occasionally you're going to see delta increasing in positivity as market order buyers lift offers. But if those offers continue to get replenished, you're going to get increasingly positive delta without the ability for the market to be able to push higher, right? You would think aggressive buyers lifting offers would continue to push price higher. If it doesn't, that kind of gives you a little bit of a divergence. So you get all this positive delta. And when the buyers kind of figure out, hey, we're not getting what we want here as far as direction is concerned, they'll back off. Then sometimes the longer time frame traders will move those offers lower. And if those short time frame buyers like buying it up here, maybe they'll help us get our executions done here. So they continue to buy into those offers, and those offers keep replenishing. The buyers are unable to push price higher, so they'll back off again. Maybe they'll get out of some of those longs. Then the longer time frame might move those offers even lower, and you see those buyers coming in, delta increasingly getting higher and higher in value, but the market not able to move in that direction. That is a delta divergence. It's a way to determine possibly whether there is a longer time frame presence in the market that is doing just that. They're just continuing to push it, put in sell orders, sell limit orders, and the shorter time frame buyers keep buying them and buying them and buying them. Eventually, those short time frame buyers that are creating that positive delta against those longer time frame sellers just putting in offers and letting the short time frame traders buy into them, eventually they're going to figure it out, and they're going to go, we're in trouble, we're way too long, let's get out, and then they'll push the market lower. It's just one way to determine when we're thinking about opportunities. We usually want to be aligning ourselves with the bigger, stronger, big money players. If we recognize that we have that delta divergence and that our community of shorter time frame pea shooter day traders are probably getting too long up against these bigger sellers, we can use that to our advantage, because when they do capitulate, they're gonna push price lower. It's a big community of retail pea shooters like me out there, and when they all get one way, they're going to push the market the other way. So what we're doing by looking at delta and those divergences is we're pitting time frame against time frame. The longer time frame sellers are unrelenting. The shorter time frame traders that are trying to buy against those levels are unsuccessful in continuing to push price higher. They're going to push price lower when they capitulate or when they get out of the market. So that's one way that we can sense in the day time frame whether there is a longer time frame presence in the marketplace. It works the other way too. You know, if you got sellers hitting into bids, they're unable to push price lower. They back off. The buyers bring those bids higher. The sellers try hitting into those bids, and they keep replenishing those bids. Because they got 10,000, 20,000 contracts to buy. Then the short time frame traders back off. They remove those bids up again, and the short time frame traders try and take out all those buys. They can't do it. You get a big negative delta when price is moving in the opposite direction of the more aggressive traders. Then you see the market turn and run the other direction, because a lot of those short time frame P shooters like me and like you are going home flat that day. And if they're not getting paid, eventually they're going to figure it out, and they're going to say, you know what, I'm out of here. And they tend to do it en masse. And sometimes you get some really decent later moves from that. So that's how we use Delta. Nothing is perfect. Nothing is finite. The same thing rarely happens twice, and never happens exactly the same way twice. It's just one of the tools that I like to use to determine whether we're seeing longer time frame traders in the marketplace. And that's the Delta divergence. Sometimes the market is just going to continue in one direction, and Delta, like we saw, I think, was it yesterday here? Hang on a second. Well, no, not really. We actually
we do have a good
have
follow-up question.
Go ahead. Yeah, let's try that.
The very next question from Omar is a pretty good follow-up to what we were just talking about. Looking at today's volume, I'm going to paraphrase what Omar's question is. Would you say that today's move lower was the shorter-term weekend traders and algos pushing the market down, or was it other longer time frame traders participating in the move today? Just based off of Delta and what you're seeing. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, this is good. So this was the profile from yesterday. We had a big positive delta, right? We never were able to close the gap. We had positive delta all day long, and price ended up pushing to the downside. We added, let's see here. We added approximately 9,000 in open interest. So price actually moved opposite delta. That was a divergence yesterday. And the fact that we added 9,000 in open interest indicates that we're longer time frame sellers accumulating shorts on this move to the downside. Today, we have negative 9,400 delta, and that delta is largely congruent with direction. When delta is congruent with direction, it can mean a number of things. The main two are going to be, we were still some day traders, maybe some speculators, whatever it was, that were buying into this move yesterday, got stuck long, and they started to capitulate as price continued to move lower. How do longs get out? They sell. We have negative delta and direction to the downside. The second thing that is most of the reason why we'll have direction congruent with delta is we have multiple time frames acting in concert, and that's the way it felt this morning as the market was pushing lower, actually on some somewhat decent volume. But when you have short time frame day traders, swing traders, bigger speculators, and the longest of time frames, some of your banks, your funds, all acting in concert, that's when you really get big downside moves that will likely continue through the entire session. Now, we've seen a decent pullback today. We're still seeing delta congruent with direction. Was that longer time frame? Was that all time frames acting in concert? We won't be able to really accurately, or as accurately as we can, assume that until we see what the open interest does tomorrow morning. If we lost open interest today, then this move to the downside was probably the last of the trapped longs capitulating from the last three sessions. Or if we add open interest, that might indicate that the longer time frame sellers were joining the shorter time frame trapped longs in this big push to the downside. That's when you get your biggest energy, is when you have all time frames acting in concert against the market. You have very few bids. You've got lots of folks trying to sell it. and it just keeps crumbling and crumbling and crumbling. And that's what we saw early today. We've gotten quite the pullback, which indicates to me that this was probably more trapped longs from the past couple of sessions, just saying, you know what, it's Friday, I got to get out of here. And there is always, to some degree, some longer time frame inventory adjustment going on. If you were here earlier, we noticed the S&Ps were getting smushed, the NASDAQ was getting smushed, but the Dow was range bound. The Dow wasn't moving at all. So that was a kind of a perhaps, and we never really know. We can only make assumptions and hypotheses. That was probably some traders moving out of some of your higher flying tech stocks and putting them in safer blue chip stocks, because the tech sector crumbled today, but the blue chip stocks did nothing. They just sat there. So some of that money may have been moving out of those into some of your blue chip stocks. It's an assumption. It's a hypothesis. It makes sense, but we don't really know 100% ever. So we just have to use that information to look for opportunities benefit us. I hope that helps.
Nicely done. Thanks, Hoag. Yep. Just to paraphrase, look to volume, open interest, and delta to find out who's participating in the bigger moves in the market. All right. Next up, we got a question from Pete. This is an interesting one. I'm not sure what's really going on here, but Pete says, hello, Mr. Hoagland. Someone is offering a mirror trading strategy in our Discord. Do you mean the Topstep Discord channel, Pete? We don't allow soliciting of any kind in our Discord server. So if you see someone trying to sell something, please DM it to us so we can have that taken care of. Don't give anybody any money unless you verify it. Hope that helps you out, Pete. Next up, Kat says, what do you mean when you say a market is overextended? Overbought, oversold conditions. Yep.
Yeah. So overextended means that price just advertised too far in one direction. When we think about the auction process, Kat, price is an advertising tool, right? So as the market auctions higher, it's going to advertise price at higher and higher levels. Overextension is when price gets just too far, becomes too expensive. Buyers won't buy it anymore. They'll back off. That'll attract sellers. And the upside auction is going to end and a new downside auction is going to begin. There's different ways to make assumptions as to whether a market is overextended in either direction. RSI, stochastics, a lot of folks like to use those to say, the RSI is way up high. It's looking like this market is really overextended price-wise to the upside, or, hey, it's right. The stochastic is just really low. Market's been breaking. It's looking like this market is oversold or overextended. And then you can monitor for when selling dries up down there. You may see some buying come in, and that kind of gives you your opportunity. I look more towards extremes, buying tails and selling tails on either the volume profile or the market profile. Take a look at the low in the NASDAQ right here. Okay. So I'm just going to expand this so everybody can see it. All right. So this is the market breaking today. Breaking. When we put in this low, what do we see on that candle? We see a long shadow. This can be a sign of overextension, where sellers just figured out, we're done selling it. We're not selling it this cheap. And that attracted buyers, and the market started moving to the upside. This is that three bar reversal that Dakota talks about. But when we take a look at the low here, this just looks like price got way too cheap. And then it came back up, closed that 5-minute bar. We never took out the low of that. We took out the low of the next two here and closed above it. There's your 3-bar reversal, and the market goes to the upside. You can see it on the profiles as well. Take a look at the profile in the NASDAQ today. So here we go. Each of these TPOs or little boxes or letters is 4 ticks. So, the market came down here. Okay, and this is based off of a 30-minute chart. So the market put in the low right here around 241 quarter. Oh, these are three. Let me do this. Those are 6. Anyways, here, you know what? I'm gonna just make it all. Okay, so this is a buying tail. The market got down to this level. They couldn't take it out. This leaves excess. When we're looking at an overextended market, it's usually going to create some sort of excess. On the profile, this is the excess. On the 5-minute chart, this is the excess. Then you look for the pattern, for the reversal pattern after that excess, and then you can say, all right, it looks like maybe we've run out of selling here. Buyers have now taken over. Well, let's look for an opportunity for a continuation move to the upside. So anytime anybody says that the market is overextended, they may say, price got too expensive or too cheap. Some would call it an unfair high for buyers or an unfair low for sellers. Some would call it, some would say it's a reversal pattern. Some would say it's oversold or overbought. There's lots of different ways to look at that. And all of those words, like overextended, all mean the same thing. The price went too far one way and turned around and then went the other direction, at least for the time being. Great question, though.
Yeah, real great question. And right below it, Theo has a good follow-up about how to spot exhaustion and absorption. Can you tell the difference between exhaustion and absorption when you see these overextensions?
Well,
does that make sense?
I've seen, I see exhaustion as, a big push in one direction on good volume, and then volume dies. So we get this big push, we run all these stops, there's a whole bunch of volume, and then it just dies. I'll look at this for like when I'm looking for a failure for a breakout above an IB high or an IB low. The market comes up, takes out the IB high. If I'm looking for a continuation, I want the market to show me that there's still a lot of interest of people looking, people changing orders, people getting in, people getting out. But if I get the extension and the dome dies, like, okay, nobody cares. All right, that was exhaustion. Absorption means if I get a breakout and I see new business coming in, then we start to absorb and we continue the push to the upside. So absorption is also, what we see when we have a delta divergence. If we have a negative delta divergence and price just keeps going higher, that's absorption. That is longer time frame buyers absorbing or accumulating, or sometimes even liquidating a position, a large position. Great question, JD. There was some people that were asking in chat earlier about the weekly kickoff levels and what they mean, and a little bit of how I find them. And so, if you don't mind, I'll talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely, we got just enough time to get through this. I think. Yeah, let's hit it.
Okay. So the weekly kickoff levels, and sometimes they're great. Sometimes they're magic. Sometimes there's nothing you can really do to be able to actually really know when you're going to incite traders into action, especially some of the longer time frame traders, because the longer time frame traders, they're not as price sensitive as we are. They have these huge positions all over the place, and they just work those positions against each other. But where does price have to advertise to force them to adjust an inventory in one or many of those products? And those are the levels that I look for the weekly kickoff levels. So the weekly kickoff levels are they're technical information. They are market profile information. There's measured moves involved in them. There's some math involved in them. And if you reverse engineer the weekly kickoff levels, 8 out of 10 times they're in areas of previous possible congestion, or sometimes even in fair value gaps where there is a naked point of control, like the weekly kickoff low here in the NASDAQ. Okay, there is a naked point of control, and naked point of control is a point of control that has never been revisited in regular trading hours. Why are those so important? Because they are comfort levels. They are levels where a lot of traders were comfortable transacting business. The weekly kickoff level in the NASDAQ is in essence, and it's not just because that's the point of control that hasn't been revisited. It's a point of control right here. 18,331 is the actual point of control. Weekly kickoff 330. I try and use round numbers. There's nothing precise or exact in trading, but it's also where there are a bunch of highs here. The market took off and ran from that level. So this looks like kind of a cool level to look for an opportunity. Unfortunately, the price went through it a little bit too much, and that does happen. It seemed like it was going to become magnetic, which does happen because there may have been very little real decision making made at that level at this time by the longer time frame. If it's going to be a good weekly kickoff level, we want response from the longer time frame very quickly. And there's a lot more information I can tell you about the weekly kickoff levels. I can't really explain some of the math and some of the Dakota was talking about intuition. Some of it's intuition. I like to joke and say some of it's chicken bones and tea leaves, but it's not true. Some of it is kind of intuition and looking at charts for a long period of time and just kind of sensing if I were a longer time frame trader, what would I think about this level? And so sometimes we hit them really good. Sometimes not so much. We got pretty close to it in crude oil this morning. We were looking at 67.50, our current low for the session, 67.67, so within 16 ticks. But we did have last week's low in the way there, so this whole area becomes an interesting zone for an execution. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining. I do have a little bit of a dad wisdom here, if you don't mind, at the end here. JD, I know you've seen all these. Most of you have seen all these. I've got a whole bunch of them. I just have to put them together. But Dad was such a good guy. If I was mad at something, missed a trade or somebody stole a trade and I was mad at it, and I'd call him and he'd tell him about this whole thing, and he'd say, doesn't pay to be mad, son. Half the people you're mad at don't know you're mad at them, and the other half don't give a shit. Only person this is going to affect is you. So learn to let it go. Otherwise, you're going to carry it around and it's going to make you sick. So just let it go. Traders, love y'all. Thank you very much. JD, it's great to have you back. Hope you have a wonderful weekend, JD and everybody. And I will see you shortly here. JD, want to take us out?
For sure. Thanks, Hoag. All right, stick around. We got Strategy Lab with Hoag, Coach Vince, and Anne Marie coming up next. Then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Jack, Hoag, and Coach Ray. You got 2 more hours of Hoag coming at you. So stick around. We got plenty more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back with Strategy Lab with Anne Marie.
Right, it is time for Strategy Lab. I'm John Hoagland. Next to me is my guy Vince. Vince Gabagool, how you doing? And Anne Marie, always a pleasure to have you guys with us and with me. And happy Friday. I hope you got some good plans for the weekend or just resting up. What is going on in these markets today?
Give it to us, Vince.
Well, I mean, we got some extreme
Tell
selling
us
today.
what's happening.
TGIF. Hopefully, everybody's having a good Friday. Hopefully, you weren't long this thing all the way down. First, I'm on the screen here with Anne Marie, so this is a pleasure.
Yeah,
Excited
it's
about
gonna be
this
fun.
and sharing the screen with you and Hoag. It's pretty awesome. So I'm going to try to share the chart. So I don't know if you want to pull up a chart. Let's see what we got going on here.
Are you shared?
Give me 1 second to get your charts up, Vince. We got Hoags on there right now.
Yeah, we
I was very intrigued by Peter Tuchman's commentary because it sort of resonates with what I thought would be likely at the end of the month. I just didn't see it accelerating as quickly. So I'm sure that's got to do with algorithmic trading.
And boy, it was pretty quick, right?
Yeah.
Looked like it was going to fall
It felt
apart
like
for a
a
minute.
stone. Well, 380 was this number that should have held, and thank goodness I did not go long there because I sat there and I went, all right, I'm going to move it to a 500 tick and I'm going to watch it try to build a structure. And it never did and just kept collapsing. And then I thought, all right, well, here's 330. So I took it without waiting for the structure and then took about 25 points of heat on it before it just came over, went to 340. And I said, I got to get out of here before I get caught in this burning building.
Well,
so what markets are we covering today?
It wasn't until...
Let's do the NQ.
What were we in?
NQ? All right.
Yeah.
It wasn't until power players when I said, I'll sell one and I'll put in the low. And I
heard you say that.
I didn't actually sell one. I just told the market I was going
you
to.
Didn't. Yes. That's the tea leaves and chicken bones at work right there. Reverse tea leaves and chicken bones.
Yeah.
See, that was what the guy told me in the pit. You have no idea how good you are. Just your direction is gone. When you think you should sell it, you should buy it. When you think you should buy it, you should sell it. And it still works today.
Sounds like a plausible...
I don't believe it for a minute. I don't believe it for a minute. So Vince, there might be a few of us that don't know a ton about structurally how you work with the markets. Now, I hooked on to asking Tim to get you to come on with John and me because your volume profile analysis seemed otherworldly, actually. And so getting to come in and just see it and hear it with some other voices and some other words, it really, it's going to be a key event for us. So for many of us who don't know Coach Vince, he's got his own channel in the Topstep Discord. It's very active. And you can go in there and ask all kinds of questions, and he's at the ready for so much of it. And so that's what I want to pick his brain about. Is there anything else you want folks to know about you, Vince, before you jump into this business of volume profile analysis?
Anne Marie, I'm just going to hand you the steering wheel here.
I stole it. I
fantastic.
took it. I'm like the driving instructor from way back in the day who grabs the wheel.
Yeah, so a little bit about me. So I'm not sure. I'm sure some people have seen me before, but I actually learned some market profile from Hoag. That's one of the reasons I came over to Topstep. One was for the challenge of the combine, because I've been trading for 21 years, and I hold a Series 3, a Series 30, and a registered commodity trading advisor. And I was looking for a challenge during the COVID time. You know, everybody was pretty much stuck in the house, and I was, looking for a challenge. So I came over to Topstep, and I was intrigued by the market profile. So that was one of the things that pulled me in. I was like, all right, because my uncle was he had a seat in the gold pit in the COMEX, and then transitioned over to the NYMEX and leased his seat in crude. And I remember talking about market profile with like graph paper and stuff like that, where they would go and, color in the paper, because he's on the floor. He doesn't have a chart on the floor. So they had to have a way of tracking where the market is, right? So I remember talking about it, and I didn't know what he was talking about. I'm like, what is this guy talking about? He's drawing on graph paper. So when I saw it, I was like, I need to learn more about this. So that's what got me into Topstep. And flash forward, now I've been in the coaching program now for about a year. This June, I believe, will make a year, and it's been an unbelievable experience. I've talked to traders all around the world, sharing, my experiences with them, hoping to shorten their learning curve, right? Because 21 years trading, I'm still learning every day. I still make mistakes. I still mess up. Yesterday, prime example, I was trying to build up a position short at 72 in the S&Ps, and I put on one too many in the combine, and I got stopped out at my daily loss limit. Meanwhile, my live account, it worked out beautifully. But, the combines are tough, everybody. You got to respect the rules, the regulations of the combine.
Yeah.
One contract
sure.
too long, too short, and messed me up. But yeah, let's cover some of these markets today. They're interesting. Big sell-off. I did get stopped out of my first trade today, which was an open range trade. I took it off the 1 minute. We were coming into a late
to
spike.
The upside?
I took it to the upside. So let me pull up the TPO chart real quick. Where we go.
And while he's doing that, John, isn't it great that you're like our big brother for so many of us? You're the reason that we're here.
Hoag's amazing. He really is. Both of you are amazing.
Yes,
I was on your thing
like
this morning.
Big brother.
Yeah. It's funny, Emery. I was watching your clip this morning on YouTube, and you were talking about yesterday how there was a lot of orders at 72. I had no idea. I was shorting. I had an average position at 72. And I'm watching your clip this morning. I'm like, what do you know? There was a whole bunch of stuff going on at 72. How I found 72 is different than how you probably found 72, or somebody else may have found 72. But it's just funny how it was the same exact location.
Yeah, we all saw amazing. It. Yeah, I saw it using candlesticks. John saw it using the dome and the volume profile formations. It was amazing. It was just all there.
Delta. There was a huge ice order there.
Oh, yeah. The longs were caught. They were getting punished. Positive delta all the way down.
Oh, look at this pretty chart. So you're on Trade of 8 right here, right?
So this is a TPO chart. So I'll start with this one, and then I'll go on to like a volume profile in the 30-minute. So let's just cover yesterday real quick. So we had a gap right from the open, which we look at gap rules. So gap rules would say we're looking to close the gap possibly sometime throughout the day or move in the direction of the gap. So we opened here with this gap. We pushed down and we took out the low of the initial balance here. Okay. And then we kind of, I'm trying to see if I could go back a little bit. Yeah, nothing was there. We rotated back up inside the range, and then we come up here And I actually took a long off of this too. And I got out of point of control first yesterday, which was not bad. But the trade that, man, it could have been so beautiful in my combine.
Vince, if you can,
yeah.
when you're talking about here and here and here, try and use the levels. If you would, thank you. I'm bad at it myself.
Yeah. All right. So 52.58 was back inside the range. So the long opportunity was kind of in that area, around 58, 57, risking the low with the rotation. I didn't catch it all the way up. I got out of point of control because it kind of sat around here and it wore me out. And then I ended up jumping out at point of control. But then finally, I started to short up here at 72. All right, here up in H period. And I'm thinking, all right, we have some excess here at the high in A period. A and B period is excess. So I started to sell and I got popped, right? I got stopped out. And I'm like, all right, well, we're got a gap attempt to close this gap. And then when the market came back down, the gap close would have been 52.78, 75. 52.78.75 with the gap close. So what I did was we ran the stops up here above A period, and I was one of them, right? I got ran over. But I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm pretty confident. You know, we tested the downside, back to the upside. Maybe we're going to get a rotational day. So I took another short, right? And I started building a position when we got back inside the range here.
What else didn't happen up there, Vince? What else didn't happen?
We didn't close the gap.
You didn't close the gap.
Yep. We couldn't close the gap. So I started to build a position around like 68, 69, 70, like that. And then I started selling some more up here around 74 or 5. And I had an average position of about 72. And
So,
then
Vince,
here in what's that?
are you selling while you're selling this while the TPO is getting built during that 30-minute
Yes.
what do we call it? Okay, so do you customarily wait for the close of a period to initiate, or do you wait for the loss of a level based on the prior period to initiate a trade?
Yes, that's a great question, Anne-Marie. So it's kind of, I do two different things. I'll use excess from previous periods that close, right? So 30-minute candles that close. I'll use that, like A period was my excess, okay? And I was shorting up into that, but then I got stopped out. It ran through the excess and made a new high. But when we broke out the initial balance high, we already taken out the low of the session. So I'm looking for the market to either get up there and close the gap, maybe short up at the gap, but we couldn't get up there. So I started to sell, okay, looking for when the market rotated back down into the range right here, I started to sell it, okay? And I sold it a little bit too early because I period opens up, and then I got pushed out of my combine in I period because it got up to like 77, and I had one too many contracts on there, and I got stopped out. I had a stop up here in my personal accounts up around 79 at the gap close, thinking, if it gets up there, I'm done, right? But luckily, the market rotated back down, and we got all the way through to point of control, and we kind of flushed down and got to this point of control down here.
So
right?
if we were to interrupt you again, I'm terrible at doing that.
No, that's all right.
If we take a look at you getting into this trade, I notice a lot of times I see an area and I get very anxious about making sure that I'm positioned. And so I will enter, and sometimes on the days that I get stopped out at my DLL, I will enter thinking, okay, I'm just going to cost average in, and I neglect to actually put pen to paper and go, oh, wait a second, if I do that, I only have X many points before I blow out. So I'm thinking psychologically, this is some sort of rush to judgment event. And so if I had to do it all over again, which what I do, because, I have several accounts. So if I do it again after being stopped out, I'll pick up one of my other accounts and I'll go, oh, okay, maybe I'll just be less aggressive. But when you have a day like that and it stops you out, you go, oh, you know what? I was totally right where that was. I had picked the right number. I knew that was the level. I knew where the risk threshold was, but I levered in too quickly, too much. Because if you had maybe just had one contract, you might not have gotten stopped out. You just might have been sitting there going, oh my gosh, when is this going to roll over? So if we look at traders as ourselves and we go, next time around, if I had to do it over again, here's my takeaway lesson. For me, it's always, listen, you can get in one, get your wiggles out, but don't be adding. Don't be adding until you can see the market has taken all it can into that exhaustion space before it rolls over. Is there something additional that you think about there?
Yeah, so to go back to this here, so we have excess. Let me try to zoom in so you can see a little bit better. So right here in A period, we have excess here at the high. So my first
excess just means that there's more up there that is left up there and doesn't get a profile build, as it were. Is that what that means?
Yeah. So excess will be, so this market trades up here, right? So each one of these TPO boxes is one tick in the market. So when you have more than two TPOs, okay, in a single print area like this, see, this is the one bar. When you leave a single print area like this would be considered excess. So the auction actually died up here, and we started to trade in B period. We put in this low and we put in the high, and we couldn't fill this. All right, so this would be considered excess, which would be resistant. At some point, you could try to trade up against it and hopefully that this will hold. Okay, but what didn't happen was it didn't hold. So my first short up here around 70, I think it was around 71 half, the first one, and I had to stop just above here. Okay, so I was looking for the sellers, because we have a gap, right? Gap down. We have excess at the high. I'm looking for sellers to come back into the market. So I'm shorting up against this, and it got blown out here in H period. But being that we took out the low, okay, we have some range extension. We
took out the low of the initial balance, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Correct. Then we took out the high. I'm thinking, all right, maybe we'll have a neutral center day. It's a day type that we look for.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm looking for a rotational trade. So I'm like, all right, I got to stop that. No big deal. Maybe I can get back short if we can rally up. Maybe close the gap or not even close the gap. But then when I get back into the range, I'll start to short it and risk the high of the session. Okay. So I was using this high here, 76. All right. So when we put this high in, I wasn't shorting it up here at first. Okay. I was waiting for this to come back into the range. So once we got back into the range, I started to sell it. I sold one, and then it would pop up, and then I would sell one. And I sold it trying to build a position up here around this 72 level, just inside the range. Okay. And then, unfortunately in the combine, I had one too many. I got stopped out probably by like a few ticks. I wasn't really looking at it too much because I was more focused on my personal account, and that got ticked. But I did survive it in my own account, which was nice. And, we put in this high here at 77. We rotated back in, and then we just flushed. So that ended up being pretty nice.
John, you and I were sitting in the markets together here, and you took this trade, and it worked out fantastically. Was your approach to wait for all of that business to exhaust and move downward into the next period, and then that failed bounce gave you that run up? Because I remember you got in at like 52.70 or something, and you didn't take hardly any heat. So it must have been after that exhaustion moved. So do you customarily wait for the period to close and then a failed bounce into that zone? How
if you remember,
did you enter that? Yeah.
that was in the first 30 minutes of the session.
Yeah.
When I took that short, because we saw that iceberg order up there, and we got back up there, and like 3,000 traded there. I'm like, I mean, this is all just buyers up against a bigger seller. I got to take this short. So that was really early. What Vince is talking about was later in the session yesterday.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay. I get it. I get it.
I'm so proud, Vince. I'm so proud. You recognized all the nuances there. We looked below the initial balance earlier. We looked above the initial balance later. We were unable to close the gap. When we came back inside the initial balance, that was a pretty good signal to say this looks like maybe a nice opportunity for a short. And I was busy. I didn't take it, but I'm so glad you did. If not in the trading combine, you got it in your personal account. I'm so happy.
Yeah,
that's great. It was a great trade.
I was
you can't
hoping to get in that
gap,
combine though, because I'm trying to get through it for
a good
everybody.
opportunity.
Nice.
What's that?
And then also here too, I had this trend line also like on a 30-minute regular candlestick chart.
Oh, yeah.
So I had a trend line coming down here. Okay. So here's another reason why I felt a little bit comfortable taking the trade. So yesterday we have value high, value low, right? Volume profile. Here's the first hour. So 9:30, 10 came down here. We pushed down here. We have this buying wick. So I did take a long and I got a point of control. Okay. Using these buyers kind of as my zone, right? This nice buying wick gave me right back into range, and then I took the long. But up here, when we took out this initial balance high, we got up here. This is the gap. Okay. Let me take off the overnight real quick. Let me take that off so you can see it better.
Oh, I love this.
But here's the gap.
Yeah, right.
All right. So here's the gap right here. So you can see the gap from yesterday to the next day. All right. So when we got up here, and the trend line moved now because I changed the type of chart, but that trend line was coming right down across these tops. So I'm like, all right, this is a good spot maybe to get failure and take this short back in the other direction. But this is where it kind of did me in a little bit, and then we finally got it, and we went, value high. We look at point of control here. It kind of traded through it. Buyers came back in. This was a rough area because it traded through it. It popped up. Then we have indecision here with these two wicks. And we're kind of just sitting at point of control. And then finally the buyers gave up, and then the market drove down.
I mean, that's an hour and a half sitting in that. That's an hour and a half sitting in that chart.
A long time.
It's brutal. It's brutal. Mentally, it just beats you down.
Yeah, it's
and
exhausting.
A lot of times, how many of us got into a situation like this? We get out and then it goes, right? It just wears you down mentally.
I'm tired of this.
The delta was building. It was like 14 or 18,000, and it's building.
Yeah, I remember that.
Lower, delta kept on increasing in delta as we're moving lower. So the longs were caught, right? Which gives you a little bit more confidence in the trade too.
So Vince, if you were to look at where we are in the market today and what is happening right now, what do you think these guys in Power Hour are seeing? What do you think they should be looking for? Let's look for both the ES and the NQ.
ES and NASDAQ?
Let's look at both of them. Let's look at the ES and the NQ.
All right. Let me put the regular
everybody seems to like the
charts back on here.
Yeah.
All right. So
it just moves so fast.
The ES open. All right. So here's the ES. Let me just make sure we're good here. So 10. Let me get rid of this line real quick. So this is 9:30 right here. So let me just separate the day so we know what we're looking at.
9:30 Eastern, right?
Yeah, Eastern time. Yeah. All right. So I'll just separate. So we know
time
this.
here, Vince.
That's right. I know. I gotta remember that. All right. So this is the 9:30 open. Okay. All right. So 9:30 open. We have this big wick, right? This is sellers. We have this bullish candle right before the open, and you can see the sellers just this was going to be a bullish candle, and the sellers took control, and then they brought this down, and then now it turns red, right? So this was all bullish in the beginning, and then it comes red, and we close with this wick. So that kind of gives you an idea. All right, maybe we are going to sell off, right? So we push down, and we got to this excess at the low, which I was going to take a long, and I just couldn't find it in me to do it today. Let me pull it up on a TPO chart if you don't mind. You can see it better.
Yes, please.
So when this was selling, I tried to take a short, like against volume nodes. I caught a little bit of the market. I made my money back from the open range that I missed, that I got stopped out on. So I made all the money back, and I made a little bit in the green. But when we got down here, I wanted to get long, and
is here the
right
low
here
of
in this
yesterday?
excess tail. Right here, we have excess at 5.9. We came into excess. I was kind of chomping at the bit. I'm like, should I just buy it and risk this low? And I was like, I don't know. It's Friday. We're selling off. Maybe it's just going to be a bloodbath for the whole day. But look right here at this excess tail from back on 5.9. The low was 52.04 quarter. I think we got to 52.05 something. 52.05 half. So if you would have just bought up against this excess tail right here, you could have had such a cheap long. I was going to do it. I didn't. Shame on me. But you could have took it right here, like 07. Even if you got in here at 08.
Yeah.
You're risking like four handles. It's like, yeah. So, and I wanted to do it, but I'm seeing this big, it's kind of an emotional day here. It was just selling off. I'm like, do I do it? Maybe I'll just wait. And look what happened, though. I mean, if you got long down here at 07, we got a rotation 28 handles high off that area. So that was a great location to take a long today.
Good eyes, Vince. Good eyes.
Thanks, Bo. Appreciate it. Thanks. So, right now we're sitting at the initial balance low. Let's see what we got going on here, though. So right here, we're at value high in volume profile, the blue, the dark blue. This is the volume profile. So 70% of the day's volume is spent here to here. So from 35 to say 09. 70% of the volume today was traded between that range. All right. You could maybe short this here, risking this high again, at 35.
At 35s.
But the point of control, we'd be shorting point of control, which is kind of iffy. But I feel like if we can maintain below the initial balance low, this market could push lower again.
Could roll over.
Yeah.
Yep. So
I'm getting that
it all
sneaky
depends on if
feeling.
we can maintain below this level, which would be 52.30 quarter.
52.30 quarter.
Yeah.
All right. So if we
And
get a
so
bounce into
35
that, then
is
we
the
can take a
high.
short.
Yeah. The
Potentially.
only thing that I don't like, Anne-Marie, is if you look here at the point of control. So let me zoom in. So J and K period, we have the point of control right here. And we kind of have even an
weak high.
J and K period are right here. They're the same. There's exactness right here, which makes me think that sometime today we're going to rotate and take that out and maybe head to the upside if we can accept back inside this initial range for the morning.
Those higher lows.
But I
too,
do like
right?
the short. What was that?
Yeah. I said we're seeing the higher lows in the profile also, right? As from underneath, we're seeing those. Yeah.
Yep. So you have 2 ticks here and you have like 4 or 5 ticks here. So, and then we have excess at the low. But I do like when you're below like this initial balance, sometimes the market will kind of use this as a resistance zone later in the day, right? So if you push down, you get some range extension, you test it. Sometimes it will be resistant and you could trade off of it. It doesn't happen all the time, but like I said, this thing could rotate through and take this out. I mean, we have a lot of excess above here in the market.
What's that, John?
I was just say the hard part of that is knowing where the risk is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what is the low of
the only place I can would be here.
Okay, what would
And
be
that's the obvious
low?
spot.
Yeah.
I would look to see where my stop would be if I were to take that trade and try and get in there.
Yeah, let it run up against you a little bit to figure out where that edge might be.
Or we could do a morning trade.
Also, we have the late spike.
Sorry, what was that?
So this late spike kind of got me today, though, a little bit, because we had the late spike yesterday. So, spike rules. If we open inner below the late spike, we look for shorts. If we're above the late spike, we look for longs. So when we opened up here today, that's what kind of got me messed up a little bit.
That's what made you think about.
But then once we got back below, once we started getting back inside the spike, I mean, look what happened here. Right? So we got back in the spike, B period, trades all the way through the spike, hits point of control right here.
That's that 833 level
right here.
Yep.
Yep. So it came right to it, and my charts are going down.
Vince, this could have been a different day. This could have been a different day. I mean, I took one trade today to the long side. I got out right near the high of the day because that Chicago PMI was coming out, and that came out really bad.
Yep.
Do you think that exacerbated to the downside, the move that we had today? And
PMI.
After we think about that, take a look at the Dow.
Well, I think the Dow is moving ahead of everybody in days past. So it had been sitting down there for, a couple of days. And then, so in the morning video that I put out for us normally,
it was pretty beat up.
It was saying, hey, listen, this is a zone where they're going to try and hold the floor. So it was, it did really what it was supposed to, just really try to hold the floor and just performing so much better than the rest of everyone today. I don't know if they're rotating into the Dow, though. I don't know what to make of. I don't know if it's just, hey, listen, we're supposed to buy here because it's a major floor, or, I'm not quite sure about the.
Well, they're looking for a sale. They found the sale, that's for sure.
Yeah,
a longer time.
Absolutely.
Investor.
Does that scare you
this is
about
interesting here in the
taking
Dow.
shorts in the S&Ps?
Why they hear you?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Does that scare you about taking shorts in the S&Ps?
I mean, over the long term, yeah. Over the long term, yes. The markets, especially equities, tend to have that bid to them, because they're not.
Plus,
really
we're up
shorting
over
too
the
much,
VWAP, right? We're up over the VWAP right now. The VWAP's sort of making a little floor for us in the S&Ps. I think we continue to bounce into the afternoon. So my thought was, if you could go to the NAS now, and let's just look at the formations in the NAS, see what the profiles look like. Oh, those are so colorful and pretty.
They are. I mean, I like those straight of eight.
It's like art. It really is. It's like art.
Yeah, it's pretty.
All right,
So spike means spike down. Spike means spike down or spike up, right?
Well, this is a late
but that's a spike
so
down.
we closed kind of. It wasn't far down it. I don't think. Where did we close it at?
No.
04.
I'm calling it spike-ish because the market didn't close in the spike.
Yeah, that's what I said. Kind of spike-ish.
Okay.
Yeah, it closed like right up here or something. Like really not far down. But I was like, I'll see how it opens. If we can stay below it, I'll still call it a spike. But look, we traded up it, and this would have been a nice short because when we were inside the spike here, we kind of got above it and failed, and then this could be resistant, right? So because we opened in or below it, so this could have been a nice short opportunity to come back in here. So, but let's see what we got going on. What's brewing?
What's cooking?
All right. Yeah, let's see what's cooking here. Ho's got his chicken bones. Anne Marie, you got the broth for this? Or
I got
what?
Hoag. I got Hoag.
Let's cook it up.
Hoag's got the chicken bones, and I got Hoag.
All right, so we're below the initial balance by a lot, right? So I would say here in the NASDAQ, where's point of control? It's hard to see it on the dark chart, but it's somewhere down here, probably somewhere around here-ish, I would think. These profiles are so long. There you go.
No way. What was that? That sounded
chicken
like a
bones, I think.
rooster. Oh, that's right, the chicken bones. Okay. A rooster before it becomes chicken bones.
That's great. So we kind of have some excess up here, and we have value. This is value low. I can't even see it on this chart. It's dark. I usually use the lighter charts, but I know for the screen it's good to have these. But up in here, I'm kind of thinking maybe short side. Down here, maybe a long, because we have this volume of distribution right here, and you can see like low volume, right? High volume. We have a nice bell curve back to low volume, and we kind of have a point of control right here. So I think we could fade this range here late in the day.
So maybe at the 360 to 380s where we collapsed at the first pass?
Let's see. So, yep.
It was a big deal to lose that 380.
Yeah, I'm going to say right here, up in this area, if we can get up in here, we could risk this high. That might be doable. And if we could get down here, we could risk the low and then look for rotation just back to point of control, right? Nothing major, no huge move, just a nice rotation from high to middle, from low to middle, right? Because the point of control is sitting right here. These profiles are huge.
Do we think the guys and gals that balance their portfolios are usually done by 2:30, or do they start a new leg of it into the end of the day?
We're in the Hamptons by 2:30.
Yeah,
that's right. What was I thinking?
Especially now, it's summer. You know, it's we're getting into that summer mode. But you know, the big money has been sitting on the sideline. I mean, who knows what's going to happen? The markets are pretty cheap, you know, compared to where they were a few weeks back. So,
Vince, somebody's asking, you know, if that's the TPO indicator, and that is on Trade Evade. Can you show them how to find it? REC is asking.
It's just a chart type. It's not an indicator. So you just go right here to candlestick bar chart, right? So I can go to candlestick, and here it is. And then I just change it over to TPO.
Thank you, Vince.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, let me check the ES, see how that is looking up here. So, all right, so we're up in here. Value high is up here. So we got to see. I like this 44 level. What do you think of 44?
Well, 5250 is the put call. I mean, the put wall, excuse me.
Okay, and that makes sense because look right here. Yeah, so I think we'll probably fill this in from here to here. I think by the end of the day today, we're going to take this market up to at least here, which would be your put wall, right?
Overlap,
or your call wall.
Price per overlap up there.
Yeah,
52,
right
53.
What does that little thing just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere? How do those
this
get
here?
formed? Yeah.
This is half back. Which one are you?
See the little red thing that looks like a pong? Look up. No, up.
She's talking about the price bar overlap. Right up there.
Right here?
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah. So this here, if you split the profile, this is B period. So A period, this is the first 30 minutes of the day. And then this would be B period. So B period came a little bit inside here. You know, there might have been a short there too. So it pulled back to like 25% of the candle and then it flushed.
Okay.
That's all that is. So it's just overlapping.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So that's that there. But a lot of times when you see something like this, so just by watching the profiles, you kind of get an idea of, you kind of paint the picture in your head before it actually happens. I know it's kind of weird, but sometimes you can look at a profile and kind of picture what it might look like by the end of the day.
Yeah.
Might, you know, with John's chicken bones and
you got the
tea
ticket.
leaves and the little, yeah. So I think we're going to fill this in. I could be dead wrong, but I for some reason,
yeah,
I
that's
feel like
why
this
I'm looking at a bounce. Yeah, that's why I'm looking at a bounce. I took the 18,330 again simply because it did well for me in the Qs in the NAS, and so my thought is I want to see it try to get to 360, 370, but I'm not quite sure if it's going to have the juice for it. That's what I'm trying to figure out for the NQs.
in the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
S&Ps are leaking their way right up there now.
So here we go. So we'll see what happens there, but I kind of like seeing this getting filled in. All right, let's go to NASDAQ.
And then you would consider the failure there to be another short if it comes in there and it stalls out.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Anne-Marie, because we still have all this excess here. So this market,
gotcha.
I mean, just over time, seeing the way the market trades, this thing could come way up here and then finally sell. So it's hard to say. We are here by the spike, which has me a little bit interested at the base of the spike here.
That is,
and then we have this little spot that you were talking about. So I'll be watching this if we can get up here and fill this in. But I would like more of a short, like up here somewhere.
Okay, so let's go back. Let's go back to the NAS and see if we can see these formations. Do they look similar?
Yep. So I think this will get filled in the NASDAQ here. I think this is going to get filled in.
And what number is that? 420?
This would be 18,388 to 18,415.
Nice. All right, so
now if it doesn't get filled in, we have excess here, right? So if this doesn't fill in, we have excess and we could trade up against it and use that as our risk limiter. So if we're like trading up here and we're stalling, yeah, potentially. But I think it's going to get filled in. Okay. That's just my.
That takes us to the low of the IB right there.
Yeah, right here.
And what is that number again? Low of the IB is 415?
The IB low is 18,415.
14.75.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, S&Ps are eating those little TPOs now. Like Pac-Man.
It's like Pac-Man, right?
Yeah.
And the single prints, how do we see single prints on this kind of profile, or do we need to look at another kind of?
Yes, so there's single prints here. So right now this is considered excess.
I see. Yep.
So you could trade against this. Okay, you could trade against it. Like if you were shorting here, you could trade, up against this area because this is right now is showing as resistant. You can see the volume kind of died down here, right? So it's high volume and it's trimming down to like no volume.
Lower volume, right.
Right, like lower volume here all the way up to 18,415. So you could short up against this high or have a stop up here, hoping that this will hold. But for some reason, I'm kind of getting the feeling the way that this profile is building, we'll probably push and fill this in. It's just a hypothesis that I'm coming up with. Don't know if it's going to happen.
Markets are very visual.
Yes.
Yeah. And then
we could even push up into here and close it here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, just to go out there and just say crazy stuff right now, I've seen this where the market will come up, fill this, right? And then the next 30-minute auction period will open. It'll put like one or two ticks here and then sell off. So it's kind of the profiles are amazing. But you don't know what's going to happen. You can only limit your risk with it, right? It's not an indicator. So a lot of people think like you're going to look at profiles and it's going to be the end all be all for you. It's not. It's not going to be the holy grail. But at least it gives you something to hypothesize around. It gives you something to lean on. You know,
It's a picture
like
painted by
there was an
the market.
anomaly that we checked. I think it was in the ES today. We checked to an anomaly today. I brought up in my session last night the anomaly, and
Yeah, we did.
let's see if we got. I think we got up there. Yeah. So look at this.
Yeah, we did.
So this is like one of the nuances in profile, right? Would be this anomaly. It's one TPO that sticks out of the norm. We have another one here. So when we opened in A period today, we opened up at
where do we go?
52.75. So we opened up 57.75. So we opened here. Okay, this is where we opened today. We pushed up right to the anomaly, put a couple ticks above it, and then we found sellers. And then we pushed back down. We got this anomaly right here. You know, then we got into the spike. So
markets are very visual.
So
true. Plus,
you know,
we're 76% long in the NQ tilt, and looks like we have maybe a little bit of a shallow fade there, but that could stay tilted quite a bit for those of us that look at the tilt in the NAS.
Yep. So here's the NASDAQ. So I'll throw a volume profile on here. So for the people that don't have market profile, you could throw one of these on, right? You could put on the volume profile. Hold on a second. I think something's off on this. I gotta 1 second.
Yeah, so the profile it's a picture that's painted by the market, and there's nuances that it creates. And as a trader, it's our job to determine which nuances are most important in which context.
Absolutely.
Like,
so this is volume profile.
Spike, that is the context. That is a nuance.
Yes. So here is the volume profile on here. So this is based on volume at price and not time at price, right? TPO is for time, price, opportunity. The volume profile is based on volume at the price, okay? So here's 70% of our volume value today. So value high, value low, point of control. So we're sitting right at the volume point of control right now, pretty much. This is the open. All right, we push down. Then we get below the initial balance. We're heading down here. So, you know, this market could potentially come up here, maybe test this area.
Value
into
high.
This low volume, maybe take a short up against it with rotation back down. So there's a lot of things you can do based off of the volume profile level. So value high is 18,427. Value low is 18,240. So I don't know if I think I'd be more of a seller though today. I don't like how value low is sitting at the low.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see how the volume and open interest is on Monday.
Sorry?
Was this a long liquidation today, or it'd be interesting to see the volume and open interest on Monday.
Yeah.
Yes,
see what happened today. It would be very interesting.
John, you also were saying something. You were saying something at the same time as Vince was saying just a minute ago.
Yeah, the value area on that volume profile you've got on there now. I mean, it's right at the bottom of the profile because of the position of the point of control. You know, if you what they tell you is it's 68% of the total volume of the session, but they don't tell you that that's based 68% or 70%, whatever you choose to set it at, based on the location of the point of control. So you've got all that volume above value high.
And then they really automatically calculate it. Yeah.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
I see. I see.
Yeah, you can see the bell curve here, right? So majority of the volume today is between 18,425-ish to 18,241, say. You can see it here. You know, it's a lot more volume here than you have up here. And this is where the excess is, where the low volume area is. So we're just sitting at point of control. This is kind of a spot where, you know, I don't know. You just relax, I guess, and grab a martini, get ready for Friday night.
A nice Kentucky snow cone.
There you go.
What is a Kentucky snow cone?
It
It's
is.
a Hoag
Bourbon.
special.
It's a. You take a glass and fill it with ice and you pour bourbon in it.
Oh, and that's just that. Doesn't have to be crushed ice, shaved ice, nothing. Just
no, just doesn't matter. Just ice. Kentucky snow cone.
Gotcha.
Delicious. Let's look at why don't we look at a 5-minute chart real quick just to see something here. Because when I talk to the traders in the evenings, I like to go over the shorter time frame just to get a little more granular with it. Mm-hmm. So let's look at the NASDAQ on the 5. So today in the NASDAQ, this is the 5-minute open right here. Now
and
this
what's
had
that
a beautiful
moving average you use?
This is a 21-day exponential. Okay. So we have the 5-minute open right here, and we tested the upside first, but there was a nice reversal today.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sometimes I will take these reversals. So like we got stopped out up here, and then when it comes down, you try to, but I did it a couple of times and you get knocked out on both ends of it. But today would have been a really good day to take it. I mean, you could see the trend we had right off the open. Yeah, just a runaway freight train, and now we're kind of in this area here. So I'll take this here. Let's see what we got. So I'm interested to see what happens if we start to bump against this high.
And that number is 380 to 400. What is that? Yeah, 380 to 400.
So right here. So this is around 382, 383.
Yep.
And then we have this candle wick right here that kind of sticks out to me at 405. So are we going to maybe come up, test here, and maybe fail, and we could risk this high at 18,400 area, 405-ish, whatever?
Forgive me, folks. Somebody in the green room. I looked to the right. Somebody in the green room got me.
Oh, that's awesome.
Well, this is going to be
love
classic.
It. I love it. All right. Sorry. Yes. For that 5-minute. So, typically, because I'm a little bit of a Forrest Gump style trader, I will just look for us to stop heading lower and then buy those dips that are showing some kind of structure, as it were. And so it's the reason that I have, my stop at around that 310 area, the 305. It is a little squishy, but I don't know.
So you're
I guess I need to
right now?
take my profit. Yeah, I'm already long from 330. I took it at 330.
Nice.
And so I have to figure out where to hold it to. Right, that's where.
So where's your risk, Anne-Marie?
308 is what I'm thinking.
Okay, so right down here.
So just underneath that.
Yeah.
So you're along NASDAQ at 330?
Sorry. Yes, I took the 330 because that was the number this morning, and
it's weekly kickoff.
Yeah, so I've just have been focused on it all day, and when it lost the level, I was short it, and when it held the level, I was above it, and I've been giving it about 20 points of squish.
Right.
And wanted to give it a little bit more, but my goal is to say, all right, where's the legitimate target? And my target was 380 because that's the key level that I was looking for a recapture to go long again this morning, and it absolutely it did not build any structure at that price point, and so that was all she wrote for that trade. So now I'm looking to see if I can hold it, but if Vince is thinking, hey, I think we go lower based on how everything is positioning, it might be good for me to just take it off.
Well, there's two things I'm looking at here. So it's not just a short side biased on it. because if we get up here and we kind of stall out, maybe we could short it. But then if we could break this, if we could break above this here,
trend
we
line
may end up going off to the races too. So you got to, it's a kind of a catch-22, right? So if I'm not in position, I try to short this.
I'd rather bring the chickens in. Yeah, I'd rather bring the chickens in than leave them out in the dark. Have some wolf get them down there at
what's Delta looking like in the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ Delta negative 5,100 day session only, and S&P is negative 2,900 day session only.
Okay,
nothing really too much to worry about there. Can you, Imre, would you define squishy?
Looking for something on my desk. No, range. When I say something squishy, it means it's sort of like a region or a zone. Dakota uses the word zone. And I just use the word squishy because it can lose the level and capture the level and lose the level and capture the level. But at the end of the day, something important is happening in that region. There. Yeah. And it becomes solidified when you can move away from it, it becomes more solidified.
Would you say it's like one of Dolby's 5-minute ranges?
Yeah, that actually might, maybe a 3-minute range might be better because we really want to look for price compression that begins to build that structure. And I never used that word until I listened to Dakota talk about, hey, let's see if it builds structure here.
Right.
And it just, with the candlesticks, it just began to resonate to me really, really well. Oh, structure. It means they literally just need to pile little bricks on top of each other. So they're making a floor in the market or a ceiling in the market, as it were.
Awesome. Well, I think we're about out of time for Strategy Lab today. Vince, always a pleasure. My guy, my gabagool.
Yeah,
Anne-Marie, thank you for taking charge today. You drove the whole segment.
Little Miss Bossy Pants, she just could not help herself today.
Perfect.
It was awesome to be on here with you both today. This was amazing.
Same here.
Hopefully we can do it again.
Excited to, absolutely. I love getting in the space where I'm learning more about the TPO and the volume profiles because it really is something that I'm trying very hard to learn, and its nuances, they're big. And so it's taken me a little bit of time. So I appreciate you both indulging me with all the questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I love them. I mean, they're visual. I'm a visual type of person. So it resonated with me. Everybody's a little different, but, certain things just kind of stick out and you can kind of hypothesize around it,
Wonderful. Folks, be kind to yourselves, be kind to each other. Have a wonderful weekend. Don't forget to pray for peace.
You too.
We will be right back with Power Hour with Andre, Jack, myself, and a very special guest. And we'll see you in just a few minutes.
To be named later.
He looks great.
Love you guys.
He looks great.
Have a great weekend. We'll see you in a minute.
See you, everybody.
Well, yeah, look at these guys. Here we are. Last power hour of the week, last power hour of the day. They got their shades on. The man in the lower left, goes by the name of Coach Ray, looking stylish as hell today. The lower right, got Jack with the shades on. Fresh haircut as well, looking good, Jack. And the upper right, putting in a marathon session today, John Hoagland with this cool tie-dye shirt. What's going on, fellas? Ray, good to see you. Last time I saw you last week, helped make me $900 in S&Ps, I believe. So let's see if we can do that.
Yeah, still
we
waiting
got
for
the
that
house
check,
account.
by the way.
It's in the mail. It's in the mail. We got the house account open. House account currently up $5,400. High watermark of 11,000. Tried catching a falling knife earlier this morning, and just to watch the market go lower. So, Ray, let's start with you. What are your thoughts on the market today? Have you taken any trades? We're starting to see a bit of some rally going on right now.
Name is Sunray. Sunray today. Sunray.
Sunray today. Yeah, no, I actually took a short in gold and a long in gold. So I was a gold guy today. Yeah, just like my Goldilocks. Just like my Goldilocks. Both profitable trades. I caught the gold trade over. I have. Let's see if I can bring this up here real quick without losing my eyesight. Yeah, so I took a trade actually to settlement from on the gold to settlement.
Yep.
Now I wish I had a little bit longer, and then I took a little bit of I guess as it might sound, kind of try to fade it back. So I did catch this little move back up as well. So down to the settlement at the start, and then later in the morning I caught this trade up. So I'm up a little over $1,000 today in my combine account.
Very nice. Very nice.
Well, Andre, I
Right.
told you to keep the house account open earlier, not
Yes.
lock it out. Please do not lock out the house account ever. I would say, given that we took 2 long trades, correct? Or 1 long, 1 short, right?
2 longs. Hold on. 2 longs, 1 short. And the second long was a loser. First long was a winner. Second long was a loser. First short was a winner too. What's up? What do you got?
That's right. Considering that we took 2 longs and only 1 short between 8:30 and about 9:30 and are up $5.5 grand, I would call that manna from heaven. So
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that you can't close out something like that. If we see something, I don't think that's going to happen, but we need to have it at our disposal.
Agree. Don't lock house accounts out in the morning. Yes, orders from above. We'll follow that. We will not do. John, in the green room, we're saying we're not seeing a whole heck of a lot. Has anything changed as we are above VWAP here in the S&Ps? I'm seeing NASDAQ still has some more room to go to the upside. What are you seeing here? Anything?
Well, we were just talking to Coach Vince in the strategy lab, and he was pointing out that he thought a pretty good chance we might take out a lot of those single TPOs above price. Well, back then it was above price, which is exactly what we're doing right now. So here's what he was talking about on another platform. So, we put in the low, we leave excess, we rotate all the way back inside the initial balance, and we've got this. Some would call this an anomaly. Some would just call it a price bar overlay. Some would call this a fair value gap. And Vince's idea was, he had an idea we might just come up and eat up all these little single TPOs till we get back up to the base of the late spike, which is 52, 75. But we're already well on the way to do that. We're starting to drag value higher, and we are chewing up a lot of those single TPOs on the way up to that level, like Pac-Man. Wah, 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 wah. So I think we're late to the party for that one. Let's look at the NASDAQ now. So
buyers coming
with the
in.
NASDAQ, we're coming up to another anomaly up here, but that's the bottom of the initial balance. Can, in this regard, become a bit of resistance. So if we do get an opportunity up there, it kind of limits our risk. Let's see what the value high is if price does get up there. It could be an interesting short. Personally, I would be done for the day. But that's just me. And we're going to see if we can find some sort of an opportunity. If we get that opportunity near the Low of the initial balance in the Nasdaq is 18,414, 18,415.
Yeah, and that's also I also see that there's an anchored VWAP. If you take the top of the swing there, that the anchor VWAP falls in that area as well.
Okay. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that.
So we have a
18,450.
little bit of confluence there.
Yes, confluence between anchored VWAP and the IB low.
IB low.
So a couple of things there that could cause the market to reverse.
Excellent, Skeletor.
Keep an eye on that. Hey, quick update from some of our live funded traders here at TopStep. Yeah, it wasn't easy for everybody today. Dakota down almost 10 grand today. MP up 2,500 in the personal. Jordan S up 3,100. Nick for a tick down 3,200. Solomon A down 3 grand. And Philippe down $300. We had a high water mark of up 2,500. Hasn't been the easiest day. Brian P up 9,000. Sharoon W, I should say, up 5,300. And David A up 4 grand today. So we're seeing a mix of some red and green on the board today. Not the easiest of trades, though, but we do still have some time left. Where's that countdown clock? Countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner, you're seeing 42 minutes left in the session here on Power Hour. Upper left-hand corner, you're going to see the hashtag Power Hour. Shoot us some good content over at TopStep on X. Do the hashtag Power Hour, and we'll be sure to scrape that and post some content here in Power Hour in a little bit. I know they're working behind the scenes to do that. We'll have some quiz results here in a little bit as well. Some trader wins if we're lucky. But right now, just keep an eye on this NASDAQ here. Really trading 18,388. Jack, what would it take for us to get into a trade here?
Gun to my head, I'd like to fade. I would like to go short NASDAQ somewhere in this zone, but I wouldn't do the old MP all in 20 banger or 10 banger. It's just kind of a zone where there's been some congestion in the past. We got pretty much exactly what everybody who was catching this knife kind of felt would happen at some point. It would get low enough and then retrace. But yeah, I don't want to get long here. That's for sure. That's a timid half check on looking for something short.
Yeah.
Roger that. Yes. Rockstar says 30 lots only, Jack.
30 lots
today.
Yeah.
Only
30 lots.
That's just what the big boys do. If they got to get 10,000 lots done, they just slam the market into it and let it go, right?
Yep.
I'm against the slamming on all your size at once.
Let's talk about that. John, where do we see those iceberg orders in NASDAQ this morning? Do you remember the level?
Well, let me have a look-see.
Let's take a look, because that's the third day this week where we saw iceberg orders coming in. Buyers, locals like us coming in, filling these offers. They just kept reloading. And sure enough, locals had to puke, setting the market lower, and paper was right again. Third time this week we've seen that. So we'll be sure to keep an eye on that next week. Paper had some size to get off, and they did going into the end of this month. Last trading 404, Coach Jay says. Thank you in the NASDAQ. Third time this week we've seen paper come in, iceberg it, and send the markets lower. So interesting to keep track of that.
Yeah, there it is.
Take a look.
I just found it right after Jay told us. Yep, 404. It wasn't huge, but still, I mean, that was certainly a nice offer. A nice iceberg order. That's going to take us pretty close to the IB low. IB low again, 415.
All right. John, please tell us what the heck is going on with the Dow, the YM. Kind of just doing its own thing today, just making new highs while everything was selling off.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier. I think even during fast markets, when everything else was falling apart, the S&P and the Nasdaq, the Dow just sat there. But looking at the Dow I think was ahead of everything else. Here's the daily.
Well, sure, because it's a Looney Tune index that weights Microsoft and Amazon by their price. So, yeah, if the Mag 7 are leading the way down in the NASDAQ, the Dow's going to be just fine because whatever.
Jack and his disdain for the Dow.
Seems like they were just taking money and putting it in blue chips. Safe stocks.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey,
right.
be careful there, Lacey.
Ray, Ray, we're pushing up to 18,400 here in the NASDAQ. I think I heard you agree with Jack, possibly being bearish still in the NASDAQ. What are you looking for going into last August? What are you thinking?
I like the 18,415. I think the same region that Jack is talking about here. I do see some confluence with the IB low and the anchor VWAP that I have drawn on my charts here. That could offer. I'm probably going to move into a 2-minute chart here relatively soon here to see maybe if it offers a little channel break opportunity to the downside.
Okay, here we go. We're into the 400s now. See what we do. See what we do with this 404 level again, just out of curiosity. That was where all the iceberg orders were. See if we get up there, see what happens. Crude not doing a whole heck of a lot, trading 77.10 right now. Gold, Ray made money in gold today, currently trading 23.42. Here we go on NASDAQ pushing into the 400s. Is there any unfinished business in the NASDAQ or S&Ps, like zones we need to get to, John, or has everything just been taken out today? Hoag is cooking.
I'm looking at this anchored VWAP too. I want to ask Sunray, is that anchored off the high, the 730 bar high?
Let me take a quick look. It might be an older area. Let me see.
Okay, got some more buyers coming in here. NASDAQ trading 08 now. Back to the 03s. Jack, any thoughts on the bond market today? Have you taken a look at yields? Any thoughts over there? You're being our resident bond expert.
Well, they don't have my live account. Yeah, exactly. Mine too. My my toddler stepped on my sunglasses, so you notice they're slightly askew as well, but not.
I noticed that.
Like a Salvador Dali painting right now. It's awesome. No, I was in like a combine account. I was just long some of the 2s 10 spread, as I said I would. Once they give me a live account, I've already told them my strategy. I'm just going to get long the 2s 10s. But yeah, it's nice to see. It was kind of a classic bonds moving inverse to the stocks. Stocks were way down. It's just the opposite move. If I can pull up on my chart right now, I'll pull up the, ZN chart, and lo and behold, you just see the. If you go to my charts here, Gabe, the ZN just looks like the opposite of the S&P 500 today, or the NASDAQ, and
it
that's
does.
the way things kind of are usually.
You just turn it upside down.
Pretty much, you got the same chart. I just closed out. What's the 10-year yielding right now? Anyone have that handy? There we go. 13 straight. 18,412.
4.5, almost exactly. Close to 4.51 if you want to talk bips in the 10-year.
Okay. I saw it get beneath there. We right on 451.
Yeah. So Hoag, that question was, I had it at the candle just prior to the top of the market today.
7:30.
So just before the open, the 6 o'clock candle, I had it on that candle. I just moved it. Now we're actually at it. On it, yes.
And IB low.
And IB low.
We're still chewing through those single TPOs and the S&Ps.
So we are.
You think the Dow's going to carry everything back up?
I was wondering that. They got the party started to the upside, that's for sure. We are all roads.
It's a boomer
George.
party.
It's a boomer party, and they are feeling it over there. All right, 420s just trade in NASDAQ. The rally is on. Short covering. Some long-term traders getting in.
It's like a scene from Cocoon over there in the Dow. Yeah, Ray got it. All right.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. Jack, did you get that one?
Yeah.
Hey, quick look at tilt.
If there's no follow-up questions, then yeah, I got it.
Oh, we got the quick look at tilt here as we're rallying. Got 76% short in the ES, 67%. I say short, I mean 77% long ES, 68% long NASDAQ. So they are on board this rally. What's Delta looking like, John, as we continue to rally here?
Delta. Negative 2,500 in the NASDAQ. Positive now 1,200 in the S&Ps. Ooh.
Okay.
Almost got to that little anomaly here. That price bar overlap in the S&Ps.
I won't be able to do my job if I have sunglasses on, Fat Shrimp. I'm sorry. I didn't get the memo either. Did not get the memo from these guys. They surprised me. Making me look like the odd man out here. I left my glasses at Tao. Yes, Jack. I left my glasses at Tao. Exactly. I'm the guy that wears my sunglasses in the club. Yep. That is.
Can you guys tell me what is
Tao? It's a nightclub downtown. It's over on it's on Ohio or Ontario. Oh, right by the Portillo's over there downtown.
Oh, is that what used to be Excalibur?
Yes, Excalibur. Exactly.
Limelight, Excalibur.
Oh yeah, I see. It's now Tao. And
wow, we're going back there, Johnny.
Yeah.
Dennis Rodman's favorite club, Excalibur. Yeah, I have to bring Hoag to Tao. Hoag, I got to bring you to Tao, they're telling me. I've been there a couple times, but definitely don't go there as much as Jack likes to say I do. Look at him still smiling about that joke. He's loving it. He's loving
How long
that
do you think
joke.
I'd last in there, Andre?
I mean, if you like the scenery, I mean, you could probably last a little bit. And I don't. What do you want me to say? I don't know how to answer that one. It's loud though.
As long
it's
as
loud.
they got bourbon, I'd be fine.
Absolutely. It's,
is it like a bottle club?
Yes, it's one of those.
Yeah, I mean,
all right,
it's
a nightclub.
I want to talk more about Tao, but no, we're coming back to getting within striking distance of VWAP. I was going to say it's like a Vegas club that was moved there. It's the Steve Wynn one at the Venetian.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I'm kind of out on shorts. There's some liquidity above the S&Ps. We got 543 at 5250.
250. Okay.
I know that's just a few ticks higher. Let's look at the liquidity. 430 in the NASDAQ. There's some 436.
Yep.
There's 63. There. I mean, it looks like the liquidity's to the upside now. There is some liquidity below in the NASDAQ. I mean, we're looking at 411. There's 63 on the bid. 414. There's 39 on the bid. We can't believe people are still putting in big bids and offers like that here at 2:30 on a Friday.
We got settlement above on the S&P again. And that might offer a little bit of resistance. I'm not sure.
Let's settle 52s.
52, 53.
Yeah.
50. Okay.
52, 53. That might be.
I hear 54.
Yeah.
Get there. Anne-Marie,
I think
52.70.
We're kind of looking for trades right now.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
I mean,
we can find one.
Big time. Oh, yes, we can. Oh, yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, so we're getting a little reaction off of NQ right now.
Yes, we are.
I don't know if maybe longs closing out their longs. I'm not sure, but
we went right back to VWAP. Session VWAP.
And we're kind of testing the bottom end of that channel that I have drawn there because I'm a little channel guy.
46 is weekly kickoff in S&Ps.
$30 minutes left in the session. In the week, what a heck of a week. Here at Topstep, going 5x on base, auto creation, and we're getting a pullback here on the NASDAQ. Now trading 18.
A little bit.
Look
It's almost like breached my little channel here to the downside.
It did bounce.
Did bounce right off of VWAP.
Oh, there it is.
Sure did. Wow, how about that? 407's trade.
It jumped.
So let's
transported.
Pullback. Well, yes, it did.
No, right on top of the anchor VWAP. So rallying off of it a little bit.
See how it reacts around here. Yeah, Jack, we're definitely just looking for trades at this point. But if you want to get long, there's your pullback to get long in the NASDAQ. We have a math class today, Lost Trader. Ooh, ask the math teacher. I'm not the math teacher.
This is the math teacher when he was still in college.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. All right. Oil not doing much right now. So basically you're watching NASDAQ, S&Ps to close out the week. Will there be any levels at all, just hypotheticals here, that would actually get us into a trade? John, anything at all, or we're just going to kind of ride it out?
Well, I mean, we're right at it in the NASDAQ. I'm hesitant, but
yeah, I mean, we can get some separation to the downside.
I'm always looking for bigger opportunities, not 10, 20 ticks or points. I'm always looking for something bigger, and I just don't know if we're going to see that.
Here come 400s in NASDAQ. So we're getting some volatility here going in the close. Some movement, which is nice. Rally peaked out at 432 3/4.
That high that we just put in the NASDAQ up against the session VWAP, I mean, that's risk right there. I mean, you want to look for a short of the IB low and risk that high. I mean, there's reason for it, but again, I feel like we're reaching.
Yeah.
Very much. Anyone's got a position out in the chat. Just curious to know how many people do have have a position right now, long or short.
Here it comes.
In the markets.
What about a long we break out above VWAP?
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
I mean,
a rally into the close.
I mean, we could take out single ticks all the way up to 18,529. 18,529.
529. All right, people did get long. People are long right now. Good to see. Good for. There was your pullback. A lot of people got long. Nice job. Way to get with the trend.
They're still setting up my live account. If anyone with a live account wants to do it.
Do you have an open air poll in the chat? Do you have an open equities position? I'm currently flat. All right, 40. Okay, people are either flat or long right now. A good hedge fund around here, Jack. Great hedge fund around here. It's still looking like
61% long, it looks like. 65.
Yeah. What's up at 77%? I think they got out on that pullback.
Glad I didn't like the short.
Yeah.
Boy, the party
so,
is on 50.
Question for you. I mean, if we do close back inside initial balance, what's the likelihood of, having some sort of rotation?
Close
inside initial balance and NQ.
What time frame?
Well, I'm looking at the 2-minute right now, but obviously have to be a little bit more significant. But
I mean, it's kind of short time frame, right?
Yeah.
I got one short in the trading combine.
We got 5 minutes remaining in the session, so short term is kind of what we're looking at right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Jackie, you're in something?
Yeah, what's up?
But it's not like don't tell MPs at preschool graduation. I just got short one NQ. Purple box rules in effect. It's kind of top of the congestion area. Knocked off a VWAP before. Let's see what I can do here. I don't have confidence in this, so I am going to do the old. I'll get stopped out. I don't want to do it yet.
Never saw a Friday rally. Saw that in the chat. Haha.
Yeah, I just took it out. I got like $10 on it. I got lucky on the. I was just kind of looking at the order flow. Even in a sim account, even in a combine, I don't want to do anything here.
Feeling the heat in the combine. Love it. 18,000, 431, 432 is just trade NASDAQ.
Just grinding.
Target of 450 upside. 450 upside here. Target possibly. Jay said what was once resistance is now support. Talking about the 404 level. NASDAQ.
I love Jay.
All right. Jay's great.
He's great.
His calls are spot on. All right. Well, we watched these buyers come in NASDAQ and S&Ps. Some people are long in the chat here. Gabe, if you want, let's do some hashtag Power Hour stuff and do some housekeeping here as we close out the week. Gabe, if you're ready, let's do it, man. Quiz winners. We got quiz winners. We got trader wins. Go ahead.
Starting off, we've got our quiz winners from today. Throw that up here for a moment.
What do we got here? Hey, Amateur Genius. Nice job. I know you.
Oh, our old friend
bottom.
Jack Mayoff is back.
Oh, God.
Kicked off. It's pretty funny.
Funny guys.
Yeah, clever. Love you guys. Check your emails for that. Congratulations.
Thank you for playing. All right, so moving on to some Power Hour submissions on X. If you guys don't know already, go on to X and send us your trader wins, funding certificates, any memes that you've got, and just make sure to use hashtag Power Hour that you see up in the top left-hand corner, and make sure to also tag Topstep. It's going to be your best way to get featured on stream. We appreciate that is growing significantly. We've got, I think I saw over 15 submissions for this last 24-hour period. So it's growing.
Nice.
Now I'm having to start filtering for what's funniest for memes because we have too many now to choose from. So let's go ahead and start off with some wins. So we have a couple that actually posted in the Facebook community. Danielle sent these to me. So just a heads up, Xavier, if you're watching, grateful that we were able to find this, but the best way to once again get us to see these more often is going to be through X. But had a nice little, looks like he received a XFA past Combine recently. So congratulations. Super excited for you. Welcome to the funded trader team.
Nice job.
Moving in, we've got one more from Facebook. Here's Kaylin, locked out.
Love it.
Locked herself out after 4 trading combines in the green. I know it's really hard to see, but up there in her realized P&L, I did inspect it, and it looks like she was up about 1,500, copying across 4 accounts.
Nice.
So great work. Have an awesome weekend. Thanks for your submission.
We're going to use that lockout.
Now this one, we were, Andre, I don't know if you remember yesterday, we were talking about hogs and Jack too, how everybody was trying to have me trade hogs. So Kenny over here sent us a couple pictures from, looks like his farm.
Nice.
That he's got some hogs already. So
all right, cool.
Kenny, thanks for sending this in to us.
So when are you getting those delivered?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Look at those
tacos.
Tell you all about them. Yes, you can.
Yeah, if they're pasture raised, Kenny, I'll take one. That's for sure.
Like that. There's a Fremont hog.
Yeah.
Oh, I love this one.
SK.
Oh,
Had
man.
a couple submissions, but this was the funniest out of the 2.
Oh.
I don't know about y'all, but I can relate to this pretty heavily. So,
What is Floyd doing in that picture? What's Mayweather doing in that picture, man? That's too good.
Counting the money.
that is too good.
Yes, he is.
Sheesh.
All right, I'm gonna breeze through another one here. We have David sending in a little meme on all of our traders out in the UK and overseas that have to wake up either super early or stay up very late. But no matter what, obviously we're grateful to have you watching, even if it requires you to get out of your normal sleep schedules.
Shout out
Now,
to all
our
main
main
international viewers.
Yeah, heck yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, here we go.
Carl. So first
Hey.
off, Carl
Thanks on
passed
this one. Good.
and got his XFA, so he included his screenshot for his funded trader certificate in the meme, and then obviously
Nice.
threw out a couple things. I got my first feature spotlight in a meme, so that's kind of cool. Thank you, Carl, for including
Made
my
it.
face in that. Yeah, I feel like finally made it.
Look, Mom.
Nice.
Carl's the man.
Absolutely.
Keeps
And if you
pushing
can't
higher,
see that
guys.
text
Yes,
up
it
at the
is.
top of his meme, he does have a feature coming up next week on TopstepTV. He did agree to come on air, so you see the Tuesday at 11 a.m. Central. So feel free to come back in and check out Carl's first appearance on TopstepTV.
That's awesome.
Face with the name. Gonna be awesome.
Absolutely. And one last one, we'll get you guys right back to the market here. We have Jay Pele, who is a pretty, I'd say, reputable or well-known influencer and trader. He's been bouncing around from different markets, but he is now one of our live funded traders. So great work, Jay. I don't know if you're watching, but MP caught this on Twitter and sent this our way. So happy to see you move into that live funded trader stage. But that's it for me, guys. I'll go ahead and get you guys back to the markets. And yeah.
Thanks, Gabe. We are pushing higher here. 18,458, 459s now trade in NASDAQ. So if we're able to get long off that pullback around the 04, 05 level, good on you. Your S&P's pushing higher here now, Ray. Hey. Look at this. All those longs in the chat. Good job.
Damn, if
nice.
we get up to that
getting paid
528 level.
Jack, you happy you got out of that short?
Yeah.
Well, no, I put on you'll notice my sim profits right now are at $13.80.
There you go.
I've been messing around after.
So ES has already hit the settlement price.
Already at it.
NASDAQ is a ways away. I don't know if it's NASDAQ is lagging in that aspect, and we could expect the same. I'm not sure, but
nice.
Ooh,
Charlie.
Yeah, we have this little distance. We have this distance here to get to, but we've already reached it on the S&P.
We are some cool liquidity upside here in the S&P. Seeing 370 offered at 56 half, or 330 offered. It's got to gobble up off this. I'm seeing some size offers to the upside. Yep.
Liquidity's above.
Grinding higher.
Boom. Just gobble it up. Yep. 300 sitting at 58 half. 300 sitting at 60 half. What is to the upside?
I don't trade
shorts
the
covering.
NASDAQ.
Got the EMA level here at the S&P here on the left. This area right here. This is the 233-day EMA that I like to follow. So this area
233 days.
Yes. EMA on the 15-minute. You can see that with my arrow.
Why 233?
That's a good question.
Because there's one louder than 10? I'm not sure. In my back testing.
Nice,
saw
D.
something.
You make $1,200 on the live on that move in ES. Good job,
D move higher.
Yeah, we are still moving here.
This is wild.
Make new highs. Make new highs in the S&Ps. Please make new highs in the S&P.
This is wild.
Hey, look at this push. Can we hit the 60s?
Yes,
Can 60s trade?
60s.
Unreal, man. It's coming all the way back. Very nice.
Said Coach Vince
Look at
is
that.
violently unchanged.
Exactly.
Right.
Look at this.
Okay.
Look at this.
Where are they taking some profits of the weekend, though?
The shorts are scrambling right now. Dow's breaking out. Look at that Dow chart. The 5-minute just screaming higher.
Violent.
He's NASDAQ doing. Look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you can't make this up. So the longs are good after all. And
Just chewing through it.
Wow.
Yeah, those 300 lots got all gobbled up here. Not see much more to the upside. We might stall out here.
Yeah.
These shorts are all covering.
I
think they did.
Reserve some energy for later on in the session.
We got 15 minutes here. Okay. 15 minutes left in the session. See if we can get another push higher. We got highs. S&Ps.
Yeah. End of month
72s.
stuff.
Only 10 points off the highs here. Dustin Best making 4,500 on that long. Yeah, good job. If you got long, you got paid. Tilt 68% long in the NASDAQ, 59% long ES. Not seeing much here for house account purposes, but the rally's definitely been entertaining.
no.
Jack, did you see this coming?
No,
No,
not this. I mean, like
Vince did.
Wow.
Vince
what a
did.
move.
Vince did.
He did.
Right.
We're gonna chew up all these.
Anne Marie did too, I
single
think.
PPOs.
Anne Marie was kind of on that same boat.
Yep.
I left way too early, she says in the chat. Oh, man. Nick for a tick. Oh. Shut it down. Dow led the way up, CT Trade says. I agree.
So I guess we got our answer, Andre. The Dow
Yes, we
dragged
did,
everything
Jack.
back up.
oh,
The
get
market
outta
hasn't
here.
done anything all week. Dow didn't do anything all week. And on Friday, carried the market higher, Jack. How about that? The Dow ain't dead yet, Jack.
It's very spry.
Dow isn't alive. It isn't dead. It just is.
Oh, wow. I like this chill vibe Jack's got going right here with the shades on, the crooked shades, and yes, looking good.
Oh, Jack,
Here's
tear
that
away.
poll question. Does the NQ close above or below 18,500? Ray, what do you think? Above or below 18,000?
I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say.
Below.
Yes. I'm gonna say yes.
You say yes. Yes.
You give me one more minute to look at it.
Oh, come on. I know what you're doing.
No,
here.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I
It's
know.
still below it.
Still
Say
below, so
below.
I'm right now. Yeah.
I'll take the
below,
juice.
too. Spoken like a true. If you dealt with some bookies before in your day there, Jack. All right, here we go. Another push higher. S&Ps. Oops.
Wow. This is crazy.
Gotta love it. Hey, man, there's opportunity all the way into the close. Gotta like it. At least it didn't go sideways and just stall out on us. There was definitely opportunity to be had and captured.
What incredible symmetry today had. It's a simple game. You just sell in the morning and then buy at lunch.
Yeah.
Right.
Come back.
As soon as
Put
I
your
sell,
money.
as soon as I say I'm gonna sell it, buy it.
John,
Yes, it
John,
rallied.
that was
We put in the
hilarious.
wall.
That was hilarious. We sure did.
It's called the Hoag indicator.
Oh,
Hoag
here we go.
tilt.
Unbelievable.
It's like, I'm gonna
18,500.
do everyone
I
a
would love
favor.
to. I'd love to look in the face of someone though that sold and went away in the morning and then came back.
Oh my god.
now.
Oh my god. Like, what happened?
Oh, scratch.
Scratch.
Wow.
Like,
All the way back.
11 minutes left. Eddie, when you get those MOCs, they break them up now into Mag 7, S&Ps, and what have you. Let us know.
10-4, Captain.
There's 18,500.
There
There's
it
the
is.
500s. Maybe we're going to go higher.
I
Can we
think
get to
it's above
72s
that.
in the S&Ps? Can we get to 72 in the S&Ps? Jesus. It's just shot out of a
Wow.
cannon.
Jeez.
Dow's just screaming. There's not even retracement either. There's no pullback or nothing.
Look at this.
Phoenix, why did I lock out my account? Easy to say now.
18,528.
You kidding me?
The FOMO is real.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is, man. This
Wow.
is all you can say is wow. I'm with you, Ray.
I said it would close below 18,500, so I got one
Me
short,
too.
short fake NQ. You don't even have to put it up in the P&L thing because
It hurt us.
it's not live.
You're a short
Let's
one.
take a look at
It's not real.
You think? No, not real.
All an illusion.
72. All right, high of the day in the S&P, 72 quarter. 72
Oh.
quarter. We're about 3 points away from the high of the days.
that's-
Take a
whoa.
scratch that. 2 points away. 1 point away.
We
we go.
just took out the
Here
high
we go.
of the day.
New highs. New highs in the
Right.
S&Ps. Oh my God.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Who'd have thunk it?
This is crazy.
This
All
is
those
74
old geezers in the Dow are carrying us all.
Thank you.
So I say that we hit the settlement price in NASDAQ before the close.
NASDAQ, sure.
Why not? Why not?
Why
Sure,
not?
John. Why not?
Anything can happen.
Right.
Holy cow. New highs in S&Ps. Oh, man. Gotta be buy side, right, Eddie?
Right. We got the MOC imbalance. S&P 4.5 billion to the buy side. Nasdaq 1.9 billion to the buy side. Dow
big ones,
2.2 billion to the buy side. Mag 7 1.3 billion to the you got it, buy side.
Yeah.
Back to you, Andre.
Wow, Eddie. Those are big ones, right, Eddie? Those are some pretty big numbers. We haven't seen that all week.
Big. Yes, those are the biggest I've seen here across the board like that in a while.
We forgot about
It is the end of the month. People got to clean stuff up.
Window dressing. I
Now
saw the
come
phrase
by.
window dressing in the chat today. Yeah. Haven't heard that phrase in a while.
Rebalancing.
Yep.
Yes.
8 minutes left. You are seeing a power rally and power hour here on Topstep TV. If you liked what you saw all week, we got more coming at you next week. Just going to tease it, leave it at that. Trust me. We always got something for you. Please click like. Please click subscribe. We already have 93,000 subscribers. My goodness, Jack. We are getting close to 100,000. We're going to get Jack that
We
trophy.
are.
It says 100,000 subscribers. We've got to get Jack that trophy. And new highs, S&Ps. Plaque, trophy plaque, yes.
Platinum plaque.
Okay.
I've had these. I don't know how
Ray?
y'all trade the Nasdaq. I've had a violent run here of whipping around.
Are you in something now?
Yeah, I'm short one NQ. I was. Can't even follow this. I gotta go back to the ES. This is giving me a headache.
What a rally.
You're right, Savage. I called the dead ass low.
He
I'm
did.
gonna do all the longs a favor. I'm
You
going to do all
did.
the longs a favor. I'm going to sell a one lot right here.
Yeah.
By golly. And P's going to come in. We're going to tell him we bought 380s. We bought
It's a gift.
380. And then that's, yes, it was. Gift to the market, guys. 5280s trade. NASDAQ. I'm sorry, ES. 5280s, 52. Oh, boy. 2's trade. We are off to the races, folks. This is crazy.
This is unbelievable
This is wild,
stuff.
man.
As quick
What's
as
volume
it
looking
fell,
like?
it came back.
We
Ray,
get
how
to
are we looking on-
15,600.
Ray, how's volume looking on this rally to the upside? I don't know if you've tracked volume closely.
Oh,
or not,
it's
but,
volume is pretty strong.
Ooh,
Yeah.
conviction too. Okay, this is serious buying.
Yeah,
Damn,
volume
there's
pretty
a real ass
strong.
trades going on right now.
I think we hit settlement for sure.
Jesus.
NASDAQ Delta's flat now.
Yeah, 500 lot offered at 5284 S&Ps. Again, 500 lot offered at 5284. Delta flat. Everyone's
Every red circle I draw, it gets around it.
Jay Cook saying. Yep, thank you, Jay. Yeah, these are
This is gray.
650 offered at 5284 S&Ps. Or 400 above that at 5285.
Here it goes.
Wow.
We'll get him.
Get them.
Nope.
Incredible,
yet.
incredible rally.
Not yet.
Let's build up steam here.
I said to take off my
5 minutes
sunglasses
left.
like the guy in Jurassic Park.
He needs business now.
It's hard to see.
The last 5 minutes, he needs business.
Look at that candle. The Brontosaurus candle.
Gonna eat it.
Oh my God, look at this rally. Whoa. All right, gonna give the old college try one more time. Here we go.
Push it. Push it.
We're into those 84s. 84s. Bid. 84s offered. Is there iceberg there, John? Yep. Something. They keep taking 84s offered in the S&Ps.
No,
Like
it's
that.
just-
There's something sitting at 84. Nope.
just
Now
here's
84s are
four
bid.
hands, hand in hand.
They keep selling 84s. Oh, wow. He's gobbled up in the 85s now. Here we go. Look at this rally. 84s. They keep selling 84s.
4 minutes and 20 seconds left.
See that? Something at 84. There's something there.
Yeah, they're getting taken.
Yeah, but they keep taking them offered.
I don't see any icebergs though.
No, okay. They ran out. Boom, into the 86s now.
Boom, new highs.
Jack, you can take
New
it from
highs.
here.
That's all we've been saying. New highs, new highs.
Yes. Look at that chart on look, who's that? Jack's screen. Look at that chart. Look at that chart.
Brontosaurus.
Makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Why not?
Oh, yeah. This almost has a speechless here, fellas. 87. Look at
New highs. Let's get the 5,300.
Let's do 5,300s. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, we're there.
Wow.
Settlement. Let's get back to settlement in the Nasdaq here.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, I think that's going to happen.
606.
I think that's a very likely possibility.
GameStop unchanged on this rally.
Wow.
Is that the only Nasdaq holding you have, Jack?
That's what my whole retirement's in. I need it to moon, guys. New highs.
I think MP's right there with you, Jack.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Hey, the payroll came through this morning, Gabe. For now. Oh.
Some profit taken here, maybe. One more push.
You got paid?
2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 30 seconds
for
left
love.
in the week.
ACH, baby.
Sure did, John.
Never
Sure
doubt.
did.
They said crude couldn't go to zero.
How about negative?
How about negative 40?
They'll do you one better.
I got short in ES here in the Practi account. You can join me with like a 20 lot in the house account right now. With what we got 2 minutes left,
Jack,
Andre?
I got you.
Yeah.
Let's push that market around.
20
Sheesh.
short ES.
Order filled.
Let's keep going. You want to cover profit?
Order filled.
You don't want this.
Good going.
Break even. Let's go.
Gold seeing a bit of a pop too.
Order
Gold
filled.
up here. 500 on the bid. 52.84 half. Here comes some bids coming in on the ES.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow, they're just chasing. Bids are
No,
chasing.
no
right now.
profit taking. What's going on?
I know.
No.
Did Powell cut rates secretly or what? Phoenix asks. I know.
Order filled.
Wow.
We got 70 seconds left.
We got the S&P's up 34 points, the Nasdaq down 42 points, and the Dow up 519 points.
Wow.
Get him, Dow. You show him who's boss still, Dow.
We were looking at the Nasdaq being down 2%. The Dow is almost up 2%. Well, 1.4%.
You can't make this.
Must have some
New
new
highs.
Candy in the
How are
Walgreens
we
line.
gonna
New
hit
highs.
settlement? How are we going to hit settlement in Nasdaq?
Yeah, here we go.
18596 number.
Ray, let's get out and push.
Yep.
Yes.
40 seconds.
D.
40
In
more
a
seconds,
world of
30 more
crazy
seconds. We get that
liquidity.
push.
1,000 lot, 52.86 bid, 1,000 lot S&P's fill. Nope, there it is. 56.86 quarter, 1,200 on the bid. Oh, they're
Chasing
2,000
it.
lots.
Look at that.
Look at this.
Look at this on the bid.
Look at this.
Look at the bid.
Wow, they're chasing hard. Holy cow.
Shit.
Wow. Look at this.
Holy.
Wow.
Look at chase it up.
Did it hit it?
Look
It
at
hit
it.
It hit it. It hit
1,000
it.
lots. Going,
Settlement.
firing. Holy.
Settlement.
5,300s.
It's got the 53 max pay.
10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Well,
Gosh.
that's
Oh,
rebounding
it
for you.
Yeah.
3 seconds.
And again. Oh my
Woo!
God. This is
Ding,
crazy.
ding, 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 ding. Yikes.
That was it. Wow, looking right back at the settlement.
Whew.
Amazing.
I'm exhausted after that one. That was
Holy
wow.
smokes.
That was awesome.
Zen
That was
pouch.
awesome. Hopefully
Wow.
everyone got some profit there.
Oh,
That was
absolutely.
exciting.
Coach Ray.
Excitement I've
Playing.
seen
Jack.
without a real trade.
Yeah, Hoag, absolute marathon session today. Hoag, absolute beast all week, man. Coach Ray, great seeing you. I think we're going to see more of you now that school's out this for the summer. Jack, as
Yes,
always,
sir. Yes,
enjoy
sir.
your weekend.
Maybe,
Awesome stuff.
maybe with
Eddie,
less hair.
Maybe with less. Did you get a haircut over the weekend, Ray? Get a haircut
Yeah,
this
I'll work on
weekend. Good stuff this week, guys. I hope you guys appreciate it. Loved enjoyed us here at TopstepTV. We truly appreciate you guys. Big week. XFA is coming out. You guys even saw a preview of what the mobile-friendly version of TopstepX is going to look like. Coming to you guys soon. You guys asked. We delivered, as we always do. That being said, Eddie, if you're there, jump on in. Take it away. Jack.
All right.
Love those days.
Well,
Cameron.
what an exciting finish to a wonderful week. Anything can happen, as Johnny says all the time, and that just about happened. But, end of the month here, end of the month. But coming into next week, I just want to let you know it's going to be a new month. We've got a new month. And I want to point out, too, if those Sunday traders are trading Sunday, obviously, there is an OPEC meeting very early. So if you're trading crude, watch that. Coming into Monday, it's a New Zealand holiday. It's the King's birthday. So look in your mail, check your emails, look in your mailbox, make sure if you got an invite, it's going to be at the local Chuck E. Cheese. So the King's birthday, bring a present. Scrolling down here. Meat on the bone here Monday, 8:45 here. We do have our S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing. Okay, yes, here we go.
Yeah, we'd love to see your face.
Okay.
There we are.
And a sheet of face. Sheet of face, not the voice. Yes, I've got a voice. I got a face for radio. Yes, construction spending at 9 o'clock. We also do have the Dallas Fed PCE. Scrolling down still at 9 o'clock. Another big number we've got here is our ISM manufacturing PMI. We also do have a little later on at 10:30, 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction, and the Atlanta Fed GDP. That's going to be it for Monday. But we do have a great schedule. Check this out. Monday the 3rd. It's going to be the 3rd already. April, May, June. That's what it is. Going to fire up the machine here. Hoagland, myself, be here at 8 a.m. Central Time. And we'll get the party started. Coming in fast markets, Andre, MP, Deanna, Nick for a tick, and Hoag. It's going to be a nice little nice little fast markets. Power players, we got Dolby and Peter Tuckman going to talk it out here and then finish that off. We've got Guru P and Robert. Who is this Guru P person? Top quiz with Jack and Bonnie, bringing Bonnie back again. Shoulder tap here with Jack and Mick. We also do have group coaching, JD and Hoag. We'll be closing out the day Monday with Andre Hogan Rips. Rips is going to be with us for that last part of the segment. Andre, Dolby, Rips, and Coach Dakota will be doing power players. All right. So, my friends, just want to let you know here, it's been a good week. I've had some fun. Appreciate those in the community. A lot of help, a lot of camaraderie, a lot of friendship, a lot of good people. We love having you here and hope that you love being here with us. So right now it is time to really log off. It's family time right now. Time to get some love, get some rest, re-energize, have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Until we meet again, my name is Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.
Do we get ice cream now?
Yeah. See you later. Take care.
Bye.